Chapter 176, Side Story, Layla's Little Sister, Part 1. Well girls, it's time to kick back, relax, and enjoy the festivities. I spoke in a cheerful tone as I walked through Regia's streets with Anne and Layla in tow. The first of the two girls was walking by my side with her hand in mine, while the other trailed a few steps behind us in a manner reminiscent of a guardian. My bright demeanor stemmed from two sources. The first, the fact that the city had gone into holiday mode. You could practically feel the festive spirit oozing off its citizens as they happily strolled about. Now that I had completed the preliminaries, I too could join them in enjoying the celebration that was Descia Rome. The second contributor to my mood was my wallet, or rather, the wallet that the Demon King had lent me. It was loaded, which meant that, by proxy, I was too. I could splurge on anything I wanted, and I wouldn't be losing a cent. Free shit, best shit. Let me know if you see anything that catches your eye, and you can have anything you want. Anything? Yeah, anything. She stopped for a moment to scan her surroundings before knitting her brows. I can't pick. There are too many options. You seem to be enjoying yourself, my lord. An exasperated smile surfaced on Layla's face. That's 'cause I am, I said. I mean, why not, right? The whole point of an event like this is to have fun, so I'm doing exactly that. Descia Rome was the first celebratory event Anne had ever experienced. I wanted her to enjoy it. I wanted to turn it into something she'd remember for years to come. Yeah, that. I'm totally not just dicking around 'cause I wanna have fun. Ha. Man, I kinda regret not bringing everyone. I really want all the other kids to be able to experience this kinda thing too. I know it's probably not the safest thing, but it's honestly not really all that dangerous either. It seems safe enough around here for me to not be on edge about something happening to them. And having Lefa around would pretty much guarantee that everyone ends up just fine. Now that I think about it, maybe I was just being a bit too overprotective. Nah, things were getting pretty hairy with those bandits when we were still on our way over. They were launching arrows at us, so who knows what could have happened. Yeah, fuck it, I was right the first time. Having fun is important, but safety comes first. Plus, everything falls apart with the whole Lefi not wanting to come thing. Not having her around makes things a lot more dangerous. Why didn't she want to come anyway? She said something about it being a case of bad timing and whatnot. But is that even really a thing? Like, what does bad timing even mean when all she does is laze around all day in the first place? Oh, forget it. I'll just ask her when I get back, I muttered under my breath in a low tone before turning back towards Anne. So, you see anything you want? I want to try that. The sword girl pointed towards a stall that seemed extremely popular with children in particular. Dozens of the little buggers were gathered around it and screaming with delight as they shot magical bullets at targets that looked like soft, glowing balls of energy. What is that anyway? That would be a popular carnival game, my lord, said Layla. It requires two types of enchanted items. The first employs illusion magic to create targets, while the second fires low-power projectiles. It costs very little to set up, so you often see at least one at every major event. Her description led me to recall the shooting range-like carnival games that we had back on Earth. Is it just me, or does this world's version actually look a hell of a lot better? The targets move, and the whole thing seems all bright and flashy 'cause of all the magic. It looks way more interesting than the old cork guns we were stuck with. Damn, and here I was thinking that my old world's tech would always come out on top. Till not to look down on this world's tech advancements. Sounds good. What do you say we give it a shot? Hum. Anne nodded as she started walking in the shooting range's direction. The afternoon came and went. Anne, Layla, and I enjoyed the festivities to our heart's content. We basically participated in everything that caught our attention. It was an eventful day for sure, but apparently, it was far from over. Layla, is that really you? Layla, an unfamiliar voice prompted all three of us to turn around right as we began contemplating dinner. It really is you. You were okay? I'm so glad. The voice's source was a girl with goat horns. The robe she wore was about as loose as robes got, and yet, It did nothing to save her from giving off the impression that she was tiny. She was only the slightest bit taller than N. If I was to slap a grade on her, I would have said she was somewhere between 7 and 9. She was too old to be in primary school, but she didn't quite look big enough to be in her mid or late teens just yet. The most notable thing about her wasn't the fact that her horns kind of looked like Layla's, nor the fact that she was too small for her oversized robe, but rather, her expression. Her jaw had dropped to the point where I thought it might be unhinged. Her eyes were so focused on Layla's face that I suspected they might have started firing lasers. "It's good to see you again too, Ermu," the dungeon's resident demon girl replied in her usual, nonchalant manner. Unlike the other girl, she didn't come anywhere close to overreacting. "Someone you know? I can already tell she seems pretty attached to you." "Yes, she is something along the lines of a sister to me. I used to tutor her when I worked in the demon realm." "Something along the lines of a sister. I guess that means they're close, but not actually related." "I see. So that probably means she's like her protege or something." The girl she had called Emu almost seemed to be overcome with emotion. She began running over with tears in her eyes, only to come to a sudden stop the moment she realized that Layla wasn't alone. "Wait, you have a daughter? When did that happen?" Her eyes practically popped out of their sockets. "And why are you dressed like a servant?" Evidently, she had mistaken Anne for Layla's daughter and overreacted as a result. "Alright, let's just calm down." I understood that she was confused and overwhelmed by all sorts of different emotions, so I spoke in as gentle a tone as I could manage in order to avoid putting her on guard. "Take a deep breath, how dare you? You couldn't just stop at stealing her chastity. You had to humiliate her by dressing her up as a maidservant of all things and forcing her to attend to you. What sort of cruel, sadistic pervert are you? Hey Layla, you mind doing something about her? This sister of yours seems to be having a bit of an aneurysm." "I'm sorry, my lord, but there isn't much to be done. Unfortunately Emma happens to have an overactive imagination." "Yeah, I can kinda see that." Wait, why is he a demon lord? What's something as horrible as a labyrinth's overlord doing in the middle of town? She took a few quick steps back as her wariness shot through the roof. The way she reacted to each and every little thing was a trait that I found endearing in its own right. The impression I got from her was very much akin to the kind you'd normally get from a kitten. "Wait, you can't tell?" I cocked an eyebrow. "Oh yeah, that reminds me, you could tell back when we first met too, right, Layla? Is it really that obvious?" "I always assumed no one knew, but I'm starting to feel like I might have been walking around with my fly down the whole time." "Our race happens to be especially well attuned to detecting that sort of thing, and we're inherently skilled in analyzing our findings." That's weird. Now that I think about it, Layla certainly has always seemed abnormally sharp. Doesn't look like it's being caused by a skill either." After a bit of internal banter, I reached the conclusion that Emma likely shared Layla's acuity and left it at that. Though looks like she's a bit lacking on the analysis front. Maybe she's just out of practice. Oh no, I get it now. He must have worked you to the bone and forced you to abide by his every whim no matter how tired or humiliated you were. And then, when night came, he must have dragged you off to his bedroom and made you attend to his desires all night long even though you were already completely drained by the grueling work he put you through during the day. That's just horrible. I'm so sorry, Layla. I'm so sorry you had to go through all that." "Bruh, hold up. Is it just me, or is she going further into the deep end?" "Oh, and in case any of you were starting to doubt me, I am not a registered sex offender. Clapping cheeks without consent isn't my thing. Just saying." "Excuse me." "You're wrong." And stepped forward to come to my defense. What do you want?" "This has nothing to do with you," stuttered Short Stuff. That's my master." She pointed at me before shifting her finger in Layla's direction. "Layla's our friend." "She's not my mother." "Really? So you're not Layla and the Demon Lord's kid?" "No, I'm not, and Master doesn't do mean things like that." And linked arms with me for emphasis as she nodded. "Oh man, Just look at her. Her expression hasn't changed at all. Totally adorable / 10. That's not possible. Demon lords don't have a shred of intelligence. They're basically incarnations of lust and stupidity. And the only thing they ever do is abide by their most primal desires. There's absolutely no way that anything that brainless could possibly keep its loins in check in the face of Layla's beauty. Alright, let's get a few things straight. Yes, Layla is literally one of the hottest girls I've ever seen in both my lives. Like shit, she turns heads. Like, lots of them. I'll admit, if I didn't know her and I happened to pass her by, I'd probably turn around and stare. Because let's be honest, who wouldn't want a piece of that ass? Anyway, back on topic. Yes, Layla's hot as fuck. Yes, I pretty much do whatever the hell I want, but that doesn't mean me doing her is going to happen. Kaza, yeah, that sounds like an idea that would get Levi to set me on fire and almost turn me a pile of ash before tearing me limb from limb, and burying my disembodied corpse somewhere deep in the wicked forest. Yeah, no, I kinda don't want to never be seen or heard of again, so I'ma keep my dick to myself. Thank you very much. One thought prompted by the contemplation of Layla's beauty was that all of the dungeon's girls were in fact top tier. Each was more than attractive enough to make even supermodels shy away in shame. Maybe we should start an idol group. Might as well have them function as a unit and compete for the top spot. I could be their producer, and we could spend our days struggling through the melodrama we call life. MMRPH. In puffed out her cheeks. Master isn't like that. She's right, Ermo. You're being terribly rude, said Layla. I'm serving him of my own free will in order to repay him for his kindness. And not you too, Layla. I shook off the delusion I was having and started paying attention to the conversation again, only to realize that the sheep-horned girl was scolding the other. I see. She stuttered apologetically. I'm sorry. I always assumed that all demon lords were evil and stupid. That was really rude of me. Wow. She pretty much apologized the moment she realized she was in the wrong. Color me impressed. People as sincere as her are pretty hard to come by. Don't worry about it. Short stuff. I get it. You were just worried about her. I'm sorry for all the troob. Wait. Did you just call me short? How dare you? I knew it. I knew demon lords and intellectuals could never get along. We were doomed to be mortal enemies from the very start. She screamed. I'm not short. I'm just not fully grown yet. I'm going to look just like Layla one day. I'm going to be just as tall, and my chest is going to be just as big. MMRPH. Master's enemies are my enemies. Fine, bring it on. I'll destroy anyone that sides with the likes of a demon lord. Imu's body tensed up in a manner reminiscent of a hissing cat while and took up a stance with a non-existent blade. As the situation was both amusing and bizarre, my lips twisted into a bit of an exasperated smile. Alright you two, rein it in. It's time for dinner, so how about we go grab ourselves something to eat? Chapter 177. Side Story. Layla's Little Sister, Part 2. It was getting a bit late, so Layla, her sister, and I decided to grab a bite as we talked. We found ourselves a table at a nice, outdoor, patio-like picnic area as soon as we finished raiding the area's stalls and buying everything we felt the urge to consume. Naturally, what followed was an overdue explanation. Layla briefly went over her experiences outside the demon realm as the other girl nibbled at this world's equivalent of grilled corn on the cob. So that's what happened. Imu's eyes opened wide as her beloved sister wrapped up her tale. I'm sorry I didn't get in touch. You must have been terribly worried, said Layla. That's okay. I know that what you went through was much, much worse, stuttered the younger demon. Does that mean you won't be coming back to the institution anymore? I will not. The institution is too stagnant. The institution is too much of a self-contained environment. There are not enough chances for us to gain new experiences or learn new things. It is not the type of place that will inspire you to come up with any sort of breakthrough. That would be why I'm planning to stay with my lord for the foreseeable future. I heard that. She tried to cover it up, but I heard her loud and clear. She totally just complained that it was boring. You know, That's actually pretty rare. Layla isn't usually the type to let her thoughts leak like that, though. Now that I think about it, she's actually pretty bold and assertive. I can't believe I never actually noticed. Okay, I'll save you the trouble of visiting and make sure I tell the naggy old hag that you're not coming back. Thank you very much, Ermo, giggled Layla. A warm, affectionate expression surfaced as she gently ran her fingers through the other girl's hair. Observing their interactions led me to understand why Layla had always seemed so good at looking after the dungeon's younger residents. Taking care of Emma had given her plenty of experience with kids. Wait, so you're not even going back to visit? You sure? I asked. Don't you need to see your family and whatnot? I'm sure they're worried about you. We never really spoke about it, so I didn't know much about Layla's family situation, but I felt that there had to have been someone that had lost sleep over her sudden disappearance, even if said person wasn't related to her by blood. Her interactions with Emma led me to believe that her people were a part of a tight-knit community. Yeah, they'd probably really appreciate if she stopped by, even if just to say hi. There's really no need, said Layla. Since time immemorial, we sheep-horned demons have always gone wherever our interests have taken us. We are driven to explore the world by none other than our own thirst for knowledge. So what you're saying is that it's normal for people to just suddenly poof one day and never come back? Precisely, my lord. Emma is still quite young, so she will likely remain in the village for several years to come, but I expect that she too will likely set out once she comes of age, said Layla. Besides, if there is anyone that needs to visit their homes, it would be Lou. Wait, what? Why'd she suddenly bring up Ems? Useless? I believe she was captured the moment she ran away from home. Her parents must be terribly worried. Seriously? She ran away from home? I had no idea. Right. I just remembered that I promised her I wouldn't tell you. Layla averted her gaze and brought a hand to her mouth. She clearly recognized that she had messed up. Dude, seriously? Layla ran away from home? Actually, now that she mentions it, I do vaguely recall her saying something about people telling her not to leave. Yeah, I guess I should probably have her head home for a bit, huh? She told me not to tell you, so I don't think she wants to. But I do agree that speaking to her about it would be for the best. Yeah, I'ma do just that once we get home. Like, let's just consider how her parents feel for a moment. Their daughter ran away from home and totally vanished, only to end up working as a maid for some random guy they know nothing about. Yeah, if I was her dad, I'd probably want to strangle me. She should probably go home and tell them that she's okay before time makes things even worse. Okay. Fine, you may be a demon lord, but I'll still at least acknowledge the fact that you saved Layla. Thank you very much for that. But don't let me thanking you get to your head. You're not off the hook just yet. I swear, if you ever break her heart, I'm going to murder you in your sleep. Don't ever forget that. Yeah, I know. But more importantly, I think you might want to mind your hands. The sauce on your skewer is kinda dripping all over the place. It is. Oh no, it is. My robe. It's gotten so filthy. The sauce her corncob was covered in had begun dribbling all over the place the moment she stopped paying attention to it. Oh Emu, you never change, said Layla. Hold still. The older sheep-horned girl began wiping off her younger counterpart with a handkerchief as she sighed in a clear expression of exasperation. I can wipe it off myself. I'm not that much of a kid anymore. Actions speak louder than words, Ermo. If you would like me not to fuss over you, then you will have to make it such that I no longer need to. I couldn't help but break into a hearty laugh. Layla had a point, and a pretty good one at that. Curse you, Demon Lord. Don't be so rude, Ermo. He has a name, scolded Layla. It would be best for you to refer to him as Lord Yuki. Ugh. Fine, I'll use his stupid name. She groaned as she spun between Layla and I. Cut that out, Yuki. What are you even laughing at? It went without saying that the brat didn't respect me, not even in the slightest, so she immediately dropped the title Layla had suggested and referred to me with just my name. Nothing special, just that you two get along really well, I chuckled. Right, in They're just like us. Yeah, pretty much. Did she really just say that? HNNNG. And really is just the sweetest little thing, ain't she? I immediately decided to give the adorable creature sitting next to me a series of head pats. So just what are you doing in the capital, Emu? Asked Layla, watching the tournament. Of course, this year's tournament looks like it's shaping up to be even more impressive than usual. One of the contestants blew away everyone else in his preliminary round with just a roar. It was so incredible, I couldn't really get a really good look at him because I was seated really far away, and because he had a mask on, but I'm sure he's got to be someone amazing. I really respect him. Huh. I twitched a few times as I forced a smile. The girl's eyes were sparkling. I wonder how she'd react if I told her that I was the guy under the mask the whole time. Hey, did you come all this way by yourself? I did, but it's okay. The old crow made me a couple talismans before sending me on my way. Emma rummaged through her robes, produced a series of paper tags, and showed them to her worried-sounding sister. I let my curiosity get the better of me and analyzed them immediately. Name: Talisman of Retaliation. Grade: A+. Description: this item will automatically initiate a counterattack that inflicts twice the amount of damage inflicted upon its bearer if its bearer is subject to an attack. This item is owned by Emu. If any other individual attempts to touch it, they will be dealt a fatal wound. Name: Talisman of Detection. Grade: A+. Description: this item automatically informs its bearer in the case that a hostile entity appears within a certain distance. This item is owned by Emu. If any other individual attempts to touch it, they will be dealt a fatal wound. Name: Scapegoat Talisman. Grade: A+. Description: this talisman nullifies up to 3 instances of fatal damage. This item is owned by Emu. If any other individual attempts to touch it, they will be dealt a fatal wound. Wow. Wow. Looking at her gear, I understood that it certainly was relatively safe for her to go out on a journey, even without a chaperone or guardian. Seeing that you have the headmistress talisman certainly does give me peace of mind, said Layla. We will be staying in the castle for the next few days. If anything happens, make sure you look for us immediately. The castle? Okay, wait. The castle that the king lives in? Precisely. My lord is here in the capital at the king's request, and as such we've been staying in his castle. Why, Yuki's important enough to be summoned by the king? Finally ready to see me in a different light? I flashed a boyish grin, one she didn't react well to. The sheep-horn child immediately humped and turned to face away from me. Gee, getting summoned by the king doesn't really mean all that much at all. It doesn't change the fact that you're not worthy of Layla. If you really want her, then you'll have to get at least as strong as the guy with the mask. Sounds tough. I chuckled and played along as I took another bite out of a skewer of meat. I guess I've gotta make sure I put more effort into my training. Dinner continued to play out in a similar vein. We chatted and ate and chatted the night away, until we were interrupted. Of course. Hey friend, I didn't think I would be seeing Mew around here. I turned in the direction that the familiar sounding voice had come from, only to spot a pair of cat-like ears that belonged to an adventurer we had shared a ride with. Oh, hey Nya, what's up? I asked. And what happened to 2 buddies you were with? We're taking a bit of a pause from work today so we can attend to our personal business. We may be good friends, but that doesn't mean we have to stick together literally all the time. Yeah, figures. Did you ever end up going to the guild? I told the staff to let me know if a guy like Mew ever showed up, but every time I asked, they said that they were absolutely positive that they had never seen you, or any other guy with a kit. She wrapped her arms around my neck and leaned into the back of my head as she spoke. Though a sweet, feminine scent wafted off her body, I managed to stay firm and unaffected by temptation. Nya was like Levi and Lu in the sense that she was about as flat as a board, so I had no problem keeping myself in check. I know what you're thinking, but PLS, I'm not about to lose to temptation every time, though I probably would have if she used her ears instead. HNNG. Those ears. That's why you gotta stop glaring at me like that. And it's okay, just chill, I got this. As Nya had mentioned it, my thoughts ended up drifting towards the Demon Realms Adventurers Guild. Honestly, It was a pretty nice place. The building was fairly large, and it had been bustling with noise and energy. But that was it. There was nothing special about it. It had been no different from any other client-facing government office. The Humans Guild had been so much more interesting than the demons that I ended up turning tail and leaving the moment I stepped into the ladder. Yeah, I went. But I basically ended up ditching the moment I stepped inside. It was so plain and boring that I couldn't stand it. For real, I can totally see Mew doing just that. She broke into a fit of hearty laughter. It certainly is a bit of a bore. How about this? If you want to have fun, what do you say that Mew and I spent some quality time alone together? No, bad. And latched onto my arm before I could even reply. H, how dare you? You're such a jerk. You can't just cheat on Layla like that. Next to speak was Emu, whose face had turned as red as a tomato. Ha ha ha. She's so innocent. That's right, Master. You have me too. No cheating. Bad. And I'm pretty sure that doesn't mean what you think it does, because what you just said has some crazy implications. Plus, this is all just a misunderstanding. I have no intention of being unfaithful. But you looked like you were going to grin, protested N. And now hold up. I can tell you that is definitely not the case, at least not this time around. Evidently, Nya found the way I panicked hilarious, as she immediately broke into yet another roaring cackle. It looks like you're just as popular as usual, huh? You've got girls formidably glaring at me from all directions. You say that, but this whole situation is entirely your fault. I gave her a bit of an indignant stare before coughing and bringing the conversation back on track. Right, anyway, sorry. I really appreciate the invitation, but I don't really have the time for anything like that, and I'd probably still say no even if I did. My wife would literally murder me if she ever found out, and she's got an abnormally sharp nose, so she'll find out right away. Oh, that's too bad. Oh well. You can forget about it. It was just a joke anyway, since I don't really have all that time on my paws either. Can you not? That kinda joke'll end up getting me lynched one day. Nope. Teasing Mew is really fun, Yuki. The way Mew react is always just hysterical. I'm pretty sure that's the first time anyone's ever told me that. That can't be right. Can it? No, Badmanya, I won't give you Master. That's too bad, she said with a laugh. Well, I've really gotta go now. See you later, Katanova. The cat girl let go of my neck, gave N a couple pats on the head, and winked at me one last time before vanishing into the crowd. Man. That chick came and went like a friggin' storm, I said. She certainly does do wonders for the mood. The atmosphere appears much more relaxing with her around, said Layla. Relaxing? Really? 'Cause I'm pretty sure that isn't what I'd call that. Geez. Master, you always cheat. Right when I take my eyes off you, said N. What an unfaithful man. Shouted Demo. I knew Demon Lords were driven by their loins. There's no way I could possibly leave Layla in the hands of a sex offender like him. You guys have given me so much to say that I don't even know where I'm supposed to start, I grumbled. But most importantly, dinner's going to get cold if you guys spend all your time chatting. So how about we focus on that for now? Once we finished our meal, we escorted Layla's sister back to the inn she was staying at and said our goodbyes. At that particular moment, I had no idea that she and I would end up reuniting at the most unexpected of times. Chapter 178. Side Story. A Retainer's Tale. Darkness had descended upon the city. The sun had long hidden itself away beneath the horizon and left the moon in its place. Try as it would, the moon simply couldn't provide the world beneath it with the sun's energy or radiance. While the lack of light was certainly a contributing factor, it was not the only reason that the command center was so hard to spot. The fiends had intentionally constructed it in a manner that would keep it out of sight. It was sandwiched between a series of larger buildings and designed to be as inconspicuous as any secret hideout should. And yet, it had been discovered. There are 4 in total, 2 by the door, and 2 standing by on the roof. One of 3 individuals staring down the building's entrance nervously stuttered out a report. A glance was all that was needed to know that this, was the most inexperienced of the bunch, for though they stood in front of her, both her companions were far less conspicuous. One had almost seemed to have fused with the night itself. Though he stood out in the open, he was effectively impossible to see. The other was a little more cautious. He made sure to move from shadow to shadow as he slowly crept towards his destination. This was nowhere near as skilled as either. Still, it wasn't as if she was simply standing out in the open either. She managed to keep out of sight despite being as flustered as could be. "I can take care of the two on the roof. Can I trust you two to eliminate the others?" "Certainly, Captain." The man who had been slinking around in the shadows turned to address the team's newest member immediately after acknowledging his orders. "You stay here and keep watch. I'll take care of the bottom two myself." Roger that." "Calm down. You'll be okay," said the shadow slinker. "You've gone through more than enough training to handle this, and even if you haven't, the captain and I have got your back. You really don't need to be so nervous." "How am I supposed to do that?" said Vis indignantly. She made sure to keep her voice as quiet as she could in order to ensure that they weren't discovered. "It'll be a breeze, "Calm down," said the captain. "Now let's get started." The night itself almost seemed to shudder as he vanished, only to reappear on the roof as the two guards standing on top of it collapsed. Their execution had been as silent as it was instant. Not a single sound was made as they met their untimely demise. Vis's other companion followed their captain's lead and also leapt into action. He dashed straight at the two guards standing out front and slit the first's throat before jabbing his dagger into the second's heart. Unlike the captain, he wasn't able to perform perfect, silent kills. Each of the two men groaned as their lives ended, but he at least managed to catch them before they hit the ground and eliminate the sound that would have accompanied their collapse. "They really never failed to impress," said Vis to no one in particular. "How are the enemies inside looking?" The man on the roof leapt back down onto the ground as he posed the question. Give me a second." Vis closed her eyes and took a breath for reopening them and staring fixedly at the building before them. "There are 16 of them in total. They haven't noticed us just yet, but they're on high alert." "I suppose they would be. We have been raiding their bases quite often as of late." "Where are they positioned?" 3 of them are in the security station situated right next to the door. There are 4 more in a room at the end of the hallway. There's only one on the second floor. He's sleeping in one of the back rooms. The basement has another 7, with 4 in the room right by the stairs, and 3 in the room furthest away. There's a lot of 'em, Captain. What do you think? The dagger wielder frowned as he turned to his boss for advice. "It's fine. They're too spread out to be a threat. I'll be going in by myself. Keep this safe while I'm gone." "You sure, Captain?" "Don't worry, it's all just another day's work. I'll be back in an instant." He almost seemed to melt into the night and vanish, leaving only his words behind. I know I say this almost every time I see it, but the captain's spells sure are impressive," said Vis. Yes, they are. You can easily see why they call him the king's right-hand man," replied the dagger wielder. "To the fiends, he's no different from a walking nightmare. If he shows up at their door, then they're dead for good. There's nothing they can do to end his rampage, and nothing they can do to stop him from showing up. The worst part is that they'll be dead before they even realize they're under attack. The only choice they have is to tremble in their boots until it's suddenly all over. I'm just glad he's on our side." "Me too, me too." There wasn't really much more to be said, so the pair ended up idling in front of the building until the door eventually creaked open. The man immediately brandished his dagger and got ready for a fight, but lowered it as quickly as he had raised once he realized that the individual exiting the building was none other than the captain they had been discussing a few minutes prior. "That was a quick cleanup, Captain," he said. "Good work out there, Captain," said Vis. "Thank you." They weren't very impressive. "This base's staff was mainly comprised of thugs," he said. "That about wraps things up. Let's go." What about the corpses?" asked Vis quietly. The captain touched one of the nearby bodies the moment Vis opened her mouth. The moment he did, it disappeared entirely. All the blood and evidence that accompanied the murder vanished without a trace. "I'm sorry, Vis, I didn't catch that." "What were you saying?" It was nothing, Captain. Nothing at all." "Great. Alright, you two. Let's head on back to base." A giggle entered Haloria's ears as she lay upon her bed. While it wasn't anything she found unnatural, it certainly wasn't something that she heard every day. Curiosity got the better of her, but she was far too tired to turn on to her side, so she craned her head and looked at her roommate cum coworker. "You certainly seem to be in a good mood today. Is it really that obvious?" asked Vis, with another giggle. "Of course, just how long do you think the two of us have known each other?" Haloria smiled. "So, what happened? See for yourself." Vis thrusted the parchment she was holding onto in the other girl's direction. At first glance, it didn't appear to be any sort of important document. In fact, it was likely the opposite. The only thing on the page was a sort of bizarre scribble. "What's that supposed to be?" "It's an autograph. I got it from the guy with the mask, the one our king hired." Like Haloria, Vis was a part of the Secret Service. Her function was to fulfill the king's will and enact it throughout the demon realm. That said, unlike many of the other members, Vis wasn't exactly what one could call talented when it came to the art of espionage. She wasn't particularly powerful. Her talents lay not in sheer numbers, but rather in the rare special ability she possessed. It was a unique skill, one called farsight. Effectively speaking, farsight was a combination of clairvoyance and true sight. It allowed her to perceive any sort of information she wished to see. To this, walls were irrelevant. She could even perceive the quality and quantity of one's mana, and for that, King Finer had recognized her abilities. He had immediately hired her, put her through the ringer, and paired her with his most trusted retainers. As she had recently completed the last of her formal training, she had finally been sent on missions. She had even participated in an attack on an important enemy base. Using a larger amount of magical energy made it easy for Vis to identify enemies, even within a crowd. As such, the king had tasked her with exactly that. She had disguised herself as a member of Destia Trome's staff and used her position to identify all of their foes. That was why she had ended up witnessing the masked man's battles. And, ultimately speaking, that was why she had found herself completely captivated. He was powerful, truly and immensely powerful. She fully understood why King Finer had gone as far as to go out of his way to request his assistance. The way he flaunted his power was flamboyant. His actions were so needlessly exaggerated that she felt the need to label him ostentatious. He intentionally took a hit just so he could demonstrate how much stronger he was than his opponent. And that wasn't all. He had insulted said opponent further by stepping all over his face before taunting the audience. It was ridiculous. He conducted himself in a manner befitting an incorrigible villain. And yet, she still found herself fascinated, because she understood that wasn't who he really was. It was intentional. It was all an act so brilliant, so intentionally well crafted that she considered it a work of art. She was so enthralled by his performance that she couldn't help but ask for his autograph the moment it was her turn to serve as his guide. Good for you, I guess," said Haloria in a bit of a confused tone. "It really is." Vis grinned. "You worked with him directly, right? What was he like?" "Well, I believe the best way to describe him would be to call him an eccentric." "Eccentric? Why's that?" "Everything he did was so bizarre and abnormal that I am not sure how else to describe him." Haloria shrugged. "He was exactly what our king was looking for in the sense that he was truly capable of attracting a copious amount of attention." The exhaustion that accompanied Haloria's description led Vis to chuckle. Thinking back, she realized that he certainly was exactly as she described. She understood that the man who fought in the arena was not truly the man behind the mask. Still, she felt as if he was a far cry from the norm. He was simply different. "Though, there was one other thing I noticed," said Haloria. "Being around him was strangely comforting. I'm not quite sure why, but being in his company felt as if it was enough to put me at ease." "Oh, I know what you mean," said Vis. "I think that's just a property of his magical energy. It's really calming, and it was radiating off of him the whole time." Looking at him with farsight had informed Vis that the man behind the mask wasn't nearly as exaggerated and aggressive as his battles had implied. The aura that stemmed from his body was much more soothing than it was aggressive and showy. Though the amount of magic he had was ridiculous, seeing it hadn't intimidated her. In fact, it had the exact opposite effect. His mana was so warm and mellow that she had felt the urge to continue gazing into it for as long as she could. Farsight told no falsehoods. The only thing it relayed to her was the undeniable truth. The essence that made up his being was one of positivity. Her understanding of that side of him was the only reason a girl as timid as herself was able to approach him without recoiling in terror. "I suppose that must be the case if you're the one saying it," said Haloria. "I think that is enough chatting for one night. We both have to get up early tomorrow, and we're far too overworked to waste what little time we have to rest." "Right. Good night, Haloria." "Good night." With a smile on her face, Viz put out the candle illuminating the room and allowed herself to drift off into the land of dreams. Chapter 179. Side Story. A Sinister Summit. "You lied to me." An angry voice roared throughout the conference room as its owner, a young male wingbearer, smashed his fist against the table. "Nothing went according to your plans." Wingbearers were typically considered difficult to read given the avian nature of their visages. This one, however, wasn't. His fury and indignance were as evident as the feathers that covered his body. "You told me that it would be a simple operation. You were supposed to erase everyone that had gone senile and instate me as the leader of my people. You told me that it would be easy, but look at you now, a failure. My newfound title is worthless. If I were a tiger, I would be made of paper. And if I were a wolf, I would be all bark and no bite. All of my remaining tribesmen have gone and not only escaped, but joined forces with our enemies. This is not what we agreed on." "You lied to me, Nagut." "You're calling me a liar?" "You've taken the words right out of my mouth." A man dressed from head to toe in black responded with a scoff. "Nonsense." "Nonsense?" "Your report stated that the Wingbearers' only allies were a group of weak, insignificant humans. Did it not cross your mind that a hero would be worth mentioning? You failed to so much as warn us. It's only natural that we were unprepared." To make matters worse, you didn't even so much as try to investigate your allegiances. The hero's efforts and the masked man's interference cost me half my subordinates. The tone Nagut spoke made him sound calm, but he was far from it. His gaze burned with a righteous fury. Even with his murderous glare aside, his point was clear. He was blaming the wingbearer, faulting him for the numerous deaths his incompetence had derived. That was entirely their own fault. They wouldn't have died if they were any less pathetic. "You're a fool, an ignorant child incapable of comprehending the world around him," said Nagut, coldly. "Your eyes are so useless that you may as well remove them." "How dare you!" The Birdman toppled over a chair as rose to his feet in a display of indignance. "See, his actions are every bit as childish as I described," said the man in black with a look of scorn. "Cease your bickering immediately, both of you." It appeared that the situation was likely to rapidly degenerate, so a third man, Darius, stepped into the conversation, and put a prompt end to the conversation. "Do you not realize that you are before the chief?" Darius' voice carried a hint of anger. As the chief said, he had no intention of allowing his men to humiliate themselves before their idol. And as neither of the two wished to incur his wrath, they both responded favorably. The man in black bowed his head submissively, while the wing-bearer begrudgingly propped his chair back up and returned to his seat after twisting his beak in frustration. "I believe returning to our previous topic of discussion is in order," said Darius. "Nagut, how are your forces faring?" "I've lost too many men. I suspect we will be unable to do anything beyond reconnaissance." "And what of the hero?" "We couldn't find her corpse, so I suspect she escaped." "We assumed that the man in the mask had come to her rescue." Darius stopped to contemplate the possibilities as opposed to replying immediately, and as such, another individual used the opportunity to step in and have one of their questions addressed. "There is just one thing I want to ask you." The voice was quiet, and as it was muffled by the jet-black armor suit of full metal armor that the speaker was covered in, it was impossible to discern its owner's sex. Likewise, their mannerisms were equally hard to read. They had remained silent with their arms crossed throughout the conference. "Is this mysterious masked man truly as strong as you've made him sound?" "He is," said Darius confidently. He single-handedly eliminated half of Nagut's Black Ops team and was able to match our chief in a contest of strength the very next day. Excellent, chuckled the suit of armor. You really don't ever change. The chief said, put on a bit of a sardonic smile before turning to another individual seated at the table. Have your investigations borne any fruit? We were unable to pinpoint his identity, but we have at least narrowed it down. It seems that he is most likely one of 4 individuals. Elaborate. The head of the investigations took a deep breath before heeding Darius' order and explaining and his findings. Our first candidate is one of the king's most well-known operatives, Lunagil, the silent assassin. While there certainly can be an argument made for his identity, we lacked the evidence to conclude that it was him, so we began expanding our list. As we did, we realized that Shaynadia, the Blade Master sworn to Finer's demi-human allies, and the Dragonet warrior in his service, Jnadel, both appeared equally likely. Our final candidate is a dungeon master named Yuki. Unfortunately, we were unable to procure evidence that affirmed any of our suspicions regardless of the candidate. I see your point. The silent assassin, the Blade Master, and the warrior certainly all do appear as likely candidates. Darius furrowed his brows. There is one name that I am not familiar with. Who is this? Yuki? He is the demon lord that interfered with our plot to seal Alice's fate. He is known for wearing masks and making use of a long, sword-like weapon. Truth be told, he is the least likely of our candidates. And why is that? Your description of him perfectly matches the description of the man our chief fought. Yuki is a demon lord. He rules of a labyrinth, a dungeon. Dungeon masters are tied to their cores, and they must defend them at all costs. If that alone is not enough to convince you that he is the least likely candidate, then I would like to make mention of his dungeon's location. It lies deep within the Wicked Forest's depths, so it lays near where the legendary Supreme Dragon annihilated our black-scaled ally. He smiled bitterly, his expression almost seemed to reek of distaste. The Wicked Forest's inner sanctum is a dangerous place, and it would still be one even without the Supreme Dragon's presence. The monsters that inhabit it are 2 to 3 times more powerful than those that do not. I sent several of my best men to investigate the area, but not a single one of them has ever returned. I believe it's safe to conclude that he has no intention of leaving the area given that his core is in a perpetual state of danger. That appears contradictory. Did you not just say that he was in Aliza? With all due respect, sir, I would like to remind you of the fact that the Wicked Forest is far closer to the Alisian Kingdom than it is the Demon Realm. Our grasp on his abilities appears to indicate that he would be able to make his way to the kingdom in a matter of hours. Traveling to the Demon Realm, however, would require him several days of effort, and that, sir, does not even account for the extended stay that would have to accompany participating in the event. I certainly do see your point. It simply would not make sense of the Lord of a Labyrinth to abandon his domain, Darius muttered. His identity aside, the man behind the mask is sure to become a major obstacle. Let us exercise due diligence and further our efforts. Leave him be. The aide's words were refuted by none other than the very master he served. Go Jim, who had silently remained in the seat of honor with his face propped up by a fist, had finally spoken. While Finer certainly did know a lot about the fiends, there was one thing that he had been wrong about. While Go Jim's subordinates certainly did do their best to follow his orders to the letter, they did know how to think for themselves. Carrying out the chief's orders was a rare occasion to all. Go Jim was a figurehead, but not one that went unrespected. To those that served him, his words were their will. But he gave so few orders that they were essentially left to their own devices. For Go Jim, the average day consisted of allowing his subordinates to do whatever they pleased. The only time he ever made important decisions was when he absolutely had to, like when the man in the mask had pressured him into a public duel. It wasn't as if he was irresponsible. In fact, it was exactly the opposite. Go Jim understood that fighting was all he was good at. The only thing he could possibly do for his people was stand as their champion in combat. Needlessly sticking his nose into his subordinates' realms of expertise would do nothing but hinder them and worsen the end result. That was why the chief did nothing but sit around, wait for his subordinates to report to him, and bear the weight of their actions on his shoulders. He played his role as chief well. The charismatic aura he carried was so powerful and domineering that others naturally flocked to him and sought to be placed under his wing. Are you sure, Chief?" stuttered Darius. "He's already retreated from the public eye. I doubt he will be bothering us for some time to come," said Gojim. "We have more important things to do than digging up his whereabouts. He's sure to show up on his own in due time. We may as well set him aside until it's absolutely necessary that he be dealt with." "If that is your will." Darius didn't look happy with the decision, but he acknowledged his orders and accepted them. "Is there anything else you wanted to say, Chief?" "I suppose I did want to say one thing," the Lord of the Fiends spoke in a slow, deliberate manner. "Our plans have been inhibited. We had thought of Deschiatrome as an opportunity, and yet, we found ourselves weaker than we were before it. Finer has attacked our fortresses and raided our facilities. We have been able to do nothing to stop him. Our plans are in need of revision. It is necessary that we carefully scrutinize each and determine its value. Do not overlook anything. Consider every fundamental aspect." The entire room was silent. Every individual present was listening to Gojim's speech with full attention. "The obstacle in our path is but trivial in the face of our goals. Nothing has changed. We will continue to follow our creed. We must." His words were soft, but heavy. He spoke quietly, but each word dripped with passion as thick as honey. The fervor that drove him spread throughout the conference room and ensnared those that heard his voice. None could stay calm. Each individual's chest was soon filled with passion. "For those who have fallen, we must not stop. We must never stop. It is our duty to carry out their will and see our ambitions through. We must march on, for conquest, for conquest." Voices echoed through the room as every individual repeated the chief's final words. The situation had appeared to indicate that they were at an all-time low, and yet, their hearts soared as high as the sky, because they knew it was time to work. It was time for them to exhaust every last fiber of their beings in order to achieve the goal, the dream, that they had always chased. Chapter 180. A decision made without my consent. Part 1. The sensation that came over me as my body was deconstructed was bizarre to say the least. I was still conscious even after being disassembled. I was well aware of the fact that everything had gone dark. A few moments later, I experienced the exact opposite sensation. My body was rebuilt from the ground up. My vision returned, albeit gradually, to reveal that I had returned to the true throne room. My trip to the demon realm had become a thing of the past. I wasn't using my own warp crystal. Mine had ultimately ended up in Nell's hands as a result of a series of unfortunate coincidences. Fortunately, we had a spare and didn't need one in weapon form, so I had her assume it, borrowed her crystal, and teleported us both back to the dungeon. "Oh my." My companion, Layla, voiced her surprise right as my eyes finished adjusting. She was well justified in doing so. The first thing we had perceived upon our return was the hero, the half-naked hero. She had gone stiff. Witnessing us warp in had left her so surprised that she had effectively ended up freezing in time. Well then, looks like someone was in the middle of grabbing a change of clothes. Fortunately for her, Nell's bottom half was covered by a pair of pajamas. The same, however, couldn't be said for her other half. The only thing that was hiding her chest from sight was the arm she had held in front of it. Her skin, tanned by the sun, almost seemed to glow under the dungeon's artificial lights. "Wait, I recognize those PJs. I'm pretty sure they're Liz." The only thing that followed Layla's comment was silence. Neither I or any of the girls spoke. We simply stood where we were and engaged in a long, uncomfortable staring contest. "Well then, this is awkward. I should probably say something." "Yeah, that'd probably help break the ice." Though I tried, attempting to speak didn't work out, at least not at first. My first few attempts did nothing but make me look like I was trying to mime a goldfish. My brain had yet to finish processing the situation at hand. It was stuck in a loop. A good mental kick or two managed to remedy the problem, however, as I eventually managed to drop the silly old fish act and squeeze out a greeting. "You know, it's kinda hard to tell when you've actually got clothes on, but you've got a pretty nice pair of tits." "Stop staring at me already," You pervert. I was about to say something snarky, something along the lines of pervert. Where? What pervert? Unfortunately, I didn't end up having the chance. My expression had apparently told her everything she needed to know, as my face soon found itself greeted by her fist. As it had caught me completely off guard, the sucker punch ended up depriving me of my consciousness. The last thing I remembered was groaning as I flew into one of the dungeon's walls. Shit, I probably shouldn't have said that. I trust you understand the reason for which I have demanded your repentance. Upon regaining consciousness, my swollen face and I soon found ourselves escorted out of the throne room. Levi had demanded that I sit in front of her with my knees forward, my back straight, and my legs tucked under my butt. It was a traditional, Japanese pose, one that often signified either repentance or discipline, and in this case, it was apparently supposed to be the former. I had to comply. The dragon girl wasn't happy. She seemed to be exuding an imposing, domineering aura, one that served to indicate that she would not be taking no for an answer under any circumstances whatsoever. She wasn't the only one either. Eluna had done her best to emulate the dragon's pose and aura, as she too stood before me with her arms crossed. To her other side was Nell, who, like the others, was far from happy and continued to flash me angry glares one after another. That said, unlike the other two, she seemed to be feeling a mix of emotions. Her cheeks were still tinged a shade of red from the incident. Is it just me, or has this been happening a lot lately? I swear, everyone keeps making everything out to be my fault even though it really isn't. What the hell, man, what the hell? I believe it has something to do with the lady giving me the death stare, Your Honor. Levi was effectively acting the part of a judge, so I decided to play along and speak in a tone much more polite than my usual one. I am pleased to know that you do not remain utterly unaware of your misdemeanors. Now speak, confess the precise details of your sin. I'm sorry, Your Honor. The issue was that I happened to see her naked. Geez, Yuki, I know it was an accident, but you could have at least been a bit more considerate. Nell immediately began complaining about my supposed lack of delicacy. You are mistaken. I would not have demanded an apology for a matter so trivial. Yeah, Yuki. You heard her. You better be Wait, what? Levi's response caught Nell completely off guard. The hero ended up cutting her own lecture short with a double take the moment she finally realized that the two of them weren't on the same page. My anger stems from the manner in which you have dealt with the opposite sex. It appalls me to know that you have invited yet another woman into your abode, and that is but merely half my complaint. I have been informed by both Layla and In that you remained completely unreserved in your interactions with other women. You continued to seduce them despite my explicit warnings. I cannot believe you. What part of my instructions have you failed to understand? Oh, that's what you meant. She's still right, Yuki. You heard her. What's wrong with you? Wait a second. Did she just imply I was seduced? Again, Nell hopped on board and began admonishing me, only to do a double take the moment she realized that her thoughts differed from the dragon's. Oh, Nell, you're such a derpy little thing. Why do you laugh, Yuki? Do you not understand that I have ordered you to reflect upon your actions? I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'll totally carry out my sentence or whatever. But first, I've got something I need to say. I kept up the whole judge facade, but reverted to my usual, overly casual tone. I even threw in a bit of sarcasm, just cause. And what would that be? Yeah, I've kinda got absolutely no memory of doing any of the stuff you're accusing me of. I know what you've heard, but I'm totally innocent. Ha! She snorted. A more brazen lie I've never heard. I call you to the stage. Provide your testimony at once. MMK. The sword girl standing behind Levi stepped forward. She wasn't really what I would call easy to read. Her expression basically never changed. But as of late, I had become capable of discerning the subtle differences between her various emotions. That was why I could tell that, for one reason or another, she didn't exactly seem all that happy. In fact, she was very much like the others in the sense that she too was looking at me like I was some sort of criminal. Master was smitten by the girl with cat ears, and the demon with a big chest. Big chest? Oh, She must mean the Rin chick we met on the coach. It didn't take me much effort to recall the girl in question. Unlike most of the other people I'd met, she was memorable, in part because of her womanly figure, and in part because she was the type to wear a good bit less than she probably should. "Behold, a witness present at the scene of the crime speaks against you," said Levi. "There is little more for you to say in the face of such solid evidence." "Yeah, there's no way you could possibly talk your way out of this one." Again, Iluna mimicked Levi. She too raised a hand as if making a declaration. "Oh, that's adorable. What a cutie pie." Look, I know things are looking pretty bad for me, but just listen, I can explain," I said. "You see, that's just how I saw things. It wasn't how they really were. The truth is that I'm totally innocent. The whole cat girl thing was driven by curiosity since I'd never seen anything like her before, and I wasn't into the girl with tits either. Of course, a part of my lack of interest had stemmed from in herself. My trusty sword had always made sure to butt in before I lost control. Like damn, she's so good at shutting people down that she'd put Gory to shame. Hell, she could probably even deny his signature gorilla dunk pretty easily if she felt like it. MMRPHH. Groaned in dissatisfaction. "Bad master, no lying." "Oh come on, I'm not lying. You just had it all wrong." "Like come on, why would I go girl hunting when every bit of love I have to spare is already being eaten up by you girls? We are family, after all. Besides, I'm already married to the best girl this world has to offer. There's no reason for me to ever bother going after anyone else." I suppose that certainly is the case." "Wow, thanks. I love you too, Yuki," giggled Iluna. Me too," agreed N. Going on the offensive worked. Iluna and N were both stricken by a sudden burst of embarrassment. Levi had it even worse. She blushed as she began to stammer and trip over her own words. Wait. Girls, stop. Don't let him trick you. He's just trying to distract you and make you forget why you were mad at him." Unfortunately, the individual I had failed to include in my appeal had caught onto my plans. Ugh, I was so close. Damn you, hero. Curse you and your ability to foil my carefully constructed plans. I bet it's just cause I'm a demon lord. Whatever the case, you must endeavor to revise your attitude," stuttered Levi. "Why, you must be more careful in your treatment of the opposite sex." "Sure thing, wifey, will do." I zoned Levi's lecture out and started casually nodding along as she spoke. "And as you are my husband, it is imperative that you act the part. You must always carry yourself in a manner befitting that of the supreme dragon's mate should you leave our lair." Aye, wifey. Orders received. It pleases me to know that you are willing to abide by my commands. I suppose I would not mind putting an end to your admonishment so long as you do not forget what I have said to you today." "Roger that, wifey." "I got it." "Excellent," said Levi with a smile. "Then I suppose I have no qualms with you claiming another bride." "Very well, I permit you to take Nell as one of your mates." "Thanks, wifey. I'm glad you're so understa. Wait. What?" Chapter 181. A decision made without my consent, Part 2. Where the heck did that come from? Nell opened her eyes wide in shock as she squeaked like a mouse. Evidently, I wasn't the only one caught off guard by Levi's irrational declaration. "You need not act so surprised. I am well aware of your desires." I know you are. But that came out of nowhere. You could have at least told me you were going to bring it up." The only response the dragon offered the panicked hero was an exasperated sigh, and here I was thinking they were on the same page. "Wait, Levi, hold up. What the hell's all this about? Mind explaining?" I placed a hand on the side of my head and massaged one of my temples as I re-entered the conversation. "What is it that you need me to explain?" Levi frowned in confusion as she looked down at me. "Was wedding her not your intention? I see no other reason for you to have brought her here." "Look, I'm pretty scummy, but I'm not so scummy that I'd go hunting for more women before I even take my wife out on a honeymoon," I said. "I didn't warp her here because I wanted to marry her. She just happened to collapse right as I got myself into a fight. so I sent her away in order to make sure she didn't end up getting caught in the crossfire. Were your foes powerful enough to merit such an extreme measure? Nah, they were pretty weak, I said. But it seemed like she was probably going to jump right back into the fray the moment she woke up. That kinda didn't really seem like the best idea considering how tired she was, so I did her a favor and kept her away from all the action. Potions weren't cure-alls, they couldn't relieve exhaustion, and Nell had accumulated a lot of exhaustion. The fight she had been engaged in had left her with such a massive stamina deficit that I suspected she probably wouldn't have been able to reasonably accomplish anything beyond lying in bed for a few days. Reasonably. If there was one thing I knew about the hero, it was that she was anything but reasonable. Her devotion to her cause bordered the line of absurdity. There was simply no way a mere wave of crippling fatigue or two could keep her in bed. And that was precisely the problem. Nell wouldn't have abided by her limits. She would have pushed forward and returned to the Wing-Bearers village and save all that remained. Even in spite of her body's need for rest, it would have been a literal death march. But she would have gone anyway, because that was what it meant to be a hero. That was what it meant to be Nell. So sending me here was all for me? Wow. So you really do care. The hero began to fidget as her face flushed. Stop that. Stop blushing, and stop staring at me all embarrassed like. You're starting to make me feel real uncomfortable right about now. I averted my eyes away from the hero's passionate gaze and turned back towards my wife. Anyway, so like I was saying, I only had her sent here cause shit happened. That's it, nothing more. Nothing less. But was it not an action you performed only after accepting her love for you? I was informed that your heroic rescue deepened her love for you to such an extent that she chose to profess her affections immediately. Did you really have to tell him that? I totally asked you to keep it a secret. Screamed Nell. Nell's just like Levi. She loves you a whole lot. Said Eluna. Not you too, Eluna. Yeah. Shit, I don't know what I'm supposed to say, or do, or think, or feel like. Shit, I actually have no idea. I'm totally stumped. Hey, SHG, dude, you listening? Well, I guess you probably are with that whole god thing you have going on. Anyway, I know you'd know what to do at a time like this. Mind giving a bro a couple tips? Alright, you know what? That's about enough escapism for one day. Fuck it. Time to man up and face reality. I took a deep breath as I reflected on my memories. Thinking back, I probably would have seen this coming if I was paying more attention to her right before she passed out. Hell, I probably should have seen it coming from a mile away even if I didn't. I always used to bitch, moan, and complain at dense protagonists who didn't notice when people made moves on cause of how obvious it was, but I kinda totally just pulled the exact same thing myself. Fuck, dude, I feel dumb as shit. I honestly have nothing to say for myself. That was all on me. Well, actually, on second thought, I do have one pretty decent excuse. I was pretty pissed back then. I was doing my best not to let it show, but shit. I was mad, like mad. Can't really blame me for being too preoccupied to process what she said, can you? Alright, fine. You totally can. Shut up. I know I'm an idiot. While both Nell and I had been caught completely off guard, our reactions weren't by any means parallel. My expression indicated that I was just plain old surprised. Hers, on the other hand, pointed to something more akin to embarrassment. Why did you have to tell him? The hero was so flustered by the other girl's betrayal that she burst out of the throne room and dashed down the hallway with her eyes filled with tears. Oopsie, said Eluna. I think we might have made her mad. You need not worry, she is not angry, she was merely incapable of containing her embarrassment. Sua? I turned to face Levi again after watching the hero dash off. I mean, I kinda get what you were going on about, but I also really don't. No, it just doesn't make sense. Why, exactly, do you want me to marry her? We spoke at length, said Levi. The conclusion I reached from our interactions is that I would not mind you taking her as a mate. I appreciate her. The time that we spent in both your and Layla's absence left us without any skilled cooks. Her voice grew quiet, and her words began to slow. Even the fiery light that normally blazed within the silver-haired maiden's eyes dimmed as she elaborated. It was a dark time, one that taught us the true value of a well-prepared meal. It was she who, as a skilled artist in the culinary arts, rescued us from the abyss. The combination of her tone and expression was peculiar. Her aura almost seemed to resemble that of a sagely monk recalling the traumatic event that had landed him his permanent reservation in the psychiatric ward. "So you're telling me that this whole approval thing is predicated on your friggin' stomach? Seriously? Now that I think about it, they have always said that conquering one's stomach is no different from conquering their heart." Wait, what exactly was Lefi eating before she started living in the dungeon, anyway? And, hold up, why the hell were they so starved anyway? I could have sworn I'd left them all my recipes, and that's on top of a literal fridge full of ready-to-eat meals. Alright, let's hit the brakes on the whole Nell topic for a moment. There's something more important I want addressed first. Has Eluna been eating properly, or have you just been feeding her whatever? None of the dungeon's monster girls needed to eat. All the Wraith girls, and our pets required to sustain themselves was the dungeon's mana. To them, filling their bellies was naught but leisure. Eluna, on the other hand, would die if she didn't get the right balance of nutrients. The same applied to Lefi and Lou, but I didn't really care what they ate, if they even ate at all. Unlike Eluna, they weren't in the middle of growing up. Neither was as likely to suffer dire consequences from malnutrition. Why, you need not be so concerned. My tone had left Lefi intimidated. Her reply came with a stammer. The meals we produced certainly could not be labeled as delectable, but they were far from utterly inedible. Moreover, our kitchen adventures were rather few in number. The dishes you prepared lasted a full week. Yeah, things were looking really bad at first, but then we fixed it. We all worked together, did our best, and got a lot better at cooking. The vampire's chest puffed up with pride as she spoke. Did you really? Yup, really. I've gotten so good that I bet I can make something that'll totally blow you away, said Eluna. I can't wait to teach her everything I learned and get her up to speed. Sounds great. I'm looking forward to trying it. I smiled at her before turning back towards Lefi. Alright, it seems like that's that, so let's get back to talking about the other thing. Are you really sure you're okay with me taking more wives? 'Cause to me, that pretty much sounds like a pretty big red flag. It would be impossible for me to state, without lying, that I think nothing of it. I would be very angry if you were to become completely unfaithful, and I do not wish for you to indulge in infidelity. Still, I do not mind you taking more mates, she said. While you have yet to reach my pedestal, you remain far beyond the norm. To any other, you are a storm, an unstoppable, almighty force of nature that bears power overwhelming. I expect nothing but for women to swarm to your side, because that is this world's way. She turned away from me and looked out the door as she continued. It is normal behavior, even amongst dragons, for women to flock to men of great power. The opposite is also true. Men often attempt to court their mates with brute force. It is an experience I know well. Many have endeavored to woo me with their might, she sighed as she grumbled, and each was shown that they deserve nothing but to grovel at my feet. Her words were striking. They once again forced me to understand that I wasn't one of this world's natives, that my values were different. But that didn't mean I was unwilling to adapt. I understood, and accepted, everything she said as fact. Unlike modern-day Japan, this world was one in which only the fittest survived. It made sense, even for those outside the demon realm, to value strength, because polygamy, was a survival strategy. Breeding with powerful individuals was a good way to bolster the survival rates of one's offspring, one's genes, and that was the exact task most living things were hardwired to try to accomplish. I turned away from the woman who had ended up being surprisingly supportive of me taking more brides despite always grumbling about the fact that I needed to be less of a flirt, and instead redirected my gaze in Eluna's direction. What do you think, Eluna? Aren't you going to object to any of this at all? The vampire was extremely attached to me, so I assumed that she would have something to say about me not having as much time for her. Not really. But apparently, I was wrong. You already promised that you were going to let me in, Ray, Rue, and Lo all marry you once we get bigger too, so I don't mind at all. Fuck. I was stunned into silence. I remembered that they had made the request shortly after I had gotten married to Lefi, and I certainly did remember more or less nodding along and telling them to wait until they got older because I had expected their feelings to change by the time they became full-fledged adults. Shit, she isn't wrong. I did already technically agree to the whole polygamy thing. I would be really mad if it was someone bad, but Nell's a really good person, so it's okay. She's already my friend, and playing with her makes me really happy. If we all get married to you, then it means that all of us can be together forever. It'll be the best," she said with an innocent smile. "That's adorable." But it's also the exact opposite of what I expected her to say. Feels bad, man. There goes plan B. As you may have gathered from Aluna's statement, the decision was unanimous. Still, it is by no means set in stone. I understand that our conclusion was reached in the lack of your presence and that we have no right to force it upon you. You are free to pretend that we had never discussed it if you so wish, but that is not what I desire. The dragon girl paused for a moment to allow her mouth to twist into a wide grin. Yuki, I wish for you to demonstrate that you are no mere boy. Show me that you are capable of handling a woman who has fallen madly in love with you in a manner worthy of praise. Show me that you are a man. Lefi, please. I'm pretty sure wives aren't supposed to get their husbands riled up about other women. That said, holy shit, that confidence though. Not to mention the open-mindedness. HNNNG. I'm falling in love all over again. Lefi equals best girl. I quickly looked over at one of the room's corners and glanced at everyone currently seated at the table. Again, their reactions didn't do much to help me. Both maids expressed that they didn't have anything to say by shaking their heads. All I did was break into a big, innocent smile the moment I turned my eyes her way. Measured, what an angel. Hell, she's more than just an angel. She's probably some sort of archangel. Welp, that didn't work. I guess I've pretty much got no choice but to resort to introspection. Alright, me, what do you make of this whole scenario? And be honest. After taking a moment to brood, I came to the conclusion that I wasn't entirely against the idea. The thought of taking a second wife before I so much as took my first on a honeymoon was appalling. It bothered me to no end. But as a man, I couldn't help but think rather fondly of harems and harem-like situations. The whole hero concept is a bit of a ridiculous shit show. Normally, I'd hate heroism and all that other autistic white knight bullshit, but that's just cause everyone's fake as fuck. The only thing retards like that do is try to inflate their own egos by making themselves look good, but Nell isn't like that. She's genuine. She's not some retarded bozer that'll suddenly have a change of heart the moment they're put in real danger. She always faces every issue she encounters head on and gives it everything she has, and when I say everything, I mean everything. She's clearly willing to put her life on the line. I don't really believe in her ideals, but I have to admit that the way she follows through on them makes her out to be one hell of a badass. That does kinda come off as a bit of a warning flag, but it's also kinda charming, in its own right. A part of me wants to shirk away from her out of caution, but I think I'd probably rather spend more time with her than not anyway, you know. Just to keep her out of harm's way. Her safety matters to me. I can say with certainty that I value her as much as Aluna, Layla, and everyone else I live with. I know this next part is probably gonna sound shallow AF, but it's important. Nell's one hell of a looker. She also just so happens to be my type. If I'd never met Lefi, I probably would have gone straight down the Nell route. Her telling me how she felt would have been more than enough to get me raising the sails and hoisting up the anchor. But that's the thing. I did meet Lefi. The Nell situation isn't like the Lefi situation. Lefi is a lazy sack of shit with an obnoxious attachment to victory. And I love that about her. I love it as much as I love the fact that she's probably the most thoughtful and caring person I've ever met. She understands how much all the little things really matter. As far as I'm concerned, Lefi is the definition of perfect. There simply isn't anyone else like her, and as much as I'd like a harem, I just can't. I can't bring myself to not give Lefi the full, undivided affection she deserves. Yeah, You know what, I should probably talk to her about it. About time too. That was way more than enough introspection for one day. Lefi, I love you with all my heart, I said. I think Nell's a good girl and that she deserves to be happy, but honestly, I don't really want any more wives. You're the only girl for me. I certainly appreciate the sentiment. I suppose I may as well take this opportunity to discuss the target of my own affections. I find that the man I love is far too kind. She began to speak in a roundabout manner, seemingly out of embarrassment. His disposition certainly bothers me. He is far too compassionate to guiltlessly cast aside a woman willing to, at a moment's notice, discard even her very life for the sake of the affection she bears for him. It is a flaw I would only have appreciated if not for the fact that two such women exist. Wow, what a lucky bastard. I chuckled and played along. Pulling a stunt like that must have cost him his whole lifetime's supply of testosterone. I got the message, loud and clear, so I slowly rose to my feet and readied myself for the conversation to come. Look, I'm still on the fence about the whole harem thing, but I'll at least go talk to her. I think it's time she and I have a nice long chat. It is, said Lefi. Now go. We will remain right here and await your return. Lefi saw me off with a gentle smile as I walked out the door, one that radiated nothing but pure unadulterated kindness. Chapter 182, A Talk for Two. As we were within the dungeon's confines, tracking down the runaway hero was a simple task. All I had to do was pop open my map and follow the friendly marker. As I reached her, I realized that she had yet to recover from Lefi's sudden outburst. She was looking out a window with her hands covering her still red face. Hey. I stumbled over my words as I called out to her. Hey. Likewise, she replied with a stutter. Her face flushed an even deeper shade of red as she pulled her eyes away from the grassy plains that lay beyond the windowsill. An awkward moment of silence followed our greetings. We were both too nervous and flustered to start the conversation. After a few moments of hesitation, I remembered that I had just the thing to break the ice. Oh right, I just remembered I have something for you. I reached into my inventory and produced a large chunk of metal. You probably shouldn't be dropping this. Is that Durandal? She gasped. Thank you so much. The sword had a rather interesting set of stats. Analyzing it led to the following result. General information: name, Durandal, quality S++ attack, 1029 durability, 1692 MP. 1002. Unique skills: analytical impairment, unbreakable skills, self-repair 8. Titles: Defender of Order, the Unbreakable Blade. Special effects: greater magical prowess boost, greater physical attack boost, greater boost to the efficacy of healing effects. Description: a blade meant only to be used by a hero that stands by order and its defense. Durandal will never break under any circumstances and forever continue to protect those that require its aid. This weapon provides a 50% boost to all stats if wielded by a hero. I handed her the holy sword and the Yuki brand leather sheath I had crafted for it. Though the scabbard was, technically speaking, made to order, it was by no means anything fancy. In fact, it was quite the opposite. It was just another bland-looking case made of the simplest of leathers. I had only made it because it didn't really quite feel right to leave the blade hanging around naked. My overall impression of the weapon was that it was needlessly durable. Its stats were higher than Anne's in spite of the extent she had grown in the past month. But that doesn't mean jack. Her effects are better, so she's totally way better. Ha! Take that, you shitty holy sword. Your special effects suck. Plus, Anne's still growing. Unlike basically every other weapon out there, she's actually going to keep getting stronger. She's got way more potential than a dinky little sacred blade or two. Another detail I had noticed was that not even the hero's sword had a species. Anne was literally the only weapon I had ever seen with the label. Ha! You hear that, Durandal? Anne's special. You ain't got shit on her, bitch. Nels breathed a sigh of relief and finally did away with the vast majority of her embarrassment as she retrieved her weapon. Thank goodness. I was really worried it was going to fall into enemy hands, she said. Was it hard to find? Nah, not really. It caught my eye right away because of the way it shimmered under the sunlight. How'd you lose it anyway? I lost it when they captured me, she said. But I was lucky. The person holding me wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, so I managed to trick him and shake him off. One of his allies kicked it away before I could start swinging it around again. I'm surprised you managed to escape without your weapon. I had a spare. A shy smile appeared on her face as she drew the dagger mounted behind her waist. Lunar Blossom. It was the offhand I had given her back when I had paid the capital of Izzet in hopes of offing myself a prince. Looks like giving it to her turned out to be the right choice after all. Thank you, Yuki. You're the only reason I was able to keep fighting. You saved me twice that day. I mean, once, sure, but twice? Nah, I didn't do jack the first time. You might have used a weapon I gave you, but in the end, you saved yourself. That's not true at all, she replied to my shrug with a shake of her head. You're the only reason I'm still breathing. I should have died back there. The only response I offered was a silent frown. So she kept talking. Her voice took on a more solemn tone as she gave voice to her thoughts. Oh, don't look at me like that. I wasn't trying to get myself killed. It's just that there were too many of them. I was already at my limit, and there was no way I was going to be able to deal with all of them, she said. To be honest, I was scared. Really scared. I was so terrified I wanted to cry. I wanted to turn around, run away, and just forget about everything, but I couldn't. I know I'm not strong enough to be worthy of the title, but I'm a hero, Yuki. I can't just run. It's only right for me to keep pushing myself to the very end. That was why I thought it was right for me to die. But I didn't. She turned her gaze up towards me, her lips curved into a small but meaningful smile. You saved me right as I was about to give up. Right as I was about to die, she laughed awkwardly. I couldn't help but think that you were like a knight in shining armor, like you were my Prince Charming, there to save the day just in the nick of time. Seriously, me? Prince Charming? A knight in shining armor? That's gotta be a joke. I'm pretty sure that's the least accurate way you could possibly describe me. Nell seemed to have expected me to react the exact way I had, as she momentarily gave me a knowing, affectionate gaze. But rather than giving voice to the emotions she had buried within her chest, she chose to brush them off by heaving an exaggerated sigh, putting her hands on her hips, and scolding me as a mother would a child. I know, right? You're vulgar, you have no sense of delicacy, you're kind of dumb, you're selfish, you have weird interests, and you have no sense of delicacy. The image I had of the perfect man has been completely corrupted. And it's all your fault. I'm not even sure what a real Prince Charming is supposed to be anymore. My bad. Wait, she totally mentioned the whole delicacy part twice. Well then, I didn't know it was bothering her that much. Geez, Yuki, you really need to learn to be more dignified. You can't go around acting like an idiot if you're going to call yourself a demon lord. Sure thing, Coach. Won't let it happen again. The sudden harsh tone she took led me to wince and back down. Wow, I'm pathetic. This is probably a new low, even for me. Good. The playful giggle she voiced was followed by a pause, a short pause, but a pause nonetheless. The look on her face made it clear that she wanted to say something, but she brushed it off instead of revealing it. That's all I wanted to say. Don't worry about what everyone else said. That's all, I promise. Nell, My voice trailed off as I struggled to find the right words. It's okay. I'm okay. I mean, it's true that I like you, but that's only natural. You saved my life. I couldn't help but start to see you in a better light. But it's not like what Levi said. She misunderstood, though she had put up a facade. I saw right through her. Nell was hiding her true thoughts and desires, all because she didn't want to make me feel bad about having to turn her down, because she didn't want me to realize that I was making her suffer. She tried her very best to keep smiling even though she was on the edge of breaking down into tears. You don't need to worry about what Levi and Eluna were going on about. All I want is for everything to go back to normal and you to act the same way as usual, rather than trying to convince me. It sounded more like she was trying to convince herself. Oh, for fuck's sake. I crash-landed a hand on top of her head and ruffled her hair. What? Alright, enough of that already. At this point, you're pretty much just rumbling, So cut it out. I'm not about to let a kid worry her heart out about making me feel bad. I am a functional adult. After all, a kid, what's that supposed to mean? You're way more of a kid than I am. She whacked my hand away as she puffed up her cheeks and glared at me. Yeah, I guess you could argue that I'm pretty childish, I cackled. But that's just how we demon lords are. We do whatever the hell we want, nothing more, nothing less. Ugh, not this again. I can't believe you. I was trying to have a serious conversation. Why did you have to go and pick a fight? She complained. And stop trying using your title to worm your way out of everything. I know you're attached to it, but it isn't an excuse for anything. Oh, looks like I wasn't the only one aware of that after all. What do you know? You say that, but it's totally true. Demon lords don't give two fucks about anything or anyone. Being one means that I've got the right to do things my way. Consequences be damned. Besides, I could throw those same words right back at you. Hell, they're even more applicable to you than they are to me. Stop trying to use your title as an excuse to get yourself killed. Well, I'm not dead yet, am I? I responded to her angry grumble with a shake of the head. Look, being able to stand up to your enemies, and being able to fight to the very end certainly is something admirable. Most people back out in the face of death, and I get it. You got through it and lived. But what if you didn't? What if you lost? It would have meant you died for your friends or whatever. Sure, but that doesn't mean jack shit. Look at the people around you right now and take a page out of their books. You see how free they are? How basically everyone does whatever the hell they want. Be more like them, because that's the secret to enjoying life. They certainly do seem to be doing just that, giggled the hero. Lefi was a prime example of someone that listened only to their whims, but she wasn't the only one. Everyone that lived within the dungeon's confines was living life the way they wanted. The school of thought had even rubbed off onto the children, who relished in the pure, unadulterated chaos that resulted from our day-to-day activities. As far as I'm concerned, you're way too uptight. You're not letting yourself grow into your role. You're not letting yourself slowly become a hero. It seems a lot more like you're just desperately forcing yourself to act the part, because your role as a hero shouldn't take away from your life as an individual. You don't have to be a copy-paste of whatever the stereotype is. You don't have to let some silly old title dictate your every action. It shouldn't stop you from being true to yourself. Silence followed. Her lips trembled and her eyes started to tear up, but she couldn't say a word. Now stop being so stubborn and tell me the truth. What do you really want? Again, her lips trembled as she struggled to pick between her duty and herself. But not for long. I knew I had already pushed hard enough. The walls she had put up around her heart had already toppled over. I just... Slowly but surely, she began to speak. I just want to be with you. Yeah, well, nothing's stopping you, so consider that wish granted, I said. Everyone around here seems to like you, myself included. You're welcome to hang around as long as you want. The statement wasn't exactly the truth, but it was close enough. The only individual still wary of Nell was Lou. Well, on the bright side, Little Miss Useless happens to be a bit of a simpleton, so I'm sure she'll warm up to her sooner or later. Plus, nothing wrong with a little white lie or two. So about what Lefi was going on about. I awkwardly scratched the back of my head as I spoke. That came as far out to left field for me as it did for you. So yeah, sorry. I should be the one saying sorry. Nell sadly lowered her gaze. I'm sure it must be a bother. And not at all. I'm happy you feel that way. Real happy. I'm a simple man with needs, after all. Really? Really, you know, when I saw you all messed up and barely breathing, I ended up getting so mad I felt like a bull that had seen red. And that was when I realized that I actually like you a lot more than I thought I did. You mean as much to me as the people I live with. I paused for a moment to glance at the ring on my left hand. But I'm married already, and I'm not planning on having any other wives. One's enough to keep my hands full already. That said, Lefi was all like, show me that you are capable of handling a woman who has fallen madly in love with you in a manner worthy of praise. Show me that you are a man, and whatnot. So I guess I gotta man up and deal with it one way or another. That certainly does seem like something Lefi would say. The way she giggled caused a blush to creep up on my face, but I swallowed my embarrassment and kept talking. So yeah, long story short, feel free to live here. Here? In this castle? Yep, I've already told your buddies that you suffered a couple pretty terrible injuries, and that'll be taking care of you while you recuperate. Feel free to think of this as a well-deserved vacation, you know, a bit of sick leave to make up for all the hard work you've been putting in lately. That one city, Alfiro or whatever, is basically just a step away. If you really feel the need to tell everyone you're okay, we can just head over and have you send them a letter or two. But nothing. You've already done way more than enough, at least for now. No one's going to get mad at you just cause you realized you needed a bit of a break. Besides, I'd love to have you over. It sounds like it'd be fun. I felt like I was going to start blushing, so I averted my gaze as I awkwardly elaborated. I was being about as far from smooth as I could, and I knew it. The only thing in recent memory the current situation resembled was the moment I proposed to Lefi, and although that was a much more embarrassing ordeal, I had been able to tough through it pretty easily. But that had only been because I was on the verge of death. The adrenaline pumping through my veins had blown all of my usual inhibitions out of the water. So yeah, let's just not think about all the stuff Lefi was going on about for now, because like you said, it totally came out of the blue. I'd prefer to get to know you first before even considering it. That's kinda why I'm saying you're free to stick around. I didn't need a mirror to know that the look on my face was about as pathetic as looks could possibly get. Nell, however, seemed to find it rather endearing. She smiled as she watched me struggle with my sense of shame. So does this mean we're going to be starting as friends instead of jumping straight into a relationship? Why yeah. Pretty much. I know that it's kind of a bad deal for you. I winced in a self-deprecating manner, but, as pathetic and indecisive as that makes me sound, it's pretty much the only compromise I'm willing to make. It's okay. I don't think it makes you look even the slightest bit pathetic or indecisive. Why you think so? I understand, she said as she began smiling ear to ear. I know you're doing your best not to hurt either of us, and that you've put a lot of thought into it before you made up your mind. That's why I'm going to take you up on that offer, Yuki. I'll live here in this castle and stay right by your side. Glad to have you. I smiled back at her before adopting an elegant neutral expression like the kind one would see on a butler. I welcome you, hero, to the Demon Lord's castle. My staff and I will ensure that you are provided only the finest accommodations. This certainly does seem like a good escape from work. I am terribly exhausted, after all, she said, playing along. Exhausted? How terrible, I said. Worry not, hero. I know that our many fine luxuries will provide you an escape from the chore that is your everyday life. As this castle's lord, I will do my utmost to ensure that we satisfy your every need. Mwahahaha. GG hero, you're done for. My castle has everything: a hot spring, a nice Japanese inn, great scenery, and even cute girls. It's literally anything a man could ever ask for. You hear that, people? This Demon Lord's castle is now open to the public. We promise the best service you could ever get. Call now and book your room today. My every need? Then I hope you don't mind if I go right ahead and get comfy. She wrapped her arms around my waist and leaned into my chest. I panicked as I was suddenly subjected to the warmth of her body and the softness of her touch. What? What are you doing? You're so warm. She ignored all my floundering and nuzzled even closer. She was a tiny, dainty little thing, one whose frame was far too small to support the heavy burden that lay upon her shoulders. Knowing her endeavor was what prompted me to remain silent as I gently plopped a hand on her head and ran my fingers through her hair. Chapter 183. In the Eyes of a Dragon. The hero's sudden advent inspired in me naught but surprise. I had not expected her to operate within the dungeon's confines, let alone emerge with her garments torn and her frame smeared in filth. So numerous were the streaks of blood that adorned her that I found her still animate state difficult to comprehend. She was a terrible sight to behold. A brief moment of petrification assailed me as I observed her, but the spell did not last for long. There lay a towel nearby, one typically reserved for the children, used to clean their faces upon their return from their adventures. I retrieved it as I summoned Lu and entreated her to procure our medical supplies. Upon weaving an incantation meant to abate her injuries, I happened upon a realization. The hero was uninjured. Though her appearance indicated that she had suffered greatly, she bore no wounds. My ability to perceive, analyze, and quantify that which lay within my sphere of recognition informed me that she was in no immediate danger. Relief washed over my mind. She was safe. I looked over her once more and examined her condition in greater detail. Her breaths were taken at a regular pace. Her bones appeared unbroken and her body unswollen. She was in good health in spite of her apparent distress. It was then that I understood that Yuki had purged her wounds prior to arranging for her transportation. Her lack of injuries was sourced from one of the many potions he carried on his person. I am aware of many of his methods, and yet, I know nothing of the technique employed in her farage. His ability to have her sent through the very fabric of space without his accompaniment was particularly curious. And yet, it came as no surprise, for Yuki's antics were more often bizarre than not. "Is Nell gonna be okay?" The child by my side, Iluna, raised her voice in concern. "I believe so." I provided her with a reassuring pat as I replied. "She is merely asleep. Yuki has already seen to her wounds. Need I be concerned for him?" My thoughts drifted to the Demon Lord as I mentioned him in passing. As I did not wish to distress the children, I did not allow my worries to show. Still, they persisted. I was left with little anxiety over the safety of his flesh. I knew full well that there was little concern to be had for his physical health. My apprehensions lay with his mental fortitude, or rather the lack thereof. My husband appears to others as a confident, outgoing, and even arrogant man, one who is unable to be conquered by the likes of an attack on his psyche. But that is far from the truth. His heart is frail and his mind easily attacked. The value he places on those he holds dear is far too great for his well-being. I know all too well that he would not allow his sense of rationality to stand in the way of his fury should he bear witness to one with whom he has concerned himself with coming to harm. Keeping an eye on him was a must. Fortunately, Leela and Anne were performing that exact action in my place. While the former's ability to keep Yuki rational lay only within the realm of the questionable, I had no doubt that the latter's presence would allow him to keep his rash nature at bay. I should have known that accompanying him was a choice I should not have forsaken. I regret nothing more than allowing myself not to be by his side. But what is done is done. I cannot change the past, and there is little use in lamenting my mistakes at this precise moment, for there is still much to be addressed. I directed my attention to the human that lay before me. I'd best move her somewhere more comfortable. Many an hour passed before the girl finally began to stir. "Have you finally awoken?" Spurred on by my words, Nell groggily opened her eyes and examined her surroundings. "Where am I?" "You lay now within a dungeon's confines." Yuki's dungeon's confines. The sound of my husband's name caused her to snap to attention. Hurriedly, she pushed herself up from the bed in which she lay and pieced together her consciousness. Where is he?" she stammered. "And what happened?" "I do not know his whereabouts. He was not present upon your advent. But whatever the case, you would do best to remain calm." My explanation appeared to provide her with a sufficient summary of the situation, as she quieted down and began to speak in a tone indicative of tranquility and understanding. "Oh, I guess that must mean he saved me." Her lips began to warp into a small but evident smile, one that failed to reach completion as she found herself awash with another wave of confusion. "Wait, Lefi, huh? What the heck? I'm in Yuki's dungeon? Isn't that all the way in the middle of the Wicked Forest?" It appears that I may have been mistaken in assuming that she had come to an understanding. While there had been others that had sat by the hero's bedside, it was only I who remained by it even now. It was not that they were unwilling to attend to her, but rather disallowed by the passage of time. Even my own waking state was driven not by intention, but by habit. My husband and I would often make use of the time that we shared alone come nightfall to indulge in all manners of games that made use of cards, pieces, and boards. I do not understand. How is it that he retains his energy throughout the day in spite of so little rest? It is none other than our late-night activities that drives me to spend so much time in bed. That is correct. You are within the forest, I replied. How are you feeling? You appear unwounded. But I do not know if that is truly the case. The hero turned her eyes on her body and examined it in detail. At first, there appeared to be nothing out of the ordinary, but I soon found her with her brows furrowed in confusion. What happened to all my injuries? It is to my understanding that Yuki made use of a potion and restored you prior to initiating your transport, for you were uninjured upon your arrival. Yeah, I remember that, but even all my scars are gone. Her voice faded into a mutter that expressed both denial and relief. I had so many from all the training I went through. Pay it no mind. Yuki's potions are of a particular efficacy. The removal of old scars is but to be expected. I raised and lowered my shoulders in an expression of indifference. If you are in no pain, then it is best that you focus your efforts on the restoration of your stamina. I expect that you are hungry. Yes. Oh, yeah. Thanks. Despite her still evident confusion, the hero accepted the bowl I offered her and lifted a spoonful of porridge to her lips, and in doing so, she froze. Her hands lost all momentum immediately prior to the act of consumption. Hey, Levi. Not to sound rude or anything, but did you, mix up the sugar and the salt? An uncontrollable, discontent groan escaped my throat. I cannot believe myself. I know no longer the number of times I have made that very mistake. When was it that I erred? I vividly recall tasting it many times throughout its preparation and ensuring that I made use of the correct ingredients. I apologize. I offered my condolences after an awkward pause. Both Yuki and Layla have departed for the demon realm. None of us that have remained within the dungeon's confines bear any significant skill in the culinary arts. I lifted my hips off the chair positioned by her bedside as I continued to speak. Worry not. I shan't make you consume such a wretched creation. I will return shortly with a second bowl made anew. It's okay. It's still edible. And I don't mind. The hero giggled. Thank you, Levi. I really appreciate it. She stopped me in the middle of my ascension and began to consume the oddly flavored porridge. Though I remained embarrassed by my own lack of competence, I abided by her will and returned to my seat. Following the interaction was a brief period of effective silence. The shuffling of the children in their sleep and the clinking of a spoon were the only two sounds to be heard. Yuki saved my life. Nell set her tableware aside and began giving form to her thoughts. Each word that left her carried with it a deliberate purpose. She chose each carefully in turn as she voiced the last. Then it is as I suspected. It pleases me to know that my husband has proven himself to be of use. Your husband, right? You two got married. We did, I stammered. Did he mention the change in our circumstances? He did. He bragged about it with a big, happy smile on his face. My cheeks reddened as my mind assembled an image of the scenario she described. However, my embarrassment soon faded as I caught wind of a minor yet glaring detail. The smile that rested upon the hero's face was unnatural, forced. As was typical of draconic beings, I knew little of the expressions of humans. I found it difficult to discern the intricacies of their gestures, and yet, I knew hers. It was a countenance that served to indicate she was desperately suppressing her emotions. A guise typically worn in the event that one was left with no choice but to give up on securing a particular individual as a mate. Have you? I hesitated to confront her at first, but soon continued as I shook off the shackles of my uncertainty. Have you fallen for him? What? And no, not at all. Why, you've got it all wrong. So flustered was the hero that I had little choice but to smile. How terribly easy to read she is. But I suppose that such is the way of a hero, or perhaps not. Considering the concept of heroism reminded me of a man I had once reduced to cinders. He too shared in her status, but was of a dissimilar nature. He was proud, boastful, and knew nothing of the natural order. Our confrontation was one-sided. The ancient hero found himself as helpless as a mere hatchling before my might. It was not that heroes were straightforward and honest. but rather that the individual before me happened to be of such a disposition. Calm yourself. There is no need for you to panic. I do not plan to inflict any harm upon you regardless of your answer. It was a question I posed only out of simple curiosity. I said. So, have you fallen for him? I don't think so. A more ambiguous way to describe your emotions I have never heard. That's just because I'm not really sure, said Nell. I don't think I've ever fallen in love before, so I'm not really sure if that's what this is. I momentarily shut my eyes and reflected upon the situation. She and I were no different. Even our thoughts and emotions ran parallel. Yuki certainly does have quite the unfortunate talent for seduction. It's not really my fault. The way he saved me just made him seem so cool. How could I not fall in love with him after something like that? With a slight blush adorning her face, the hero recounted the events that led to her advent. I cannot believe that he appeared at such a critical juncture without any prior planning. I know, right? And this isn't the first time he's done this either. He did the same thing when he visited Alshire. He is simply that type of man. Despite claiming to put little emphasis on it, he is sure to steal the spotlight and position himself center stage if presented the opportunity. It is a quirk of his nature, right? He always perfectly resolves the situation the moment you take your eyes off him, and then he acts like it was no big deal. And I can swear that almost everything he does catches me off guard. Voicing our complaints about the man at whom our affections were directed led us both to giggle. I wish I knew this was going to happen. As her laughter faded, it was replaced by a smile that reeked of sorrow. I know I can't possibly mean more to him than you, but I would have at least tried to tell him how I felt if I had known you were going to get married. Again, I was led to understand that she and I were no different. I understood her. I knew her feelings well, because like her, I too had found myself drawn to, charmed by, the comfortable air that lay about Yuki's person. Like her, I knew all too well that he was an idiot and that his sensibilities differed far from my own, but I had fallen for him nonetheless, because I knew that being by his side was sure to put a smile on my face. It is as if we are as one. Regarding her feels no different from gazing upon my own reflection, and that was the thought that spurred me to direct my inquiries inward. Would I be able to bear the fate to which she must? Would I be able to return to living in mateless solidarity after knowing his warmth, his kindness? I needed not even the briefest of moments to arrive at a conclusion. Absolutely not. I knew that I could not bear a life spent without him any longer. I shall allow you to live with us. I raised my voice immediately upon reaching the conclusion. I could not be so cruel as to consign one of the few I saw as a friend to a fate that not even I could endure. Huh? She turned her eyes upon me in confusion. He is unlikely to refuse the request should you make it, for I know that he thinks rather fondly of you. I continued to speak. I would not mind you taking up a place at his side, even in the case that you one day find yourself as another of his brides. That would make me really happy, but are you sure? That would probably make you sad, wouldn't it? I certainly do not think nothing of it, but I also do not think nothing of you. I know your sorrows well and I do not wish to force you to bear them. I almost wished to break into laughter. I could not help but find myself entertained by the extent to which I concerned myself with her emotional well-being. I would not have lamented over it in the past, but Yuki had changed me. I have known for all too long that it is impossible for me to remain his sole lover. I gazed upon the vampire and the slime sleeping in their respective beds. They are likely to join in sharing my status upon coming of age. Yuki had already promised them that he would take them as his own should the time come. I knew well that it was a statement he made only to entertain the children, but it was likely that he would one day have to own up to his words. While it was only the children that had expressed interest in his affections, I knew that they were not the only residents that may one day pine for his affections. I suspected that the maidservants could also come to adore him. Picturing a future in which we shared his love was an easy feat, one that left me with a gentle smile. I loved him, but I also loved them, and I wished for their happiness as much as I desired my own. Each individual I resided with was an equal part of the fortune I hoarded. None could be replaced, and each had an intrinsic value that disallowed their substitution. My brood was warm and accepting. It was for that reason that I was unable to see them objecting to one so kind and honest joining our ranks. She was sure to become yet another part of my fortune and imbue my days with yet another layer of joy. Still, I find it odd to know that I have considered the likelihood of her acceptance. I cannot see it as anything but strange for the one feared as the supreme dragon to be so concerned with the emotions of others. "We have spoken much tonight," I said. "You require much rest, and I believe that our discussion is one that will require the others to be present. Let us continue in the morning." "Okay," replied the hero. "Hey, Levi. What is it?" "Thanks for being so nice to me. I really like that part of you." "Enough," I stammered. "Cease your prattling and rest." "MMK. Thanks again for everything. Good night, Levi." "Sleep well, Nell." With those words as our last, we returned to our beds and allowed the night to pass. Chapter 184. The hero joins the Demon Lord's faction. By my command, all of the dungeon's residents gathered within one of its halls for an assembly. Though I would have normally chosen to host the event in the throne room, some of my pets were, unfortunately, far too large to fit. That was why I ended up choosing a larger room that did, a room that didn't typically see much in the way of use. Oh, who am I kidding? Doesn't typically see much in the way of use? Yeah, right. More like it's literally never been used. So yeah. Got a quick announcement to make. This is Nell. She's going to be hanging around for a bit, so plain nice. Hi everyone, I'm Nell. Nice to meet you, stuttered the hero. "Is she not to be another of your wives?" asked Levi. "Congratulations, Nell. Now you're married too," said Eluna. "Hey, you with the silver horns, and you, blonde with the fangs, pipe down already. This is an assembly. We're being formal." "You two are getting way too out of hand," I said. "Like, come on girls. Why you gotta make it out to be like that?" "'Cause it's really not. She's just here to take a nice, long, well-deserved break from work, and that's all there is to it." So like I was saying, after clearing my throat, I continued to speak. "Make sure you all play nice and be good to each other. Anyway, give her a round of applause or something to show her how welcome she is." The audience began clapping as instructed, which led Nell, who had been standing by my side, to shyly offer everyone her thanks. "Alright, so I know I literally told you guys to clap, but not all of you really needed to clap. I was really only talking to the people with hands. Like, come on Snake Bro. I know you're just doing your best, but you really need to stop. You smacking your tail against the floor is shaking the whole damn castle." "Well, Miss Hero, it looks like you've officially joined the Demon Lord's faction." I'd really appreciate if you didn't put it like that. It's a bit misleading." "Well, Miss Hero, it looks like you're so good at your job you've even managed to befriend a supposed arch-nemesis," I said while rolling my eyes. "So how about telling us a bit about your aspirations?" "And my aspirations?" She panicked a bit as I suddenly passed her the torch. Well, I don't really know anyone all that well just yet, so I guess I'd like to make friends with everyone so we can get to know each other better." "That sounds like a great idea." First to step up to the plate was Eluna. "I can't wait. We're all going to be best friends forever." The vampire's comment opened the floodgates. Each of the dungeon's members followed with their own comments and blessings in turn. "Sweet. It looks like everyone's actually getting along. Hell, I'd even go out on a limb and say that they're all a lot more invested in this than I am." "Alright, that's one topic out of the way. Time to move on to the next item on the agenda," I said. "Did anything notable happen around here while I was out?" There was little of note outside of Nell's sudden advent. Levi began to speak on behalf of all the others. "A single incident did occur. A group of demons entered the forest soon after your departure." "Okay, so we got a few intruders. That sounds pretty normal to me. Did they do anything special?" "They did not. Their sole accomplishment was to be slain by the forest's creatures soon after our pets drove them from our domain," said Levi. Who were they anyway? Were they fiends? Probably, I guess, but it was probably cause they figured out that I was the guy who messed up their plans in that one human country, and not cause I was kicking their shit in while I was hanging out in the demon realm. The timeline wouldn't really work out any other way. I knew that I would be found out eventually. It was only a matter of time before they connected the dots and realized that I was the guy responsible for giving their chief a good old punch to the jaw, but I wasn't concerned. I could easily plow my way through their ranks if they ever came a-knocking. Fuck those faggots. God. Even just remembering them pisses me the fuck off, especially the fucking redhead. Fuck him for wanting to use Levi like a fucking weapon. Why didn't I kill him when I had the chance? So much regret. Whatever, I'm going to murder him one of these days. So it doesn't fucking matter. You hear that, asshole? Enjoy what's left of your life while it lasts, because it won't. Not if I can help it. Alright, Yuki? Deep breaths. Enough of that already. This isn't the time to fume over some retard you happened to meet while you were out on vacation. After calming myself down, I put plotting the douchebag's demise on the back burner. I was still going to go through with it, and soon, of course, but there was a time and place for everything, and this wasn't it. Levi's awareness of the invaders stemmed from her ability to access the dungeon's menu. She didn't have full access to it, but she was able to use the map, set traps, telepathically communicate with our pets, and use a part of the catalog. Or at least that was what she could have done had she been more tech-savvy. To Levi, video games were a concept nothing short of foreign. She had no experience navigating their menus, and as such, was effectively incapable due to how convoluted and unintuitive they happened to be. Man, now that I think about it, games and usability have never really gone hand in hand. Understanding the UI is pretty hard unless you already know the framework. There is little more that occurred whilst you adventured throughout the demon realm, said Levi. I know little else but the matter of our lament over the lack of well-cooked meals. I was so touched by the salvation Nell brought us that I nearly broke into tears. I turned towards the hero. I guess that means you'll probably be joining me and Layla on kitchen duty. Okay, I'll do my best. She pumped her fists. The action was conducted in such a way that it wouldn't have been acceptable coming from a man, but was perfectly fine given that she wasn't. You know, the way she acts is actually kinda cute now that I think about it, especially since it seems much more natural than forced. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't have asked a guest to bother with the chores, but I realized that it would probably be best to have her help out given the length and nature of her stay. And while we are on the subject, Yuki, you need not partake in the creation of tonight's meal. You sure? 'Cause you know, you were literally just talking about how you wanted me to cook. I am. You would do well to remain outside our regular living quarters while the preparations are underway. In fact, I would very much prefer that you do not approach them, she said. Nell, I would like you to join him. I encourage the two of you to make good use of the opportunity and engage in whatever coquetry you wish whilst the rest of us keep busy. Levi PLS. I wasn't the only one to react to Levi's nonsense. Nell did too. She turned red as she looked upon me with her eyes upturned. I could practically feel her desire boring into me. Her emotions were completely out of control even though everyone was watching. Please stop. Right, yeah, sure, whatever you say, Levi. We'll probably end up hanging around the inn. Are we going to need to watch the kids? Do not concern yourself with them. Your sole task is to engage the hero in intimacy. So I guess something was up, and I knew it. But I didn't really feel like pursuing the topic any further, so I ended up nodding along and leaving the true throne room as per Levi's demands. Once the curtains rose, Nell and I found ourselves in front of a brand new backdrop. The castle's interior was gone, replaced by a building whose construction reeked of generations upon generations of Japanese tradition. We were in a room I was sure the young hero would find familiar, the room I had brought her to during her first visit. This time, we weren't sitting across from each other. However, our cushions were instead placed side by side so we could face the garden as we conversed. So, what do you think everyone else is up to? I don't know. My attempt at starting a conversation failed. We were once again plunged into silence. Awkward silence. God damn it, you know what this is? It's all Lefi's fault. She just had to go run her mouth and tell us to flirt and shit. Seriously, man, why's she gotta be so gung-ho about this? Seriously. What the hell? I'm pretty sure having your wife push more wives onto you is one hell of a far cry from the typical newlywed experience. I was well aware of the fact that my situation was one that would make most men burn with envy, but I wasn't buying it. If anything, it made me feel lonely, and even somewhat depressed. It's almost like she doesn't care. Hey, Yuki? What's up? My train of thought was interrupted as the girl beside me began to speak. So what were you doing in the demon realm anyway? The only thing you told me was that you were taking part in some sort of tournament. Well, I mean, there really isn't much more for me to tell you. Let's see. I did the whole tourney thing, went around sightseeing, and sparred a bit with the king's men. That's pretty much it, I said. Oh, right. Speaking of the tourney, you know that one old guy you were traveling with? Yeah, he's badass as fuck. Like, holy shit. My stats are way higher than his, but it still took me ages to beat him, and that was with him taking me head on. Huh? You fought and even beat Ramiro? Yeah, him and I ended up in the same bracket, and holy shit, he was terrifying. I can't believe someone that old was that goddamn strong. While he hadn't done much at all to my health pool, the old vet had almost single-handedly destroyed my confidence. Every single one of his actions had reeked of pure, unadulterated skill. Seriously, dude, that fight? One hell of a learning experience right there. Was a whole bunch of life lessons in one. Ramiro has always been widely known as the strongest human. He's so strong that he's even got a catastrophe-class monster kill under his belt, said Nell. I'm surprised you managed to take him down. Catastrophe? What was that again? Oh, right, yeah, I remember. It's one of them monster classifications, right? I know Lefi technically doesn't count as a monster, but I'm pretty sure she's regarded as a part of the Calamity class. And since Catastrophe's the second highest, that means he managed to beat something that's just one rung lower on the pecking order. Wow. Wow, like, seriously, that old man's a fucking raid boss. Catastrophe-class monsters were so overpowered that not even demons dreamed of taking them on despite being blessed with greater innate strength. And yet, he had managed to defeat one whilst remaining nothing more than human. I mean, granted, he was probably younger back then, so his stats were probably a good bit higher, but still, the most terrifying thought of the entire ordeal was that I could see it happening. I didn't think any other individual, human or demon, was capable of such a feat, but for some odd reason, I could see the old butler handling it with ease. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. He was hella strong, I said, and I know I probably don't really look like much of a fighter, but I would have been more surprised if I lost to him. 'Cause I've even managed to take down a dragon. Well, kinda. It was more like the dungeon did it. All I really did was grit my teeth and sit through a metric fuckton of pain. Contemplating the many terrifying creatures that this world was home to once again led me to thank the dungeon for reincarnating me as a demon lord. I would have been in real deep shit if I was still human. Though, that said, I'm starting to feel like I've been getting a bit too far ahead of myself lately. Confidence is fine, but overconfidence really isn't. I need to be more careful if I don't want to end up like Al Gil over there. And I know about you, but I'd really rather not get stuck in some sort of shitty Gilgamesh, which means I should probably be putting safety first and confidence second. Yeah, I really should. I've been getting way too reckless, even for my own tastes. So I'ma make staying safe my motto from now on. Seriously, Yuki, you killed a dragon? What the heck? You're all sorts of unreasonable. Being unreasonable is just what demon lords do. That's the whole point of the role. You see, you ignore every other asshole out there and push your own ideals forward. Consequences be damned. That's the first time I've heard that, she giggled. Yeah, well, that's just 'cause I'm one of the first to finally take the theory and put it into practice. All the other demon lords out there are just mindless sheep. Me, I don't follow standards, I set them. What's that even supposed to mean? Again, she giggled. Once she stopped laughing, the look on her face switched to that of an affectionate smile. And again, we were met with silence. But this time, it wasn't so much awkward as it was pleasant. "Hey, Yuki?" "What?" "It's nothing." "Oh, come on, all you're doing is making me more curious." But it really was nothing. She plopped her head on my shoulder and leaned into me as she spoke. Guilt washed over me. I immediately thought of Levi, but I didn't push her off. Rather than allowing myself to be consumed by a sense of wrongdoing, I chose to bask in the comfort of the moment and leave it be. And so, the two of us continued to spend our time doing exactly what she had described. Nothing. Together. We simply sat by each other's sides and relaxed until it was time to go. Chapter 185, Anniversary. Our preparations have been completed. The two of you may now return to our living quarters. Levi called for Nell and I through one of the portal-like doors placed all around the dungeon. Took him long enough. "All right, Nell. Time to go." Seems like it." I grabbed the cushions we had been sitting on and returned them to the pile situated in the room's back corner. I then opened the door, waltzed right into the hallway, and began to advance. 10 odd steps later, I found myself face to face with Levi, who had her arms crossed and her face adorned with a dauntless smile. "You may only proceed if you close your eyes." "I have to close my eyes?" I raised a brow. I was getting pretty curious. "Indeed." "Now shut them immediately. I am speaking to the both of you." "All right," I said. "MMK," said Nell. I followed her instructions and closed my eyes, only to find myself immediately greeted by a cool, comfortable sensation as her hands closed on my own. As I only felt one of her hands, I assumed that Nell had been subject to the exact same circumstances. She soon began to move, so I followed her lead while focusing on my feet and making sure I didn't trip. "You may now open your eyes." Following a prompt from the dragon girl, I opened my eyes. The first thing I saw was a literal mountain of food. The dishes laid out before me were so extravagant that a glance was enough for me to recognize that an incredible amount of time and effort had gone into each. My nose was just as attracted to the meal as my eyes were. Taking in the many delectable fragrances that had melded into the air was almost enough to make me drool. My gut seemed to want to tell me that Layla had been responsible for the meal, but a second glance immediately disqualified her as the chef. It simply wasn't neat enough. That wasn't to say that the dinner table had been turned into some sort of convoluted mess. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Whoever had arranged the dishes was very clearly taking the would-be consumer into consideration. But unlike Layla's handiwork, it wasn't perfect, and that was the giveaway. Layla possessed a deep understanding of the psyche. She knew exactly where she would need to place each and every dish such that your eyes would be drawn from one to the next without pause. The perfection with which she carried out her kitchen duties was akin to an artist's signature, a signature that clearly seemed to be missing from the current setup. After giving dinner a once-over, I looked at the people situated around the table. The three of us aside, everyone else was already seated. Even the Wraith girls were present in spite of their inability to eat. "Wow, this looks great." Is this what I think it is?" asked Nell. "So you have noticed?" The dragon crossed her arms and grinned. I gave the table one last scrutinizing glance before turning back towards her. "Did you make all this, Levi?" "While I did indeed accept assistance from the children, tonight's meal is undoubtedly my work," she said. "What are your impressions?" "I believe you will find it a far cry from the last meal I prepared you." "Definitely." "I'm impressed." "Really impressed?" I said. The difference between the meal laid out before me and the last meal she had made me was as vast as the difference between night and day. Oh man, I remember those cookies. They were probably bad enough to kill. This though, this'll kill for a whole different set of reasons. 'Cause I'm about to gorge myself enough to catch type 2. Today's Levi brand meal was clearly the result of a near excessive amount of hard work. It was easy for me to imagine her doing her best and continuing to push her best efforts forward without letting her numerous failures get to her. Wait, was this the reason you chose not to come with me to the demon realm? Indeed, she nodded. It has been a year since our first encounter. I felt the need to put a foot forward for the sake of our anniversary. Whoa, the environment doesn't really seem to change at all with the passing of the seasons, so I'd never actually realized, but now that I think about it, it really has been a whole year already. It's been a year since Levi and I met, and a year since I first came to this world. I wished to demonstrate that I was capable of growth. I found this the perfect opportunity to put together a celebration, she said. As your wife, it is imperative that I endeavor to assist you with the housework to the best of my ability. She didn't get to finish speaking. I followed through on an impulse, picked her up, and started spinning her around before she could. I was simply too overcome with emotion not to. Thanks, Levi. You're the best wife ever, and I love you to bits. Cease this immediately. We are before all the others. She flushed a shade of red and even began hitting my arms to get me to release her, but I absolutely refused, because I understood. It wasn't that she wasn't completely unpossessive, or that she didn't care. The Nell situation had bothered her, and she had been a bit anxious. She didn't not love me. She was doing her best for me. She wanted to become the best wife she could because she wanted my attention, and that alone was enough to send me over the clouds. It was a silly, roundabout way for her to express her concerns, but one that was adorable nonetheless. It was just like her. Perfect. While she evidently remained a bit anxious, I knew there was no way I would ever lose sight of my affections for her, because demon lords were incarnations of desire. Greed was a feature built into my system. Every last bit of treasure that I got my hands on would forever remain a part of my trove, and nothing would ever be allowed to escape. I understand your affections well, but you must release me. Our evening meal will lose its warmth should you continue. Good point. There's no way I could possibly let the meal my adorably wifey put together for me go cold. That'd be a sin, I said. Alrighty then. I'll save all the hugging and spinning for later. You need not continue, she grumbled. The bashful manner in which she conducted herself only made me want to hug her all the more, but I didn't want dinner to get cold, so I begrudgingly released her and began heading towards my seat. Likewise, Levi began to do the same, only to come to a sudden halt when she realized that Nell had stopped following her. Are you not joining us? She asked. I think I'll pass. I'd rather not get in the way of your first anniversary. It'd probably be best if I stayed at the inn until you guys are done celebrating, she said, awkwardly. I do not see your point. This banquet is one in which you are more than welcome to partake. Really? Levi reacted to the hero's dumbfounded question was an exasperated sigh. My original intent was certainly for this banquet to be dedicated to Yuki alone. She wrapped the back of one of her hands against my chest. But that is no longer its sole purpose. It is also to serve as a celebration of your arrival, a so-called welcome party, if you will. The dragon's tone was almost akin to that of someone speaking to a younger sibling. Now come, join us. Yeah. Come on, hurry up and grab a seat already. Don't make me wait any longer. Cause I really can't, I said. Alright, stuttered the human. You should sit with us, Nell, said Aluna with a big smile. Yeah, with us, echoed she. Sure. Thanks, girls, said Nell. Hey Nell, are you gonna be okay without a fork? Asked Lou. I think I'll be okay with chopsticks. I'm not really used to them just yet, but I'm sure I'll get used to them if I use them enough. Thanks, Lou. Wait a second. Wasn't she supposed to be terrified of her? When did you two suddenly start getting along? I asked. A good while ago, master, said the maid. Nell's a real nice girl, and she's got this kinda sisterly feel to her. You know, I just can't not make sure she's taken care of. That's real rich coming from you, seeing as how you started shaking in your boots the moment you heard she was a hero. That's just because I didn't know her yet, but now I do. She's real kind, so I ain't scared of her one bit no more. Thanks Lou. You're really nice too, replied Nell, a bit shyly. Enough. I would be best for us to get to eating, said Levi. Yuki, I shall allow you to do the honors. Huh? What? Why am I doing them? Are you not the man of the house? Rigged. Good point, I said. Well, alright. Everyone have their cups at the ready? We've all been ready, Yuki, said Aluna. Alright. Well, Here's to the first year of many to come, and to give a warm welcome to our newest resident. Cheers. Cheers. And so, the banquet began. The cheerful, noisy atmosphere it carried lasted late into the night. Chapter 186. What kind of teenager doesn't think of running away from home? The addition of a new resident had led to a dungeon-wide wave of excitement. As I didn't want to spoil the mood, I waited until it receded before addressing the next issue on my agenda. Hello, I'm looking for a Ms. Luin Gyro. I took on a formal tone as I called for her. What is it, Master? She stuttered. If the stark contrast between the professional front and my usual behavior wasn't enough to unnerve her, addressing her by her full name evidently was. I did as any traditional, high-class, Japanese official would do and placed myself onto a cushion with my legs under my rear. Please, have a seat. After taking my place, I gestured for her to do the same. She was too nervous not to comply. The wolf girl timidly obeyed and sat across from me. You see, Ms. Gyro, there happens to be a particular issue I would like to address. And what would that be, Master? I suppose I might as well begin with a question of my own, I said. Are you hiding anything from me? Hiding anything? I'm sorry, I wasn't trying not to tell you, I just forgot. I'm real sorry about the plate. I didn't think it was gonna be. She didn't catch on to the fact that her words would reveal the truth until they had already left her mouth, but she tried to silence herself regardless by sealing her lips with her palms. Well then, I mean, that wasn't exactly what I was looking to hear, but good to know. I'ma probably have a word with Layla once we're done here so I can make sure Li gets the good old-fashioned stern lecture she deserves. This isn't about the plates, Ms. Gyro. I was speaking in reference to your family situation. She finally seemed to have come to realize where I was about to take the conversation, as she reacted with an immediate, audible gulp. You see, Ms. Gyro, there have been a few unpleasant rumors flying around the dungeon about your origins. One of your coworkers recently filed a report and informed me that you happened to be a runaway. It was Layla, wasn't it? I bet it totally was. That is correct, I said. She explained that you were keeping it from me despite it being something you should have made me aware of. I'm sorry, Master. Nervous. Cold sweat dripped down her brow as she apologized in a quiet voice. I started to feel just a tiny bit bad for her, so I sighed, shrugged, and dropped the formalities. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like having you around, and I'm glad you like it here. I just think you should probably let everyone else in your life know that you're still alive and kicking, especially since they'll probably find out you got kidnapped. I mean, you're not the only one to blame. I really should have asked you, all of you, about this kinda stuff before you settled in. Learning more about each resident's past was one of the few things I had effectively soldered to the back burner. It was in part because I didn't feel the need to know about their families and in part because it was a touchy subject. The former of my two excuses stemmed from the fact that I more or less saw the dungeon as one big family. I simply never felt the need to ask. On the other hand, the latter stemmed from Aluna's situation. I had avoided bringing up any potentially touchy subjects in order to avoid digging up the various residents' unpleasant memories. My adventures in the demon realm had led me to learn a lot more about Layla. She had been captured whilst out on a journey, and while her situation was by no means a good one, it was still better than Liv's. Her family had at least known that she was going to set out on a trip from which she may never return. Liv's, on the other hand, was left in the dark. Unlike Layla's family, they wouldn't know where she was headed or what they needed to do to find her. They would be left in the dark until they uncovered the truth behind her kidnapping. Plus, we've already resolved the Layla situation since we met her sister in the demon realm. If I was Liv's dad, I would have totally lost my shit. I know I'd do exactly that if Aluna ever went missing again. I'd definitely bulldozing right through everything in my way until I finally found her. Liv's status made the situation even worse. She was the daughter of her people's leader, their princess. I know you're thinking that Li can't possibly be a princess because she's too derpy. I totally get it. But if you think about it, it kinda makes sense. Like, What if she's only a clumsy idiot because she's always just had other people take care of her? There was no doubt that her father was searching for her, and that his men were doing the same. I knew that his mind would most likely turn to thoughts of vengeance the moment he learned of her kidnapping, and since she's ended up as one of my maids, he'll probably end up turning his ire on me. I can totally tell him that she literally asked for it, but I doubt he'll believe me. I'm real sorry, Master. She spoke in a hesitant, awkward tone. Me and my dad, we never really saw eye to eye, so I don't really want to go home. Look. I sighed. You don't have to stay, but I really think you should at least pay them a visit and tell all your friends and relatives that you're still doing all right. I know you really don't want to go, and that they'll probably be against you leaving. So how about this? What if I come with you? If they start trying to force you to stay against your will, then I'll step in and make sure you get right back to the dungeon, even if I have to be a little less than cordial. Wow, Master, you'd really do all that just for me? The eyes she turned upon me were like that of a lost puppy's, teary, desperate for salvation, and full of hope. Yeah, I would. I laughed. I'd definitely miss you. Things just wouldn't be the same without you. Wow. Thanks, Master, she said, bashfully. I never knew you thought that much of me. Why wouldn't I? You're the best comic relief there is. Comic relief? Yeah, you are pretty much always the butt of the joke, after all, and that's pretty much why the dungeon needs you. Why I need you. What the heck? Master, you're terrible. You really need to stop making fun of me. I'm not just here for comic relief. I couldn't help but cackle as she lightly pounded me with her fists in protest. The original plan was for us to set out for Lou's hometown the next day, but the werewolf in question had ended up refusing under the pretense that she still had a few things to think about before she was ready to leave. That was why I instead found myself out hunting with all 5 of my combat-capable pets in tow. My eyes flickered to the dungeon's map, which had suddenly popped open in the middle of the outing for the same reason as usual. Intruders. Oh boy. Here we go. What's wrong, Yuki? Nell, who had tagged along because she wanted to check out the forest, turned her eyes on me curiously. Nothing special. Just another group of intruders. Intruders? You mean someone's invading the dungeon? Right. I just realized I never told you this, but I can basically tell whenever anyone steps into my territory. It's just how the Demon Lord Dungeon relationship works. Oh, so does that mean you knew right away when I attacked too? Pretty much. Yeah, I opened up a second window and had it switch to the live footage I was getting from the evil eyes I had scattered all over my domain. Through it, I confirmed that, this time, the intruders weren't humans or demons. They were beastkin, werewolves, just like Lou. Chapter 187, The Gyrol Clan. Part 1. A good number of werewolves had entered my territory. Performing an exact head count proved to be rather difficult given the fact that they were in the midst of combat, but I could at least discern that there were somewhere between 50 and 100 of them. Yeah, so I'ma go ahead and say that it doesn't really take a genius to figure out that these are probably Lou's people. Man, I know it was just one day, but this is what we get for putting off our little trip to her parents' house. I should have just forced her to go. Actually, on second thought, we might have ended up missing each other if we really did leave today, so this might actually be for the better. Well, Lou, congrats. Your laziness paid off. Is it just me, or are things looking pretty bad for them? I muttered under my breath. It looks like they're being attacked by every monster they encounter. Unlike the humans, the werewolves didn't have magical items capable of repelling monsters. Naturally, that meant they were constantly under attack. In fact, they had only chanced upon my territory because they were in the midst of fleeing from one of their many assailants. That said, they had yet to be done in. In fact, as far as I could tell, they had yet to suffer even a single loss. Their excellent teamwork was stopping them from winding up as some strange animal's dinner. For now, though I praised their efforts, I knew they weren't sustainable. Each wave of beasts would render more of their warriors incapable of combat. It was only a matter of time before they were sent to the grave. Though I was heartless, I wasn't heartless enough to leave what was likely Liz's next of kin to die. I had to act. Plus, they might feel like they owe me if I lend them a hand, which means I might actually get to solve this with words instead of getting jumped by some blood-crazed father. Well, I guess I've got no choice but to step in, I groaned. Alright newbies, you guys go on ahead and kick the shit out of all the monsters in the area. Should be a breeze with how much you've all grown. Just make sure you watch your backs. The werewolves will probably attack you, so make sure you retreat as soon as you're done getting rid of all the monsters. The red snake, the crow, the twin-tailed cat, and the waterball all telepathically acknowledged my orders and immediately set off. Sorry, Nell, but I think that's probably going to be it for today. You mind doing me a favor and heading back to the dungeon? Sure, I don't mind, she said with a smile. Thanks. Can you show her the way back? The ever-reliable pup barked in affirmation as he walked over to the hero, who promptly jumped on his back. It was a smooth motion, one that proved she had already long gotten used to riding him. Alrighty then, I guess it's time for me to get to entertaining the guests. After watching both mount and rider head towards the dungeon, I reluctantly began to carry out my next task. Orochi, Ira, Byaku, and Spirit had done their jobs well. They had drawn all nearby monsters off the werewolves by engaging them in combat. Wow, is it just me? Or have they gotten a lot stronger since I last saw them? Though I guess it's only natural seeing as how R's the one in charge of getting them up to speed. Man, having competent subordinates is the best thing since sliced bread. Though they were no longer being attacked, the beastkin were still on guard. Those that were still able-bodied remained positioned around the perimeter of their formation, while those no longer capable of combat rested within the safety bubble created by their brethren. Much to my surprise, the werewolves were skilled in the art of detection. They noticed me coming way before I got to them. Their warriors were ready with their weapons raised by the time I arrived. Oh right, now that I think about it, Liz was always kinda good at that kinda stuff too. She's got a pretty good nose, and pretty good ears too. Hey, over here. I raised my voice as I stepped out from between the trees and hopped over a log for added effect. I had gone out of my way to signify that I wasn't trying to get the jump on them, but for some odd reason, the action only seemed to put them even more on guard. Their eyes narrowed into slits as they readied themselves to jump into combat. Huh, that's weird. I thought they'd be more chill. Don't let down your guard. He's probably a monster, and I bet he's just trying to lure us to our deaths, shouted one of the warriors. Calm down, man. I'm not a monster, I said. I'm just your everyday normal guy. Do you really think we'd fall for that? Why would any normal person be all the way out here? Do you know how dangerous this damned place is? Well, there goes plan A. Alright, sure, whatever you say. I rolled my eyes. But you know what? It doesn't matter what I am, because you need my help. Directing my gaze at the injured members of their group caused the werewolves' expressions to twist in bitter vexation. None were as far as being on the verge of death, but some were damn well close. Individuals with deep, open gashes and missing limbs could easily be made out amongst the crowd. I suspected that they would likely die of blood loss if left untreated. I can get you somewhere safe so you can treat all your buddies. All you gotta do is follow me. Either that, or you can sit around and watch them die. I don't really care either way, so it's all on you. If they trusted me, they would also get the added benefit of reuniting with Lou. I wasn't planning on truly abandoning them even if they chose to err on the side of caution. I couldn't do that, not to Lou's family. My backup plan, which I admittedly was reluctant to go through, sounded like a major pain in the ass to pull off. It entailed joining my pets in hunting down all the monsters in the area to ensure the werewolves' safety. Like, come on guys, just trust me. I really don't want to have to resort to plan C. It was impossible for me to know whether my intentions had gotten through or not, but fortunately, the werewolves had at least chosen to consider my proposition. After a brief period of discussion, a rather young-looking man stepped out of the crowd. His eyes, sharp as those of a wild animal's, remained trained on me as he spoke. Can we trust you? He spoke in a tone that carried with it a sense of strength and dignity. It alone was enough to tell me that he was a warrior, and likely one of high birth. "You already know I'd answer with a yes either way, so honestly, I don't think what I'm about to say matters," I said. "But yes, you can, and should. Trust me, it'll be what's best for you." "Fine." After a brief moment of hesitation, he agreed. "Men, lower your arms." "Come on, boss." "You don't have to do this. We can still go on," shouted a warrior. "Thank you. You're all very reliable, loyal to the bone," said the Warwolves leader. "But far too many of us have been injured. We will need rest if we wish to push on." "Right. Got it, boss." The leader's judgment was not challenged any further. The pack immediately began following his orders by lowering their weapons and assisting the wounded. "So you're the Warwolf chief?" I asked, appraisingly. "That I am." "I should introduce myself. I am Vergilus Gyrol, leader of the Gyrol pack," he said. "Thank you for your help." A quick peek at Vergilus' character sheet confirmed that he was both their leader and the strongest of their warriors. He's even got himself a fancy title, Chief of the Warwolves. Huh? That's pretty cool. Wait, that totally makes him Luzdad, doesn't it? Question marks began floating around in my head as I reached the conclusion. It just didn't make sense. Just looking at him, I wouldn't have expected the Warwolf chief to be anywhere past his 20s. Weren't chiefs all supposed to be older men? Apparently not, I guess. Welp, there goes that trope. Wait it a second. Let's do some quick math. Liv's 17. If he's 30, then that means he's gotta have been banging chicks since he was 12, or 13 or at the latest. Holy fuck, he got laid when was 13? No. That can't be right. He's probably just baby-faced. Yeah, that's gotta be it. I'm willing to bet that he's actually 35 and just looks like he's still in his 20s. That'd mean he had her when he was 18. Yeah, that definitely sounds way more plausible. But what if he isn't? Alright, you know what? Fuck this. I'ma just assume that he's 35 and stop caring. So does that mean you're Liv's dad? You know my daughter? The Warwolf's temper suddenly flared up at the mention of the less successful of my two maids. His expression contorted into one of violent rage. "Then you must be the wicked forest's demon lord." "Yup, that's him. Curse you, demon lord. Consider your life forfeit." "Oh, come on." Chapter 188. The Gyrol Clan, Part 2. Hold on, you've got it all wrong. Give it up, Demon Lord. We know your villainy. Your lies will not work on us. Liv's father shouted angrily. "My villainy? What? I don't remember ever doing anything bad enough to earn me that much notoriety, at least not among the Warwolves. Whatever people have been feeding him, it's gotta be pretty bad." Actually, I did mess up that one human town pretty badly the first time I visited it, didn't I? Rigged. I totally forgot. Alright, yeah. I can kinda see where they might have got the idea. For a moment, I regretted not having Rur accompany me, but I soon came to the conclusion that I would have preferred the status quo over any lost opportunity cost, because to the Warwolves, Fenrir's were gods, and Rur, Fluffer, was collared. In my defense, giving him a collar had been my way of showing the world that I saw him as a pet, a member of my family. But a moment of thought led me to understand that the Warwolves would likely have seen the notion as blasphemy. To them, the choker would have looked much more like a chain, a fetter by which the one thing they worshipped was bound. Yeah, that could have turned out pretty damn poorly. Good job, me. Dude, calm down. Your daughter is fine. I was actually just about to bring you right to her. Another lie. Say no more, Demon Lord. I won't fall for your nonsense. Look, you're going to get wiped out at this rate. Your only two choices are to let it happen or to gamble on me actually helping you. Just trust me, man. It's your only shot at making it out of here in one piece. Trusting you would be no different from stabbing ourselves through the heart. We've been ready to lay down our lives since the moment we set out on this journey. But if we are to die, then we will die not as fools, but as warriors. We will make our stand, and we will take your head, even if it costs us every last one of our lives. Seriously? Fucking hell. After heaving a weary sigh, I once again tried to pacify the beastkin. I don't know who told you about me or what they said, but it was probably just over-exaggerated bullshit. Now, how about we calm down, be civil, and talk this out like men? Picking a fight with me really isn't going to do you any good. My attempt at cordiality ended in total failure. Liv's father dashed up to me and kicked me before I even finished speaking. I hadn't been on guard, let alone watching him closely enough to evade the sudden strike, so his foot landed square inches the middle of my chest. "Stand and fight like a man," shouted the werewolf. "Oh, for fuck's sake." Fine. The kick hadn't dealt much in the way of damage. In fact, I'd barely felt it. But I was annoyed. Very, very annoyed. That was why I decided to employ the tool that any respectable gentleman in my position would: violence. I grabbed the dull, wooden greatsword I typically used for practice out of my inventory and propped myself back up as I narrowed my eyes. "You know what? I don't even care if you're Liv's dad or whatever anymore. If you're not feeling like acting like a sensible adult, then I'm going to beat you over the head until you are. And just for the record, you did literally ask for it. Yuki, you're back." The ball of energy I called Eluna ran up to me as soon as she spotted me. "I see that you have returned." Likewise, Levi also approached, but not for the same reason. And what, precisely, is that? "Don't ask," I grumbled. The dragon's gaze had been directed to the pile of bodies stacked up behind me, one that I had struggled to transport. Oh, man. Rolling them into a huge ball and trying to shove all of them through the door at once was definitely not my brightest idea. I almost can't believe I managed it, even with all my pet's help. Note to self: don't follow through on violent impulses. Lugging unconscious people around is a huge pain in the ass. Rise and shine, bossman. After heaving the day's end sigh, I gave Liv's dad a few light taps on the cheek with the back of my hand. Surely enough, he eventually began to stir. Where am I?" he groaned as he blinked his eyes into focus. "My place. I had you brought over while you were playing Sleeping Beauty." Hearing my voice seemed to lead him to realize that he was still in danger. His sleepy-looking eyes snapped open and he immediately began to shout, "You bastard! How dare you kill all my men?" "Dude, seriously, you need to stop jumping to conclusions," I complained in a fed-up, exasperated tone. "Your men are fine. All I did was knock them out." The flustered werewolf looked around in a panic. His second round of observation was far less clouded than his first. This time, he realized that I was telling the truth. What happened? "They're all healed, even the ones with more serious wounds." "Seriously, you still don't get it?" I griped. "I healed them. I made sure that everyone with a major injury was given a potion before being shipped off." "It's true, boss." A man that had been missing an arm spoke up. Unlike many of his buddies, he had been too injured to fight, so he had escaped the wrath of my wooden blade. "The demon lord healed every last one of us, but only after he ruthlessly knocked out everyone that tried to challenge him." "I don't understand. Why would you?" The chief of the werewolves remained in a state of confusion. It was a state he likely would have retained for much longer had his daughter not entered the scene at that exact moment. "Here you are, Levi. I got the snacks. You were a skin F. What the heck?" For better or for worse, Liu waltzed right out of the door connected to the throne room, tray in hand. "Liu, is that really you?" "Dad, why are you here?" The maid was so shocked that she dropped the tray she had brought with her. Fortunately, Levi saved it before it fell to the floor. "Liu, please. Isn't he supposed to be your dad?" "You groaning like that is almost making me feel bad for him. I mean, just look at how worried he is." "I can't believe it." "You're okay." The werewolf chief was so overcome with emotion that he ended up running up to the maid and catching her in a hug. "K, knock it off already. Dad, you're embarrassing me. Everyone's watching." I thought you were dead." "That's horrible. Why'd you ever think something like that?" "Wait, what the heck? What's everyone else doing here, and why are they knocked out?" "Yeah, my bad. That's my fault." "Oh, yeah, I can kinda see that happening. You're real strong, master." Li paused for a moment to think, "But that still doesn't really answer my question. Why's everyone here anyway?" "Liu, PLS. I am sorry, said Liu's father, who had finally regained his cool. "It appears that I've had a great misunderstanding." "Yeah, dude, you did. You really did," I said with a shrug. "Looks like he's finally willing to talk." God fucking damn it, that was such a pain in the ass, and it took forever. I almost want to hold a grudge, but I won't. I've already beat the shit out of him, and everyone else, so I might as well forgive him. He is a part of Liu's family, after all. Really makes me think though, this world doesn't really seem to take all that kindly to demon lords, and I'm willing to bet it's because of their behavior. Really does beg the question of what the local demon lords have been up to. I mean, it's obviously something. That much is evident. But what? Chapter 189, The Gyrol Clan, Part 3. Please excuse my behavior. I'm terribly sorry for reacting the way I did. Liu's father was situated before me with his head bowed. He sat on his legs with his knees jutting forward at an outward angle and his fists placed knuckle down on the floor in front of him. "I was not aware that you did so much for my daughter." It was a very warrior-like approach to apologizing. While I certainly did notice that he had gone out of his way to perform the exaggerated gesture, and I understood that it was authentic, I didn't particularly care all that much for formalities, so I dismissed it with a shrug. "Don't worry about it. What's done is done. I can't apologize enough for profiling you and assuming the worst. It shames us to know that we attacked you over nothing but a misunderstanding despite you having saved Liu's life." However, the werewolf was far more fixated on etiquette, so he continued regardless. "Our actions were unjust. By all means. You deserve to be fuming with rage, but you aren't, and for that, I thank you. I know I've said it many times already, but I must thank you. I know now that all the fault lies with the imbecile I call my daughter." He followed up his final statement by drilling his fist into the back of Liu's head. "Ow!" The maid whimpered in pain as she placed both hands on the point of impact. "That hurt, Dad." "Shut up, you idiot. Do you know how much trouble you've caused? Do you know how many of our men nearly died because of what you put them through? We could have been completely obliterated if we had just made one mistake." I know already, and I'm real sorry I made everyone come all the way out here just to see me. But this ain't my fault. It's yours. I never would have run away from home if you didn't keep going on and on about some dumb marriage. Dumb? There is nothing dumb about it. Lynette is a man well worth your hand. First of all, I never wanted to get married. Secondly, Lynette's the last person I'd ever marry. Why the heck would I want to marry a creep 10 years older than me? That's what you find wrong with him? His age? Open your eyes, Liu. Do you not see how strong and dependable he is? Lynette has a bright future ahead of him. What the heck? You can't be serious. He is nothing but a stuck-up snob. Hearing the two of them shout at each other led me to smile in a half-amused, half-exasperated manner. "Alright, you two, that's enough. This isn't the place for it." I used my chin to gesture at the werewolves situated behind the two VIPs. All the men within the group were making awkward expressions that served to indicate that they had no idea what to think, do, or say. We were currently situated within one of the inn's reception halls. While the room was certainly on the larger side, the werewolves had chosen not to flood it with bodies. Most of them had been assigned to stand by in another room whilst those higher up the social ladder joined Liu and her father. Going to sidetrack a little bit, man, building this inn was the best choice I've ever made. It's gotten mileage every single time I've had to entertain a guest. Worth/10, would build again. Unfortunately, practicing escapism failed to end the argument between the parent and child. In fact, neglecting them and allowing my mind to drift had only seemed to make things worse. The pair had somehow gotten even further away from reaching a compromise. Lynette ain't all that strong either. Master crushed all OU at the same time even though he was trying not to hurt anyone. The werewolf chief grimaced as he clutched his chest in a display of agony. His daughter's attack on his psyche had been so precise that it had apparently managed to do him physical harm. "Hey, Liu, you mind doing me a favor and not dragging me into this?" While I must admit that Yuki is certainly a splendid warrior, Your point isn't of any relevance." My plea fell on deaf ears. Even her father continued to include me in the conversation. "No, it's not." "Yes, it is. Unlike Lynette, Yuki is not your fiancé, nor are you romantically involved with him." This time, it was Lee who winced in the face of the other party's argument. "Come on, guys, do I really need to be brought into this? Because it feels like I don't." "Whatever the case, you're coming home. I cannot let you impose on Yuki any more than you already have, and everyone that has stayed behind in the village is still worried about you." "No way, I don't want to leave. I want to stay here, with all my friends." "Stop acting like such a spoiled brat. You can't have everything you want." "I'm not acting like a brat. It's my life, Dad, not yours." God fucking damn it. It didn't seem like they were going to stop anytime soon, so I decided to step in after heaving a heavy sigh. The first person I turned towards was Liu's father. I said, "That's enough. Stop screaming already. For fuck's sake, did you really come all the way here just to get into some silly argument?" "I apologize. That was an unsightly display we should have kept behind closed doors." The Warwolf chief finally seemed to realize how rude he was being, as he once again bowed his head in apology after correcting his posture. "And that goes for you too, Liu." After dealing with her dad, I directed my gaze at the maid. "You were going on and on about how you weren't at fault. But you totally are. None of this would have happened if you told me the truth from the start." I'm sorry, Master." Liu wasn't able to come up with any sort of argument, so she reluctantly ended up apologizing. I turned to face her father again after breathing the yet another sigh. "Alright, so I'm totally sticking my nose where it doesn't belong right now, but whatever," I said. "I know I just said that this whole incident is Liu's fault, but her opinion matters a lot more to me than yours does, so I'm going to be taking her side. By that, I mean I'm not going to let you drag her home against her will." "What?" The chief's eyes narrowed into a glare, but I ignored him and kept talking. She really should have at least popped in to say hi and show everyone that she was still alright. Hell, I was planning on making her visit whether she liked it or not. But that's it. If she wants to stay here, then I'm going to have her do exactly that. Stay. I'm not going to force her to leave just because her old man decided to come a-knocking. Not unless it's what she wants. I knew you'd understand, Master. Apparently, my declaration had moved Lit to the verge of tears. The gaze she directed at me was filled with trust. I mean, it just wouldn't make any sense for me to let her go. She's finally started figuring this whole maid thing out. If she leaves now, we'll have nothing to show for all the time we wasted onboarding her. Plus, she's only been here at Demon Lord Incorporated for about a year. This is her first job, so it'd probably be best for her to stay at least 3. As far as Japanese companies go, most hiring managers assume that anyone that leaves their first job before they get 3 years of experience is probably incompetent. Leaving now will probably hurt her future prospects. See, come on, Master. Why do you always gotta make fun of me? Why? Because bullying you is hilarious. Of course, what the heck? Her jaw dropped. See? That's exactly what I mean. I was just messing with you, I said with a shit-eating grin. Don't worry, Liu, you're just as important to me as everyone else that lives here. After chuckling a bit more, I turned towards her father. Oh, and just so we're clear, that whole me keeping her here thing wasn't a part of the joke. Are you telling me that you won't allow a course of action as natural as allowing a child to return to her parents' home? More or less, yeah, because I definitely miss her. Hell, it's not just me. Everyone else that lives here would miss her too, I said. Besides, she's already made her intentions clear. She said that she wanted to stay, so I'm going to make it happen no matter what you say. The opposite was true too. I would have let Liu go if that was what she wanted, even if it meant that the dungeon would feel like it was missing something without her. Liu's already old enough to make her own decisions, isn't she? What's wrong with letting her make her own decisions? That is not the Warwolf way. Our people have thrived by trusting in their parents' decisions even well into adulthood, he said. Liu is unwed. It is only right for us to dictate her future, and choose her partner. I have no intention of letting her go simply because she is no longer a child. I will be taking her home. What the fuck? And here I thought I was a self-serving prick, but this guy, he takes the whole goddamn cake. You think I give a shit about your stupid culture? I scoffed and rolled my eyes. I don't care about your, or any, tribe's customs. Your dumb traditions can go eat shit for all I care. Apparently, he didn't like how blunt I was. His face twitched in annoyance. I respect you, Yuki. You've saved my daughter's life. My people and I owe you an irreparable debt. But this is something I can and will not yield on. Please understand. Debt. Shebbed. I never cared about that shit to begin with. You think I saved you because I wanted you to owe me? Fuck no. I only did it because you're Liu's people. I probably would have just sat around and watched you die if you weren't. Because, honestly, your dumb ass deserves it. I spat venomously. I don't care what you think. I wasn't trying to suggest anything or give you any ideas. I was just telling you how this was going to go. You're not having her back. Tension filled the air as we stared each other down in silence. It was a contest, a demonstration of our will, and he was the first to break. I see. The chief of the Warwolves closed his eyes and slowly breathed in and out before reopening them. If neither of us is willing to compromise, then we have no choice but to butt heads. Again, he paused and took a breath, one that dripped with resolve. We shall settle this matter through single combat. Chapter 190. Duel. Part 1. That sounds like an awful idea, Dad. You ain't even close to been a match for Master, said Liu. You'll never know if you don't try, Liu lectured her father. But you already did try. She wasn't very amused by her father's antics. Master beat you guys up pretty bad even though he was trying not to hurt you. The Warwolf chief humped and turned towards the man sitting beside him as if encouraging him to give his opinion. I am afraid that I do have to take my lady's side on this one, boss. We've lost any reason to be hostile. Liu is safe. I understand that you have your own thoughts and feelings on the matter, but I think that you should just leave her be, seeing as she's both alive and happy. Shut up, Bijgal. You know you would do the same if you were in my position. He crossed his arms and effectively roared in a display of stubbornness, a display that caused both his daughter and the man I assumed to be his aide to sigh. Thanks for trying, Bijgal, and sorry my dad's such a blockhead. The exasperated pair began walking in my direction as they aired their grievances. Don't be. I've long accustomed myself to the boss ways. It's why he trusts me as his advisor, said Bijgal. Don't worry too much about everything that the boss is saying. We're all grateful to see that you're still alive. The first thing Liu did upon reaching me was apologize. I'm real sorry about my dad, Master. I don't really mind, I said with a shrug. This works better for me than sitting around arguing all day anyway, especially if it'll actually drill the goddamn point into that stupidly thick skull of his. We left the inn shortly after the exchange in order to get the duel underway and over with. Our destination? The grasslands. Of course, I spent some DP and spawned an arena in order to host the event and provide us with some proper boundaries. It wasn't anything particularly fancy. I went with one of the cheapest options available. Unlike the dungeon's residents, the Warwolves hadn't expected the stage to suddenly appear out of thin air. The reactions that followed its sudden appearance were filled with so much genuine surprise that I couldn't help but snicker like the haughty bastard I was. Hey, dueling Liu's dad wasn't something I felt, by any means, obligated to do. That said, Warwolves seem to be the type of race that prioritized strength over all else, so I decided to abide by their cultural norms and show off a bit, just to get the point across in a way that they would understand, and vent a bit of frustration because Liu's dad is kind of a piece of shit and I kind of want to kick his ass again anyway. The dungeon's residents seemed to regard the duel as a special event of sorts, one whose purpose was clearly, entertainment and entertainment alone. Layla had not only busted out the picnic sheet, but also decked it in a whole slew of homemade treats. Even Mel had nonchalantly started to dig in. Would you look at that? She's already fitting in. Guess she must be getting pretty used to this whole dungeon life thing. Yuki, sir, I'm terribly sorry about our chief. Please know that, while he is our representative, this isn't by any means, how we as a people feel about everything you've done for us. I would just like to take the chance to apologize once again before the boss completely ruins your impression of us." The so-called advisor, a werewolf who looked to be in his prime, bowed as he joined Lou in ridiculing her father's behavior. "Honestly, it doesn't really matter all that much to me," I said. "There is one thing I'm kinda curious about though." "And what would that be, good sir?" "How old are you right now?" "Me? I happen to be 60 as of this year." "What? That can't be right. He looks like he's around 40. I realized, upon scanning the surroundings, that many of the other warriors looked to be in about the same age group. "Does that make all of them 62? Maybe looking younger than you are is just a werewolf thing?" "How old does that make the chief?" "I think he's around 40, said Lou. 40? No way, no fucking way. Is it just me, or do all of you look a good bit younger than you really are?" "That's just how we werewolves, beastkin, are, master. We live longer than humans. It takes us longer to get old too." "So what you're saying is that you're basically elves?" "Goddamn, that's some high-tier fantasy bullshit right there." "Man, this really is another world, isn't it?" "Well, I mean, of course it is. But oh man, that's a thought I haven't had in ages." Though I found myself lost in thought, I didn't end up missing out on any part of the conversation. Li had also momentarily paused to prepare her next words. Master, I know it isn't my place to tell you what to do, and I know that my dad's a stubborn idiot, but he's still my dad, and my tribe is still my tribe, so I'd be real grateful if you didn't kill anyone." "Relax, Lou. Don't worry. I don't plan on losing you, but I'm not going to kill any of your friends or relatives either," I said. "Just head on over to where everyone else is, sit down, kick back, and relax. This'll be over before you know it." Her cheeks reddened a bit as she gave me a bit of a bow before heading over and joining the rest of my family. "Speaking of, do your best, Yuki." cheered Luna. "Yeah, do your best," echoed she. "No losing," said Ann. "Don't worry, I got this." I appeased the crowd with a grin. "Let it be known that I am sure to mock you should you manage an unsightly display," said Lefi. "Yeah, don't do anything too silly," added Nell. "Woo girls, thanks so much for cheering me on. I'm glad you've both got my back," I said as I rolled my eyes. The only individual who had remained silent throughout the exchange was Layla. She had quietly watched it all unfold with one of her usual smiles. "You aren't taking this seriously, are you?" asked Lou's father as his eyes narrowed into a glare. "Was I supposed to?" I asked, casually. "I didn't have much trouble beating you guys up last time, and nothing's changed, so You certainly do have a point," he said with a wince. "But that means nothing." Doubt. The werewolves had proven themselves inferior even to many of the forest's weaker denizens. Even as a coordinated group, they failed to stand up to the monster's primal violence. Many of them were injured in their encounters. It wasn't as if I was personally capable of defeating everything that lurked within the wicked forest. Many monsters powerful enough to thoroughly destroy me lay within its depths. But that didn't mean I was weak. I was still far more powerful than the monsters that had crushed them underfoot. So much so, in fact, that I suspected I could handle any number of them with ease. "Right. So about this whole duel thing, were you going to fight, or did you have a proxy lined up?" "I would have loved to do it myself, but the honor belongs to another," grumbled Lou's father. "Lynette." "Right here, boss." The man who stepped forward and entered the space between the chief and I had a much larger build than any other. "Wait, Lynette." So he was the one Lou's dad was trying to set her up with. Yeah. I can see why she ran away from home. If there was one thing I learned from interacting with werewolves, it was that dog ears did not work well on anyone with male genitalia. They worked on Lou. Her ears were adorable, but seeing near-identical structures on big, burly warriors filled me with the urge to throw up everything I had for lunch. Any artist willing to illustrate a battle-hardened male werewolf likely would have been heralded as a heaven-sent genius destined to portray the grotesque. "Yuki, I thank you. You saved many of us, myself included, from the verge of death." His loud, booming voice almost seemed to resemble that of an overenthused gym teacher. It was disciplined, and yet somehow naggy and obtuse. "No problem," I said. "He is one of the ones I healed? I guess that means he must have been one of the ones that almost got himself killed by some weak-ass monster. No wonder I don't remember beating him up." He was already down for the count before I started swinging. "But do not be mistaken, I have not forgiven you for fooling my fiancé with your trickery." "Greater than trickery, I mean. I get where you're coming from. It probably feels like you got cucked. But still, you can't be serious. What kind of self-serving bullshit is that?" While I wasn't a fan, I could see why Lou's dad had taken a liking to the weird jock that was Lynette, and why Lou wanted to stay as far away from him as she could. The amount he shouted could have potentially made him come off as equal parts intimidating and obnoxious. Intimidation was a survival mechanism, one that suited this world well. Those with loud voices, be they figurative or literal, distinguished themselves from the crowd. They appeared more reliable, and it was easy for people to see them as beacons around which they could gather. "I cannot allow you to manipulate the woman who will be my wife any longer, Demon Lord, and that is why I challenge you to single combat." "Your Lou, my lady, watch carefully. Watch as the man you will soon wed demonstrates the extent of his valor." "Wow, Lou, someone sure seems popular," I said. "Good for you, Lou," added Aluna. "Why the heck would anyone wanna be popular with guys like that?" shouted the maid. "And stop calling me your future wife, it's giving me the creeps." "It's okay, Lou, I understand you. You're just far too pure a maiden to fess up to your feelings. You're only putting up a front to hide your embarrassment," shouted Mr. Fit. "Can you understand her, Yuki? Can you hear her heart whisper its truest desires?" "Nope, I've got no idea what you're going on about, and frankly, I don't really care. And that is why you are not worthy of her. A real man would be able to see right through her." "Wow, I honestly can't tell if he's really optimistic or just downright retarded." "Sure, whatever you say. Anyway, enough of that. Pick up your weapon so I can finish dealing with your dumb ass." I was getting tired of his shit, so I made sure to throw in a taunt as I grabbed my weapon and assumed a casual, one-handed stance, if you could even call it that. My stance was so sloppy that it looked even less impressive than what one might see in a third-rate B-movie. He wasn't using a training weapon. Under normal circumstances, I would have opted to equip an, but I ended up resorting to the wooden greatsword I had used earlier in the day because I didn't want to run the risk of accidentally killing him. Now that I think about it, I could have just used her and kept her sheathed, but it's a bit too late for that. She's already settled down on top of the picnic sheet with everyone else. "Oh well, finish dealing with me? Do not underestimate me. Use a real weapon. Take me seriously." "Nah, I'm good," I said. "This wooden sword right here is courtesy of Lou. You should really thank her once all this is over. For saving your life, that is." "Fine," he grumbled, angrily. "Prove to me that you're more than just all bark." With a battle cry, Mr. Fit raised his spear and began dashing right at me. Chapter 191, Duel, Part 2. My rival was far too powerful. For me to overcome. Mr. Fit delivered a line as he collapsed in an overdramatic fashion. He stretched an arm out towards me as he fell to his knees, then onto his face. 10 odd seconds had been all I needed to deprive him of the ability to move. Although his statement had almost sounded like a series of last words, they were, in truth, far from them. His character sheet indicated that he still had about a third of his health. Yeah, he's probably just unconscious. If he was really dying, he wouldn't have bothered with all the theatrics. Wait, he just called me his rival. Yeah, no. Can we not? Lou's father, who had been watching the duel from just outside the ring, clicked his tongue and shouted in frustration, "I can't believe it." He wasn't even able to lift a finger. This is going to sound kinda cocky coming from me given that I just won, but honestly, what did you expect to happen? After sighing to myself, I began to reflect on the differences between this world and my last. One of the most notable was the creatures. Those that resided here were far more powerful, myself included. I was confident, but not overconfident. I knew that there existed both creatures with stats that far eclipsed mine and true masters capable of pulling me off my high horse with skill and skill alone. The year one had spent in this world had forced me to gradually adapt to it. I too had become capable of putting up a fair fight. But in the end, I relied more on stats than I did martial prowess. It didn't matter whether I chose to employ might or magic. In the end, I was still relying on brute force. Still, I wasn't going to fall to some nameless warrior. It appears I don't have any other choice. Again, the Warwolf chief clicked his tongue. Come, Demon Lord, I will take care of you myself. I wasn't the only one that found the old dog's whining annoying. Even his men began to jeer and boo as he engaged in the shameless act of asking for a second duel the moment his proxy failed him. Shut up. Do you really think I can go home empty-handed after all this? He shouted at his underlings before turning back to face me. Well, Yuki, are you enough of a man to rise to the challenge? I mean, fine. Sure, whatever. But only if you'll actually shut up once we're done. Ha, let us see how far that hubris of yours will take you. Snorted the Warwolf. The result of our duel was nothing if not obvious. Not like this. The chief had lost the ability to rise to his feet. The knee he had on the ground was so weak that it was incapable of supporting his upper body. He had to prop himself up against his fang-like blade just to keep himself from collapsing. His breaths were ragged. Every pant that left his throat was laced with alternating waves of pain and exhaustion. While he wasn't a match for me, Li's dad had at least proven himself a more worthy foe than Mr. Fit. His movements were much swifter. His attacks were more complicated and required more effort to read. But that was it. Unlike the old butler, who had used his blade to carve himself into my memory, the Warwolf was nothing special. He wasn't even able to pressure me. Give it up. You can't win, I said. Hell, you don't even come close to standing a chance. I could take on an army of people just like you and not break a sweat. Give it up? Give it up? You think I can just give up? He started with a low, spiteful growl, one that quickly morphed to a hate-fueled scream. Do you have any idea how I feel? My daughter went missing. Next I heard of her, she was working as a maid for a man, a demon lord, I know nothing about. And she thinks she's happy? What absolute nonsense. Only then did I finally come to understand why he was being so insistent. It was because he was a father. He wasn't just being stubborn. He was showing that he cared. He was trying to do what he thought was best for his daughter. That was why he was willing to endure any amount of physical harm, permanent damage and potential side effects be damned. That was why he was willing to throw away his pride, even before his men. That was why their jeers failed to change his mind, and that was why he was now desperately trying to push himself to his feet. It was all for his daughter, and as a man with girls of my own, I understood him. I understood that I would have done the same. Listen. Shut up. I don't want to hear another word out of you. My voice only served to fuel his rage and encourage him to tighten the grip he had on his weapon. But it wasn't all bad. His eyes were locked on me, which meant he didn't miss the moment I retrieved a dagger from my inventory and used it to slit open my thumb. Now pass me yours. I held the bloody digit forward, presenting it to him. What are you playing at? I'm making a vow. Isn't this how you Warwolves do it? My knowledge of the ceremony came from Lu. While I didn't remember the exact circumstances involved, I did remember that she mentioned that this was how Warwolves made promises. I don't think she actually went through with it though, mostly because whatever she swore wasn't actually all that important. This though, I swear that I will keep your daughters safe from all possible harm. Regardless of the circumstances, I'll drive away every threat to her safety imaginable, even if it means putting my life on the line, and throwing it away. Are you serious? Yeah, I am, I said. Lu is just as precious and irreplaceable to me as she is to you. I can't even begin to think what life without her would be like anymore. It was true. Li had become a key part of my life. Even the thought of considering that she might suddenly vanish filled me with an emotion so disagreeable I could only call it dread. And I swear that I will do everything in my power to allow her to enjoy life to its fullest. Silence followed. Neither he nor I spoke, but the exchange continued. He stared at me, and I at him. His purpose was to discern my intentions. Mine was to convey them. That was why I refused to recoil. I simply stood there with my hand outstretched, even as my blood dripped down my hand and onto the floor below. And in the end, he chose to trust me. I understand. He slit his own thumb and pushed it forward as he finally managed to get back to his feet. But is that something you can truly swear, even knowing that I'll do everything in my power to make you suffer if you fail to follow through on your promise? Yeah, it is. I'll say it as many times as you want me to. Li will be safe here, no matter what. Fine. He dragged himself over and pushed his bloody thumb against mine. Repeat after me. Sure. I make this oath upon the blood of my ancestors, and if it is broken, their vital fluids are to be purged from my veins. I make this oath upon the blood of my ancestors, and if it is broken, their vital fluids are to be purged from my veins. I repeated. Then my daughter is yours. You've proven yourself both a worthy warrior and a worthy man, he said. But never forget your vow. If you break her heart, my ancestors and I will have you plagued by curses. Yeah, that sounds kinda terrifying, so I'll make sure I don't. HMPH. He dismissed my gag with a snort. Then I will allow you to wed my daughter. His tone made it obvious that he wasn't proposing the idea. It was something that, at least in his mind, was already fact. I, however, didn't share the sentiment. Wait, what the fuck just happened? I will be visiting in a year to make sure that you've done as promised. Dude, wait, hold the fucking phone. I've got a ton of things to say about this. First and foremost, not this shit again. Chapter 192, Duel, Part 3. Alright Yuki, calm down. Let's just take a deep breath and evaluate the situation. The first question I have to ask myself is, how exactly did all this happen? I'm going to go out on a limb and assume it was probably something I said. I mean, I don't think I said anything too weird. All I did was say what any manager would say and tell Li's father that I valued her, and that I would lay down my life to protect. I'm a fucking idiot. Only after reflecting on my actions did I realize that I had defectively proposed. I believe that is the expression he wears upon realizing that he is at fault, said Levi. That's exactly what I was thinking, said Nell. Yuki's pretty easy to read. He certainly is, said Layla. My lord's expressions tend to be fairly easy to read outside of critical situations. Hold on. Gimme just 1 second. I held up my hand and asked for him to stop as I dashed towards the rest of my family. Unlike me, they were calm, collected, and treating my mistake as just more of the usual. That really didn't work out the way I thought it would. What the hell am I supposed to do now? As one who bore witness to the event, I fail to see why this outcome exceeds your expectations, said Levi. I know, right? Said Nell. You totally just proposed. Both girls responded with exasperation. Their fed-up expressions made it clear that they were judging me. That's not what I meant. I was speaking from the perspective of a manager. Your intentions are irrelevant. You should have either made yourself clear or corrected the understanding before swearing your pledge. Now, it is too late, said Levi. He is a stubborn man, one likely to throw a fit of rage should you attempt to recant your vow. She was right. Pacifying Li's father had been a huge pain in the ass, and taking back my words now of all times was sure to negate all of my efforts. Well, Yuki, that's just what you get for being so dense and careless, said Nell. I concur. While you certainly appear to be fairly reliable, it is rather characteristic of you to make silly mistakes. But that's exactly what you love about him. Right, Levi? Giggled Nell. Shut up. You are no different. I can't argue with you there. Girls, please. Can we not? This is way too embarrassing a topic for a time like this. What's wrong with making Lu another one of your wives, Yuki? Asked Iluna, innocently. Yay, the more the merrier, said she. Vampire. We need to talk. Wives aren't objects or belongings. You can't just randomly get more of them. That's just not how that works. After a bit of internal musing, I finally decided to timidly glance in Li's direction. I assumed she was mad at me. She had remained silent with her cheeks red throughout the duration of the conversation. Her eyes peeked up at me every once in a while, but her gaze remained downcast. It was almost like she was expecting me to say or do something. "Hey, Liu, Bibat is hit, master." She fumbled over her words. "Are you mad?" About what?" "Just, about all this happening without your consent." "No, not really." She shook her head before continuing in a voice that only grew quieter with every word. "I'm really happy you think so much of me, master, and I feel that way about you too." "Bruh, USRS?" The reaction I got out of her was just about the last I had expected. Oh man, this must be what it's like to be popular with the ladies. I guess it really does happen to everyone eventually. Ha 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 ha. Fuck. It wasn't like I disliked Liu. She was pretty, fun, and easy to get along with. I knew I could cut loose around her and just be myself. But I had long hit the wife cap. Getting a second had put me over it. 3 was way more than I could possibly handle. So got any opinions on this, Lefi? I immediately sought refuge in the form of a refusal. "I do not mind. She is no stranger to me and you have proven, with this display, that you are worthy of her," said the dragon, indifferently. What about you, Nell?" My first magazine proved itself empty, so I immediately loaded a second. "If you and Lefi are both fine with it, then I am too. Besides, you've known her for much longer than you've known me, and I'm in part only still here right now because of her goodwill, so I couldn't possibly say no." "Shit, alright, 3rd time's the charm." I looked around the room in a desperate attempt to find another card to play, but there weren't any. Layla was smiling along as if none of this was any of her business. She wasn't going to be of much help. The kids, on the other hand, were far too innocent to understand the implications of marriage. As far as they were concerned, all that mattered was that everyone was together forever, which meant they would definitely have supported the strengthening of our ties. Oh, fuck it, I don't care anymore. 2, 3, there ain't no goddamn difference. Fuck fighting it. I give up. At this point, I might as well just catch 'em all. "Liu," I said her name in a strong, commanding tone, much like that of a drill sergeant. "Why yeah? You're staying right here in this dungeon forever, and enjoying every moment of it. Got it?" Got it, master. I'll be by your side forever." "Alright, next question. You okay with marrying me?" "Totally, master. I'd love to be one of your wives." "Okay, that's 2 for 2. I said. "Now get the hell over here." She squealed in a derpy display of surprise as I pulled her into a hug before picking her up, princess style. One of my arms was poised under her knees, while the other was wrapped around her back. "You master, this is real embarrassin'." "Shut up. Stop complaining." She looked up at me with her face dyed a deep shade of scarlet. She was begging to be put down, but I ignored her and walked back over to the ring with her still in my arms. "Well, I guess this means we've reached an agreement. Liz mine now." "Very well." He paused for a moment. Liu, though his words were directed towards his daughter, his eyes remained focused on me. "Why yeah, Dad. You're free to come home if you ever get sick of him, but never forget that this is the path you chose yourself. I won't let you go back on your word without good reason." "I know, Dad. It's okay. I'm not a kid anymore. I understand what I'm asking for here. I won't change my mind. Not now, not ever." Her cheeks remained a shade of red, but she spoke in a serious tone. "This is something I decided a long time ago. I want to live here, with Master and all the others. The village isn't my home anymore, Dad. This is." Liv's father closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Only after a few moments did he slowly open them once more. "I understand. I will speak to Lynette, and all the others, and ensure that they accept this decision." "Our decision," he said. "I've already said this to that husband of yours, but I will come again to check on you in a year. Do your best to make sure you grow into your new role by the time that comes to pass." Liv's expression brightened. A big smile appeared on her face as her father voiced his approval. "Okay, thanks Dad." He finally turned his gaze away from the two of us as he humphed. "What an exhausting day. It's been nothing but one unexpected occurrence after another. You're welcome to stay at the inn if you want. You guys are basically my in-laws now, so I'll make sure we give you a nice, "Warm welcome, thank you. We'll gladly accept the offer," he said. "And as a man about to see his daughter off, I would appreciate the chance to sit down and share a drink with the man who has become her husband." "Sure, can't really say no to the in-laws, after all," I said with a shrug. "No, I don't suppose you can," said the Warwolf, with a bit of a reluctant smile. "And that was how I ended up with yet another wife." "Wow, is it just me, or does that statement seem kinda fucked up?" Chapter 193, Fatherhood, Part 1. It was late into the night. The moon was out and the stars glimmering upon the rural city of Alfiro, and yet, many of its alleyways remained unlit. A pair of men dwelled within one such back street. One was hooded. He wore it so low it covered his eyes, but not his identity. His dog-like ears could still be seen even underneath the thick fabric. The other appeared much more like a local. His outfit was near indiscernible from that of any other hoodlums. The most attention-grabbing part of the second man was not the rag he wore, however, but rather the mark upon his face. It was swollen, near twice its regular size. "Well, are you going to talk, or do you need more convincing?" The beastkin, Virgulus Gyrol, looked upon his conversational partner with scorn. With his back to the wall and more pain on the horizon, the human had no choice but to speak. Every detail he could think of leaked from his mouth as he rambled. Man, I don't know nothing specific. All I got's for ya is that the guys that used to run this hood got crushed by some demon lord and the dragons he was keeping." "Why would a demon lord attack this, of all places?" "Man, I don't know how real this is 'cause it's just the word on the street, but everyone says he went crazy and started killing people left and 'cause some moron kidnapped his daughter." The explanation led Virgulus to scoff as he once again reflected on the insatiable greed that was humanity's nature. Performing an action as dangerous as kidnapping a demon lord's daughter proved that they were far beyond help. The humans, however, were not the only target of his contempt. Demon lords were as well. The two were equally stupid. While the former simply lacked the foresight to see the consequences of their actions, the latter never considered them to begin with. Demon lords were too drunk on power to even know the meaning of restraint. A conflict between the two was so fitting it could also be called poetic. So he crushed them. What happened to Beastkin? No, all the inhuman slaves they kept. Shite, Mang, that ain't something you gonna be happy to hear, but one of my boys, he saw it happen. The demon lord took them, he loaded them up onto the dragons when he was taking his daughter home. In other words, the humans had offered their slaves as sacrifices. They had given the girls up to the demon lord in an attempt to save their own skin, and Virgulus' daughter, Luuan, had undoubtedly been amongst them. "Where can I find this demon lord?" "I can't say, Mang, I ain't got nothin' real on that. Only thing I know is that they hit us up from the north, so they probably up in that Wicked Forest hood." The Wicked Forest was a place that Virgulus had heard of. He knew that, if his people wished to raid, they would first have to ensure that they were well equipped. The preparations would consume many resources, but he had to go. He recognized that his opinion could have potentially been skewed by bias, but he felt that his daughter was one that most would consider beautiful. Even the demon lord and demon lords were as unrestrained in their lust as they were everything else. It didn't take much for him to guess the fate that befell her. It was a fate that filled him with such rage that he clenched his fangs hard enough to draw his own blood. That's it. 8. "'Cause I don't know nothin' more. Now lemme go already." Virgulus found himself annoyed by the human's annoying whining, so he gave him one last punch to knock him out before turning and exiting the alley. He had accomplished his goal and located his daughter. It was time for him to leave the city. As a Warwolf, Virgulus' night vision was far superior to any human's, but he knew better than to remain in enemy territory. Wasting time would only put his men in unnecessary danger. "Just wait, Lou. Your father is coming." Virgulus clenched his fist as he hurried back to where his men were awaiting his return. "We will break through. Trust your allies, and trust yourself. But don't fight alone. Work together." Virgulus shouted a mix of orders and encouragement as he swung his magic blade and cut down a nearby monster. It, Wolf Fang, was a relatively well-known weapon, one that his people often referred to as the Cuspid Blade. Its reputation as a contingency used only in times of war was well deserved. It had demonstrated its efficacy throughout the generations as it was passed from one chief to another. Vergilus had brought it along as a contingency, and yet, he still felt woefully underprepared. He knew that the Wicked Forest was where the legendary Supreme Dragon resided, and he knew that it was far too dangerous to be claimed by any, but still, he had greatly underestimated it. Though he had yet to fully explore it, he was made painfully aware that werewolves stood nowhere near the top of the forest's food chain. Most other monster-infested territories revolved around apex predators, individuals that were much more powerful than all others in the area, regardless of species. Under normal circumstances, there would be exactly one monster of this caliber in every zone, but the Wicked Forest was different. All of the Wicked Forest's creatures were powerful enough to take over ecosystems and become their apex predators should they leave their natural habitats. The werewolves had only spent a single day within the forest's confines, but they were already riddled with casualties. A third of the warriors Vergilus brought with him had been injured, and some had been hurt so badly that they were no longer capable of moving. It was only a matter of time before they were wiped out. He noticed that the number of monsters in the werewolves' vicinity began decreasing right as the thought crossed his mind. Soon, the lull hit its apex. Every nearby monster seemed to have vanished altogether. It was the perfect opportunity for him to sift through his thoughts and evaluate his options. So he did. He wanted to save his daughter, as soon as possible. But although he didn't want to admit it, he knew there might not be anything left for him to save. There was no guarantee that she was still alive. His men, however, were. They had immediately agreed to his proposal even though they knew the risks. They had claimed that it was their duty to follow through on their chief's orders. They were good men, and that was precisely why he didn't want to lose them in the pursuit of a faint hope. Vergilus needed to carry out his duty as chief and order a retreat. It was a decision he likely would have made even if he had prioritized his own desires over his warriors' well-being. Their formation had collapsed. His fighters needed to heal before they could once again tackle the forest's dangers. The chief readied himself to announce his decision but was interrupted before he could, by a voice that he did not recognize. "Hey, over here." Every warrior's head turned in the speaker's direction almost immediately. He immediately identified the man as a demon. One of his eyes glowed red, while the other shared the same peculiar color as the hair that adorned the young man's head. Black. His features were odd, but they weren't nearly as suspicious as his complete and utter lack of equipment. The demon was in the midst of the Wicked Forest, one of the most ridiculously dangerous places known to any sentient being, and yet, he was dressed in casual wear. He didn't have any protective gear, nor any weapons at the ready. He didn't even have a spell or two standing by. His magical energies appeared to be in an idle state. Vergilus was baffled. He couldn't help but suspect that the demon either bore a death wish or was so incredibly powerful that he didn't need to remain on guard even when pitted against the forest's endless onslaught. Werewolves, like all other beastkin, had incredibly sharp senses. They could tell if an individual was hostile by taking in their scent, observing the extent of their perspiration, reading their expressions, and watching their muscles. And though he seemed suspicious, Vergilus knew that he wasn't hostile. The demon's words seemed to indicate that he would be able to get the werewolves somewhere safe, somewhere the monsters would never reach, and that he had intentionally initiated contact to make the offer. Vergilus didn't know if he could trust the demon, but at the very least, his words seemed true. His lack of equipment served to prove that he really did know an area that could be considered safe, and it was likely his base of operations, or maybe, just maybe, his home. It seemed completely unbelievable. It made little sense for one to choose to live within the Wicked Forest. Vergilus understood that well, as he had already had its terror permanently engraved into his mind. His tale would have been much more believable if the demon was a seasoned warrior, but he didn't look the part. Of course, the werewolf knew not to judge others by appearances, especially demons, as they often were not what they looked to be. Of course, The demon's proficiency in battle had nothing to do with his trustworthiness. There was still no guarantee that he truly intended to help. That was why the Warwolf pondered his options. He momentarily brooded as he tried to choose between refusing and accepting the other man's offer. If he chose the former, he would have no choice but to retreat whilst incurring losses. If he chose the latter, however, there was a chance that he could do away with any losses before they occurred, and that wasn't the only benefit. If the demon was truly a local, then there was a chance that he would know about the Demon Lord. After a brief moment of silence, the chief came to a decision. He pushed his way through the ranks and approached the demon. "Can we trust you?" "You already know I'd answer with a yes either way, so honestly, I don't think what I'm about to say matters. But yes, you can, and should. Trust me, it'll be what's best for you." Watching the demon shrug made Virgilus chuckle to himself. The man had a point, and as he didn't sense any hostility from him, he saw no reason to doubt him. There was, of course, the off chance that the demon was simply skilled in the art of masking his intentions, but Virgilus chose not to consider it. He knew that being overly suspicious would get him nowhere. "Fine. Men, lower your arms." "Come on, boss. You don't have to do this. We can still go on." One of his men immediately objected to the decision, but rather than get angry him, Virgilus did exactly the opposite. He was filled with a sense of pride. "Thank you. You're all very reliable, loyal to the bone, but far too many of us have been injured. We will need rest if we wish to push on." "Right. Got it, boss." With the soul dissenter pacified, the Warwolves immediately got to work. They got ready to move. "So you're the Warwolf chief?" The demon raised an eyebrow as he asked the question. "That I am." "I should introduce myself. I am Virgilus Gyrol, leader of the Gyrol pack." "Thank you for your help," said the Warwolf with a nod. "So does that mean you're Liv's dad?" The words that came out of the demon's mouth were nonchalant, casual in nature. It was like he knew nothing of the bombshell he had dropped. "Why, you know my daughter?" Everything began to click. The demon appeared to be casually wandering around the wicked forest in spite of it being the supreme dragon's nest. He was completely unarmed, which meant he was likely extremely powerful, and he even knew the name of Virgilus' daughter. It could have only meant one thing. "Then you must be the wicked forest's demon lord." "Yup, that's him. He was the prime evil that had kidnapped Luan and ravaged her." "Curse you, Demon Lord. Consider your life forfeit." A violent rage overcame Virgilus' mind as soon as he reached the conclusion. His thoughts were far too clouded for him to realize that the tone the man referred to his daughter in was amicable at worst. Chapter 194, Fatherhood, Part 2. "Well, I guess this means we've reached an agreement. Liz mine now." Virgilus turned his gaze on the other man and examined him. He looked at his expression, observed the extent of his perspiration, and stared into his eyes. Each of the aspects he scrutinized only served to solidify his understanding of the Demon Lord's sincerity. Assuming his nature had been a great folly, equally of note was his daughter's attraction to the man. The way she continued to steal glances at him with her cheeks dyed in red only served to further evidence that she would find herself happy with him by her side. He had always assumed that his daughter would have suffered nothing but abuse whilst kept within the Demon Lord's domain, but reality was often stranger than fiction. The twist was one that the Warwolf had trouble understanding, one that almost filled him with the urge to sigh and lament over the futility of his own actions. Never once had he imagined that the sole reason his daughter had never returned was simply because she hadn't wanted to. Not even in his wildest dreams. He had always known that Li wished to see the outside world, that she hated the small, isolated community that was the Warwolf village. But the world was not so kind as to allow a young woman to wander about by herself, let alone one who had yet to be wed. He had always thought that keeping her caged was for none other than her own sake, but seeing the dungeon and the Demon Lord that governed it led him to reconsider. Defying Virgilus' expectations came so naturally to the Demon Lord that he almost couldn't believe it. Every single one of his calculations had been thrown to the winds and cast away. He didn't know that it was possible for a Demon Lord to know the meaning of virtue. Of course, Yuki was not entirely virtuous. His desire to be waited upon by an entire unit of women was quite demon lord-like in nature, but that was the only aspect of his kind that he appeared to demonstrate. Unlike the others, he had even failed to become corrupted by his own might despite bearing more than enough to crush an entire army of war wolves. Yuki understood morality and abided by logic, and most importantly, the women who attended to him weren't captives. They clearly trusted him and only remained by his side of their own free will. He was more akin to any other man than he was any other dark overlord, and he was sure to treat Liu well, to appreciate her for who she was. The choice to be made was obvious. No good would come of refusing it. I understand. I will speak to Lynette, and all the others, and ensure that they accept this decision. Our decision. I've already said this to that husband of yours, but I will come again to check on you in a year. Do your best to make sure you grow into your new role by the time that comes to pass. Hearing Virgilus' consent caused Liu's face to come into bloom. A beautiful smile came to adorn it as would a flower underneath the morning sun. Mixed feelings assailed the father. It was the first time he had ever seen his daughter beam so brilliantly. He was proud of his decision and happy for her, and yet, his heart ached with loneliness, but such was what it meant for a father to see off a bride. While Virgilus had never before seen an inn constructed in the style of the one he and his men currently occupied, he felt it was still constructed in good taste. The soft, straw-like floor coverings paired well with its simplistic and yet luxurious wood and paper-based design. His men were happily washing their weariness away with his son-in-law's liquor stores while he and the man in question sat outside on the veranda. His gaze naturally fell on the demon lord's home, his daughter's home. The looming castle before him was as ominous as it was magnificent. Its stark material blended into the night sky and almost appeared to act as a curtain that obscured the stars themselves. It was a wondrous scene, one that paired especially well with the rice-based wine he had spent most of the night drinking. I have a question, Demon Lord. He spoke as he kept his eyes on the castle and his hands on his cup. What's up? What is it that you like about my daughter? Wow, going for that right off the bat, are we? He smiled in an awkward, boyish manner. Lots of things, honestly. But if I had to pick out the most important one, I'd probably say that it's her easygoing attitude. Oh? Being around Li makes it easy for me to relax, he elaborated. We always end up messing around and getting ourselves into all sorts of silly situations. It's so much fun being around her that it almost makes me feel like a kid again. And if you ask me, I'd say that's probably one of the most important parts of a long-term relationship. It means you can be yourself instead of having to worry about stepping on the other person's toes. The Warwolf craned his neck and looked over at his daughter as the Demon Lord described her. She was happily serving all the other Warwolves their food and drink while casually conversing with them and catching up on everything she had missed over the course of the last year. It was clear that she had grown, and the somewhat boastful smile that remained on her face throughout the process indicated she was well aware of it, and trying to show it off. Liuan had always been a tomboy. Her nature contrasted the taste of the average Warwolf. Most Warwolf men preferred women of a much more effeminate disposition. However, there were still individuals who felt otherwise, as tastes and preferences were bound to vary. The Demon Lord's statement had only served to further this point. His sensibilities were not what Warwolves considered the norm. It appears that my daughter has found herself quite the partner. Virgilus entertained a thought that caused him to smile before posing a question. What is Liu's life like here? Where do I start? Oh, I know. You see that maid over there? The one that looks perfectly at ease? That's Layla. She and Liz started as maids at about the same time. Well, kinda, he said. They're honestly only maids in name. They help out with some of the housework, but that's pretty much it. Though, in Liz's case, I'm not really sure help is always the right word. She's gotten better about it now, but honestly, she's a bit of a klutz. I'm sorry. That would be my fault. Virgilus chuckled. I didn't intend to spoil her, but as the chief's daughter, She never did end up having too many household responsibilities. I don't mind, the Demon Lord replied with a laugh of his own. Everyone's got strengths and weaknesses. Li might not be all that useful when it comes to doing housework, but she's pretty good at spreading all that excess energy of hers. Having her around keeps everyone else happy and invigorated. I'm glad to hear it. You should be. It means you've raised her well, and that's something worth being proud of. The Demon Lord spoke as he refilled the Warwolf's cup. Oh, right. You mind telling me what Li was like before she left the village? Thank you. Vergilus drained its contents in one gulp. She's never told you? I mean, she's tried, but she's not all that great at telling old tales, so I honestly haven't learned all that much at all, and I've always wondered about the kind of life she used to live, you know. Li was always a bit of a peculiar girl. The chief started to speak in a slow, nostalgic tone. She was much more interested in a life outside of our village than one within its borders. Vergilus began recounting story after story. He told the Demon Lord of her many mishaps and exploits, as well as various moments he considered her most important. He likely would have continued, had a certain embarrassed maid not run over to stop him. Chapter 195, A Fluffy Farewell. Is that wolf really what I think he is? Is he truly a Fenrir? Yeah, he is both another one of my family members and one of the biggest reasons Li decided to stick around. I gently pat the silver wolf beside me as I spoke to Li's petrified father. The sight of the legendary beast had him frozen in shock with his eyes bulging out of his sockets. The only part of him that seemed remain functional was his mouth, which twitched occasionally to serve to demonstrate that he was, in fact, still alive. His eyes remained glued to the wolf even after he finally recovered, as he kept his gaze on him as he nervously shot me a question. Why, you were living with a Fenrir? Yeah, I was keeping it from you guys because I wasn't really sure how you were going to react, I said. I ended up deciding that I might as well go for it because I thought you guys might appreciate it. Had spent the past day standing by near, but not in the dungeon in order to mitigate the risk of his discovery. In the end, all that staking out of his had gone to waste because I had decided that I would have felt awkward about keeping him from my newly legalized relatives, so I called him over and had him show himself to the crowd. Speaking of my pets, everyone not named or she I was out hunting. They had been instructed with the task of pruning nearby monsters in order to make it easier for me to escort the werewolves back outside the forest. Worship was apparently the word of the day, as all the werewolves had gotten down on their knees and bowed their heads deeply in prayer. The religious activity honestly appeared more chaotic than solemn. Every beastkin present had chosen to use the space they currently occupied as opposed to organizing themselves into a neater formation. Li's initial reaction to meeting Rur had been much less dramatic, so I had always assumed that the werewolves weren't an overly zealous tribe. Today's observations, however, proved that assumption wrong. Fenrirs were as divine to them as Odin was to the Nords. Speaking of dramatic reactions, there was also that one incident with Lynette. Upon regaining consciousness, Li's ex-fiancé had ended up screaming at me almost incoherently before running off and crying his heart out in a disgusting way that only a jock could manage. He then proceeded to spend the rest of the night drinking with his buddies, who did their best to cheer him up. I got the message. Of course, like the chief, he had wanted to warn me about breaking the werewolf prince's heart. Wow, I guess he really did love her in his own way. Knowing that almost makes me feel a bit bad for cucking him. Almost. Oh well, his fault, not mine. Should have just beat me up if he didn't want it to happen. Sorry man, but that's how it is. You're going to have to give up. But don't worry. There are plenty of fish out there. I'm sure you'll find another one eventually. Would you mind if I asked his name? It's Fluffer, though we normally call him Rur, for short, I said. Rur, this is Li's dad. The wolf greeted the chief with both a bark and a nod of the head. It's very nice to meet you. Thank you for everything you've done for my daughter. I think that's something you're supposed to say to Master, Dad, not Rur. Li giggled. Be quiet. Li, how else did you expect me to react to meeting a Fenrir? No true werewolf could possibly remain calm in a situation like this. Well, I can kinda see where you're comin' from. Her's real dignified, but the least you can do is stay calm, said Lou with a smug grin. Say all you want, but you were no better than they were when you first met him, I said. You weren't supposed to tell them that, Master. She complained indignantly. Huh, whatever you say, Lou, whatever you say. You've got a busy life ahead of you, Lou. You have to be both a good wife and take good care of a Fenrir. Do not make any careless mistakes. Do you understand me? Said my father-in-law, sternly. I won't. Squeaked the dog girl. But it's okay, 'cause me and her are real good buds. We're basically family already, right? Liz smiled in my beloved pet's direction and prompted him to bark in acknowledgement. But he didn't. Rather than acknowledging her, he stubbornly turned his head in the opposite direction in a manner reminiscent of an angry teenage girl. What the heck? Why are you turning away from me? She tried questioning him, but was once again faced with silence. Aren't you going to say anything? She moved to the other side of his body in order to speak to his face, but he once again craned his neck as to not to have to look at her. Why do you gotta keep turning away from me? Only when she started panicking did he finally choose to face her. Playfully, he smiled. Were you just teasing me? This time, the wolf both nodded and barked in affirmation. Why's this gotta be the only time you agree with me? Shouted Lou, indignantly. It was such an entertaining interaction that I broke into a cackle. They really do get along, said Liz's father, mystified. I can't believe it. My daughter's befriended a Fenrir. Well, that is kinda what happens when you live with someone for a whole year, I said. Although they weren't exactly on bad terms, it was unusual for her to be this relaxed in Liz's vicinity. Her habits had made him rather wary of her. He was only playing along this time in order to help her show off to her father. What a gentleman. Gentle waff? Is that even a thing? Really is just like his owner, sighed Lou. And what, exactly, is that supposed to mean? I asked. Nothin' at all, Master, she said. Just that you two are both real nice. Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what you meant. I laughed a bit before hopping on the Fenrir's back. Come on, Lou, you too. Thanks, Master. She blushed a bit as she took the hand I had extended to her, only to squeal in panic as I pulled her all the way up without any prior warning and placed her in front of me. Her thick, bushy tail brushed up against my stomach, tickling it, as her ears twitched in surprise. Oh, right. If you're mine now, I guess that means that these ears of yours are mine too, right? That ain't how that works, Master. They're still my eek, that tickles. I ignored her attempt at reasoning and reached for the soft appendages that protruded from her curly locks and began to rub them. Not bad at all. They're nice, soft, and silky, I said. But they're not as nice as hers. I'd say these are a 7.5 out of 10. What the heck? You can't just go around touching people's ears like that, complained Li as she nearly jumped out of her seat. Like the dog girl herself, wasn't all that content with me getting all touchy-feely with Li on his back. He whined a few times as if to complain, but I pretended not to notice as I engrossed myself in fiddling with the ears that had been placed right in front of my eyes. So firm, so crisp. HNNG. This is sexual harassment, Master. I'm gonna tell Leffi. It would be, if sexual harassment actually applied to couples, I said with a smirk. I would know. I'm not looking to get in trouble. Why else do you think I didn't do this earlier? Darn it, Master, why do you have to be right? Complained Li as she contemplated the differences between welcome and unwelcome sexual advances. Hey, you hear that, gentlemen? This is what it means to be a real man of honor. You keep your hands to yourself, until you don't have to anymore. My desire not to be seen as a sexual predator was behind most of my self-restraint. It was why I had never fiddled with any of Liv's fluff or touched Layla's horns in spite of the fact that my curiosity was driving me insane. Alright, fine. There were a few incidents with Leffi, but that was totally not my fault. She was the one who came on to me, which made everything completely different and totally okay. Ahem. Liv's father loudly cleared his throat before shooting me a glare. The man was so mad I could see his veins bulging out of his head. Yeah, that does kinda seem like the kind of look you'd have on your face if you were forced to watch someone flirt with your daughter. After a moment of contemplation, I took my hands off the man's daughter and watched as she hung her head in embarrassment and shame. I don't mind you being intimate, but please, keep it behind closed doors, he said in a low growl. Alright, said Lou. We should really get to seeing everyone off, Master. Rigged? Yeah, we were doing that. Sorry for the wait guys. I'll show you guys out of the forest. Let's go. Thank you, said my father-in-law. Oh, right. That reminds me, making your way through the forest every single time you want to come here is probably more danger than it's worth. You can stop just outside of it next time you feel like visiting, and I'll head over and pick you guys up. The werewolves had made their way into my territory through the forest's southern area, the part where its weakest monsters dwelled. I didn't have control over it just yet, but I was planning to have it integrated as another one of the dungeon's parts by this time next year. Thank you. That certainly does sound like a much better alternative, said the chief. Alright men, we're leaving. We may have Yuki and the Fenrir with us, this time, but that doesn't mean you can let your guard down, not even for an instant. Yes sir. The warriors raised their weapons and roared to show that they were ready for battle. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's entirely unnecessary. Everything's already either gone or dead, and I'm pretty sure I already told him not to worry about it. Though I had told him it was safe ahead of time, Liv's father hadn't truly accepted my claim as truth until partway through the journey. I know that you told us not to worry, but I almost cannot believe that we have yet to be attacked, he said. The monsters were so persistent on our way in. They came at us endlessly, one wave after another. Yeah, that's just how they are. Half of it just because we have Rur here. He's much stronger than anything that lives in the area, so he scares most things off, I said with a shrug. My other subordinates are getting rid of everything else, so we're pretty much in the clear. I suppose demon lords really are different from the rest of us after all, said Liv's father. Ah, right. The nearest human country appears to be going through some sort of turmoil. Is it? Referencing my mental map, I arrived at the conclusion that he was speaking about the kingdom I had visited in order to deal with a certain prince. It was the country whose king I was personally acquainted with, and the country Nell owed her services to. What was it called again? Alissa? Yeah, something like that. I've heard that it's in the midst of some sort of political strife, one rocking the country's very core. I know that they probably don't pose much of a threat, as far as you, or this forest, is concerned, but I thought that it would be better to warn you, just in case. Again? Seriously? Wow. Not that I really give a shit, but still. Wow. Their problems didn't particularly interest me, and I wasn't planning on getting involved unless I was forcibly dragged into the equation. Though I might want to double-check all my traps and make sure they're all still working and placed right. I've already signed that one deal with the king, so I doubt they'll be coming here ever again, but I'd rather be ready for nothing than find myself caught with my pants down. Yeah. Note to self: do dungeon stuff after seeing off the werewolves. Only later would I realize that I would have likely taken a very different set of actions had I asked my father-in-law for the reason Alissa had once again found itself in the midst of a political struggle. Chapter 196. I need more DP. Shit. I found myself moaning and groaning as I looked over the dungeon's balance sheet just a few days after seeing off Liv's people. The transaction history showed that we were in the red despite the all-time high my balance had been sitting at just a few weeks prior. In fact, we had been in the red for quite some time. My net balance, which was trending its way towards zero, sat at only a 20th of its peak. Of course, that meant my wallet wasn't completely empty just yet, but my funds were likely to run dry within the month. I hadn't been all that active in shifting the dungeon's boundaries as of late, and I have made sure to go hunting every once in a while, so I had assumed that all would be fine. I hadn't any real memory of doing anything that would lead to an increase in expenses. The only possible cause I could think of was the recent change in the dungeon's resident count. There was, of course, also the fact that I had lost my biggest source of income in Lefi. Welp, this is basically all a result of poor planning on my part. Managing my resource pool was something that I hadn't exactly been doing. I didn't bother keeping track of the numbers because it had seemed like more of a pain in the ass than it was worth. Evidently, I was wrong and my stupidity had once again reared its ugly head. Upon re-evaluating my spendings, I realized that I had accidentally thrown the concept of frugality out the window. I had been far too caught up in setting up new gimmicks and contraptions to even look at the cost of each. Until now, of course. Shit, this must be what it's like to win the lottery, live the high life, and then forget what it's like to be poor, not curb your spending, and go broke. Whatever the cause, I was going to have to do something about the state of our finances. Man, I swear I haven't had to worry about DP in forever. Oh well, whatever. Time to get to fundraising, I guess. After a good bit of consideration, I ultimately ended up choosing to resolve the situation at hand by playing the phone a friend card. The friend I happened to have in mind was situated within the True Throne room. Lefi, the situation has turned sour, and it has unfortunately come to my understanding that I desperately require your assistance. I summarized the situation as I prostrated myself before her in the cushion she was seated atop of. My tone was abnormal. I had intentionally gone out of my way to speak as formally as one requesting a loan from a bank. I know not what you are talking about. You will need to explain yourself, she said. I'm terribly sorry, ma'am. I'll have the details explained to you immediately. The long and short of it is that I happened to encounter a bit of an issue, and I was hoping the legendary Supreme Dragon would consider aiding me in its resolution. I know that you choose only to speak in such a disgustingly polite manner when your goal is deception. What is it that you really want? Oh shit, she knows. Why, I would never, I said. Though Lefi had already seen through me, I knew exactly which buttons to press to make her forget her suspicions. You see, ma'am, I simply wanted you to hear out my woes and resolve them before I have no choice but to stop serving dessert. What? The dragon pushed herself up from her seated position and shoved her face right in mine. Hold on, I said, reverting to my usual tone. Stop shouting and chill out. Though a series of frustrated dragon noises followed, Lefi eventually managed to regain her calm and sit back down with her legs crossed. Unlike before, she was now giving me her undivided attention in order to ensure that she could best combat every threat to her daily intake of sugar. Just saying, sitting cross-legged with a one-piece on is a terrible idea. I can totally see your panties. What exactly is the matter? She asked. Our finances, I said. My wallet is looking pretty empty right about now. I'm probably going to run out of DP within the month. And I believe that you mentioned that this DP happens to be the substance you employ in the fabrication of goods? Yup, you got it. We were in the green for a good while, so I wasn't really paying much attention to it. Turns out, that was a mistake, I said. I've been using it the same way I always have. But apparently we've got too many people for that to be sustainable now. And I take it that I no longer generate any of this substance for you now that we have become mates? Well, yeah, that certainly is a part of it, but it's not your fault. It's mine. I should have planned ahead instead of forgetting about it. While marrying Lefi certainly had changed our financial situation, I found it to be a trade well worth engaging in. I wouldn't have changed my mind even if I had known that we would ultimately end up in financial distress as a result. She was worth more to me than any amount of cash could ever be. And although losing the Lefi bonus certainly did make a difference, it wasn't the straw that broke the camel's back in the first place. I was still in the green in the days following our marriage. The issues only started to appear after I bolstered the dungeon size, got us some new pets, and worked a bit on security, which meant it really was all my fault and none of hers. So, yeah, I figured I should probably do something before shit hits the fan. I came to you because I didn't want to worry any of the others. Ideally, I'd like for them to never know that anything was ever wrong to begin with. There were, Of course, many sustainable options. I could always go hunting more often for active income or expand the dungeon's boundaries for more passive income. But I needed a stopgap for the time being in order to ease my concerns. That was why I wanted to borrow Lefi's might. And that is why you have came to me, and me alone? Yeah, you're the only person I can trust when it comes to stuff like this. Why yes, I can see that. Her cheeks reddened as she muttered her words with joy and pride. She's so simple-minded that it's adorable and I love her for it. I understand the issue at hand, she said after clearing her throat. As your ever-reliable mate, I shall lend you my assistance. Thanks wifey, you're the best. I knew I could count on you. So, what exactly is it that you wish for me to do? Chapter 197, A Discussion en route. It is far too bright out here, Lefi groaned as she waltzed out of the cave the dungeon was located within and found herself exposed to the sun's light. She glared at it from between the fingers she was using to filter out its rays, her face twisted into an annoyed scowl. When was the last time you went outside anyway? I don't quite recall, she said. Very few of my recent memories entail exiting the living room, and those that do involve only remaining within the grasslands that lay outside the castle. I'm guessing that's only cause the girls keep asking you to play with them, right? Indeed, thought so. You've been getting pretty damn good at looking after them recently. I concur. She giggled before breaking into a boastful, toothy grin. But I suppose it is to be expected. Entertaining a mere child or two is a simple task for one as great as I. Well, that is why they call you the Supreme Dragon, isn't it? I chuckled. Thanks for always looking after everyone when I'm out. Really appreciate it. If you have truly come to understand my value, then it would do you well to pay me more respect, she says. To begin, you must offer me a seat upon your shoulders. Whatever you say, Your Majesty. Whatever you say. I ducked down, stuck my head between her beautiful, dainty legs and hoisted her up onto my shoulders as I stood back up. Riding upon your shoulders never fails to disappoint, she said. It provides a wonderful perspective, one that allows me to gaze upon the earth from above. I mean, yeah, sure, but you can fly. Isn't that literally the same thing but better? Flight certainly does bear many merits, but as does this, she said. Seating myself atop your shoulders allows me to feel as if I am still connected, both to the world beneath me, and to you. Connected, huh? I smiled. It allows me to bask in both the sensation of your touch and feel every step you take. It is pleasant, calming even, and bears a stark distinction from the almost lonely sensation that accompanies the act of treading the earth myself. For a moment, I was shocked into silence. I didn't know what I was supposed to say to the profession of her loneliness, nor how I was supposed to cure it. The right words didn't seem to pop into my mind no matter how hard I thought. That was why I decided to stop trying and just be myself. Well, feel free to come crying to me if you ever feel lonely then. I'll do this for you anytime. I smirked as I spoke in a mischievous tone. You are my precious little wifey after all. I don't mind sweeping you up in my arms if it means making you happy. HMPH, she snorted in an attempt to shake off her embarrassment. Though I couldn't see her face, I was sure it had been dyed a shade of scarlet. You never do seem to get sick of teasing me, do you? What followed her retort was a whine, not from her, but rather from the wolf 2 steps behind me. I sensed exasperation in his voice. It was almost like he was begging us to get a room, but as usual, I chose to ignore his complaints. Why did you choose not to have Liv's people remain within the dungeon if your finances were in such a dire state? Asked Lefi. I thought about it, and it just doesn't seem like something that would work. Liv's old man only brought the tribe's warriors with him, so about 2/3 of their men. They've still got lots of family back home, and having an entire village suddenly move in sounds like a train wreck waiting to happen. There was also the fact that I wasn't all that fond of living with a bunch of random people. I was more than willing to call Liv's father an in-law given that I had ended up turning his daughter into one of my wives. But that was more of a formality than it was anything else. He was family in name, but I didn't truly think of him that way. I had only known him for a grand total of 3 days, After all, physical proximity wasn't even the issue. We had plenty of space, I just didn't want to deal with them. Naturally, I was planning on lending a hand if anything ever happened to them, but that was it. Living with them was something I wanted to avoid. I just knew that it was going to be much more trouble than it was worth, because moving them in would change how I lived my life, and that was something I had absolutely no intention of doing. I certainly see your point, said Levi. And that is not even to mention their lack of strength. They were so frail that they would have perished before reaching the dungeon if you had not chosen to lend them your aid. Oh yeah. That reminds me, why are the monsters around here so strong anyway? I never actually realized it until I saw a bit more of the world, but everything that lives in this forest is straight up overpowered, at least compared to what you see everywhere else. I believe the answer to that question can be found through an inspection of the differences between this land and any other. This forest houses a concentration of magical particles far greater than the norm. As the creatures that reside within go about their lives, they consume the forest's bounty and breathe in its air. In doing so, they concentrate within themselves vast quantities of magical particles. As their bodies acclimate to the surplus of magic, they become more adaptable and less resistant to drastic changes in their physical forms. The cycle only continues as the strong consume the weak and take their magical energies for themselves. Oh, so basically more magic equals more up. That actually makes a lot of sense. Alright, I get that. But that then begs another question. Why does this place have so many magical particles to begin with? A good question. That is not something I have ever thought about myself. Levi paused for a moment to think. But I do recall a tale told to me long ago by one of the older ancient dragons. Sounds interesting. Do tell. Wait. Levi's been alive for a hell of a long time, right? So exactly how long ago is long ago? Like, are we talking a few hundred years, maybe 1,000? He predicated it by stating that it was a tale that he had heard from his parents before they passed, she said. He told me that a god had once walked this land, and that this is where he perished. The magical energy within this so-called god dispersed throughout the land upon his death and came to form the forest we see around us. Wait, so this is where God died? Holy shit, that's an important plot point if I've ever heard one. Seriously, talk about hitting all the fantasy buttons. Wait, didn't you say you've never seen any gods before, and that they probably didn't actually exist? Yes, Yuki, but the world is vast. While I do consider myself rather knowledgeable, there is still much that I have not yet heard of, let alone seen for myself, she said. Still, I doubt that the creature that perished here was a true god, but rather, a monster so long-lived that it was revered as one. A monster revered as a god, huh? That's an interesting thought. Everyone pretty much thinks of monsters as harmful creatures that need to be removed. Going from that to something everyone worships is one hell of a promotion if I've ever heard of one. Names and titles are often subject to change. I, for example, was born as Lephishos and feared as the supreme dragon for generations. But now, I simply go by Levi, the name you gave me. Given my own experiences, I certainly do think it possible for a monster to be considered a god. She leaned over to look me in the face as she smiled. Those with shorter lives, creatures who take on forms like yours, remember creatures like us as legends. The simple act of living out our lives causes our names to be etched into history's annals, and our deaths are no different, for they too bear great meaning to those who come after us. It certainly is a bizarre phenomenon. Life is quite a wonder, isn't it? Carving your name into history by becoming a legend, huh? That's a grandiose thought if I've ever heard one. But I mean, she is right. Life really does seem both weird and incredible if you think about it like that. Yeah, a wonderful life indeed. Well, if a long life and a lot of magic is all it takes to become a god, I'd say you're well on your way. I grinned at her. Give it another couple thousand years, and everyone will probably start worshipping you too. I suppose that would make you the man that stole God's heart. That certainly does sound like a much more impressive title than Demon Lord, doesn't it? Yeah, sounds like one I wouldn't mind growing into. Carving out this world's mythos by your side and leaving proof that we were here, living our lives, sounds like something I'd enjoy. I laughed. But if I want to be worth my salt, I'd better start working my way up the ladder, huh? Right now, I haven't got much of a name to me. I'm just like any other insignificant demon lord in the middle of nowhere. But just you watch, soon I'll be the biggest baddie around. Good. Then I shall ascend to godhood as I wait for you to accomplish that exact feat. After exchanging another pair of laughs, the two of us smiled at each other and continued on our journey. Chapter 198. Solving the DP problem. Only the slightest bit of sunlight filtered through the overgrown canopy. The treetops had formed a near impregnable layer of greenery, one able to prevent even the sun's rays from piercing through to the forest floor. In most environments, the relative lack of light would have served as an indication that the trees had grown too densely. But the Wicked Forest was no average biome. While they certainly couldn't be called sparse, the trees had more than enough room to themselves. There were sometimes even tens of meters between each individual. The problem lay not in their number, but rather their size. And I were hidden behind a root belonging to one such monstrosity. Its trunk was so thick that a group of 5 fully grown adults would likely have struggled to wrap their arms around it even if they stretched their arms out as far as they would go. I had kept stealth active just to make sure I stayed out of sight, but the precaution was entirely unnecessary. The behemoth's roots were so tall that all I needed to do to stay hidden was take a knee. My companion was equally impossible to spot, as he had shrunk himself down to the size of a regular wolf. "All right, just making sure, you still remember Lefi's exact location, right?" I stuck my head out from behind the root and gazed at the bizarre monster that my pet and I were getting ready to tackle. Naturally, my question was met with agreement. Was never one to disappoint. "All right, sounds good. I'm going to run through the plan one more time. Should be pretty simple. We grab that thing's attention, then get the fuck out as quick as we can. All right?" Again, an affirmative wolf noise answered my query. "Then let's do this." There was no longer any need for me to stay hidden, so I stood up and aimed a spell at our target. It was a strange creature, one that looked to be part mammal, part arachnid. The top half of its body resembled that of a bear. It had beady eyes, and a muscular frame covered in fur. Crunching noises echoed throughout our surroundings as it chewed through the bloody corpse that lay underneath its scorpion-like lower body. Its large frame made it an easy target. My water dragons flew true. As a rather powerful monster, it noticed the attack and raised its head from its meal to look in my direction, an action that only caused it to take the draconic projectile's face first. In the long run, my accuracy meant nothing. Scorpia Bear's stats were so much higher than mine that it didn't mind being hit in the face. The fact that it had swung one of its legs at the dragons and destroyed their lower halves before they could land didn't help much either. Still, I had fulfilled my goal. An electrical explosion, one generated by none other than the proud Fenrir himself, blinded both the bear and I as it landed right on the half-arachnid's freshly soaked frame. Unlike my spell, whose purpose was only to serve as the setup, hers did damage. Real damage. The agitated bear roared, turned towards us, and broke into a charge. "All right, it took the bait. Let's get the fuck outta here." I leapt onto Rur's back as he grew back to his full size and took off like a race car. Unlike the enraged arachno-mammal, which plowed through every bit of greenery in its way with pure destructive force, Rur weaved between the trees and avoided everything in his path. Wow, seeing a bear scuttle like that is actually kinda gross. Yeah, definitely not something I'd like for dinner. "Wow, Rur, you better watch out. He's right on our tail," I said, jokingly, as the wolf continued to maintain a safe distance with ease. "You know, this kinda reminds me of the time we fought the dumbass manticore. Man, fuck that thing." Though the only response I got was the usual short bark, I could tell that the wolf was exasperated, and extremely so. He clearly wanted me to stop losing myself in my thoughts and focus on the task at hand. We wouldn't have normally bothered challenging a beast this powerful. Its defenses were so difficult to break that we normally would have found it near impossible to take down. But this time, I wasn't nearly as concerned. because we were just the bait. It was too slow to catch up to us and too dumb to cast any spells. It posed zero threat so long as we didn't try to engage it in any sort of risky CQC, and that was precisely why we had chosen it. We were sure to succeed in luring it to our destination so long as we didn't let our guard down. Rigged. That's probably why he was telling me to stay on my toes. Derp. The lure process was simple. All we did was fire a spell or two at it every once in a while to make sure it stayed mad enough to keep chasing us. Rinsing and repeating for a few minutes led us to a clearing, one that housed a beautiful, horned maiden whose sleek silver hair fluttered in the wind. Leffi. I shouted her name, the signal, as we passed right by her. I will see it done. She spread her arms wide as she awaited Scorpia-Bear, as if to embrace it. But she brought them back together right before it reached her. It was almost like she was clapping. Almost. If I had to name one key difference, it would be that the action she had conducted was far more deadly than a mere clap or two could ever be. Scorpia-Bear's head popped. It exploded not into gore or viscera, but a bloody mist. A blood mist that soon faded without a trace. The rest of the creature's body, everything from the neck down, collapsed onto the ground and simply stopped. Wow. I almost can't believe you took that thing down in one hit, but I guess that is what it means to be the Supreme Dragon. I jumped off hers back and walked up to her as I spoke. Fortunately, I didn't have to go very far because the wolf had started hitting the brakes the moment he passed her. It is only to be expected. A monster this weak does not amount to much of a foe. Though Leffi had shrugged off the feat as no big deal, it was one that I couldn't possibly have pulled off. The strange scorpion-like bears were creatures that were and I would never fail to run from. Neither my might nor my magic could pierce their tough hides, but to her, they were just insignificant whelps, lambs to the slaughter. Observing her with magic I had demonstrated that the technique she employed was much more precise and involved than it otherwise would have appeared at first glance. Because while she certainly had clapped the bear to death, she hadn't done it with her hands. It was a spell that took command of an incredibly dense ball of mana and shaped it into a pair of hands before smashing the creature's skull to bits. She was strong, so incredibly strong that I found it impossible to gauge just how much she was capable of outputting. Creating something as dense as her hands would cost me a fifth of my mana pool. Sustaining it was already beyond me. Using it as a weapon, as she had, was simply out of the question, and she's been doing that non-stop since we started. Holy shit. I have no doubt that you will grow powerful enough to do this with ease within the next 100 years. Yeah, sounds about right. Man, I almost can't believe I'm agreeing with her. Is my sense of time really that messed up already? I mean, I did basically completely fail to notice that a year had passed, so, man, that's kinda fucked. The Leffi-based scheme I'd come up with to farm DP was fairly simple. The technique was no different from the usual. We had gone out in order to hunt. Our targets, however, we had ventured into the Wicked Forest's western hemisphere in order to hunt its most powerful creatures. Normally, they were foes I would never have tangled with. Every fight was equivalent to a dance with death, one in which I'd struggle to come out on top. That was why I had explicitly ordered all my pets to stay away from the western area. Today, however, was an exception. My beautiful wife, who just happened to be the strongest thing in the Wicked Forest, was lending us a hand. She was assisting us in murdering everything that we tricked into stepping into the dungeon's bounds. We could have simply went around butchering things, but dragging them into my territory before killing them was more efficient because it allowed us to double up on our gains. As the monsters were much more powerful than usual, our income ended up being a whole order of magnitude higher. As far as stopgaps went, this one was perfect. In dragon form, the aura of power she radiated was so immense and overwhelming that it would have scared everything off before they even got close. That was why she hadn't bothered reverting. Staying in her girl form had allowed her to butcher every single bit of prey we brought her without it realizing that it needed to turn tail and flee. Hook, line, and sinker. R.I.P. monsters. On a more serious note, I really owe her for this. We totally would have been boned without her. Like, checkmate tier boned. Wait, is it just me? Or am I basically completely useless? Totally could have done all this without me. All I do is sit on his back. Well, I mean, that's just what mission control does, right? My job is to give orders, especially if shit goes down. Yeah, I'm not useless at all. Totally. Ahahaha. Our current excursion was comprised of 3 teams. Teams A and B were responsible for luring. A was comprised of and I, whereas B contained the other 4 battle-ready pets I had at my disposal. C was just Lefi. In other words, I hadn't brought N. I didn't think that it was all that necessary or even efficient to have her accompany us, as we weren't actually picking any real fights. As a long-ass greatsword, she was heavy, and adding her weight to the equation didn't really seem like the best of ideas given the fact that our strategy relied almost entirely on speed. That said, I hadn't come empty-handed. I was far too cautious not to equip myself, so I'd swapped an iron rod into my greatsword slot, one that I'd made back when I first started crafting weapons. Man, blunt weapons are so easy to use. Why do swords need so much finesse and technique? God damn it. 3 hard 5 me. While I certainly had called the weapon an iron rod, it wasn't actually any iron rod. It was made of adamantite, one of this world's most precious metals, and had been engraved with 3 enchantments. The first, the one Layla had derived for me, was the most interesting. Inspecting Rur's self-adjusting collar had allowed her to extract its magic circuit, one that granted objects the ability to grow and shrink on command. Changing the rod's size as I swung it around made me feel like the Monkey King. As far as I was concerned, the rod's ability to get as big or small as I wanted it to more or less equated it to the Ruai Bang. The other 2 circuits, magical prowess of the highest order, and greater magical conductivity boost, made it much easier for me to cast spells. Long story short, it's a fucking super stick. It only did a tiny fraction of N's damage, but it was still certainly useful in its own right. Alright, I know what you're thinking. What the fuck, Yuki? You can't just call it an iron rod if it's made out of adamantite. Yeah, I know. And I don't care, adamantite rod just doesn't roll off the tongue the same way. So fuck it. I'm calling it an iron rod. Logic be damned. You just missed the other group, said Lefi. I would like to note that the 4 of them have grown dramatically since their advent. Their intellect has improved by leaps and bounds. I know, right? Aren't they the best pets ever? Indeed they are. Like her, they are all outstanding individuals. That they are, wifey. That they are. As their owner, I felt as if it was my responsibility to aid in their growth, but I almost never did. In fact, I functioned as more of a distraction than anything else. I only ever interacted with them to play around. Oops, lol. Oh man, what a day. Talk about making a good bit of cold, hard cash. I stretched my arms out as far as they would go before allowing myself to fall back into the soft pillow behind me. The warm and fluffy sensation of Rur's thick, bushy fur was nothing short of wonderful. I slowly slid down the side of his body and collapsed a seated position. Lefi plopped herself down in my lap and leaned into my chest as soon as I settled into a comfortable position. That was quite the effort, she said. The sheer amount of time we expended turned it into a rather exhausting task despite its simplicity. I take it you will be treating me to whatever I want upon our return? Hey, course I will. Governator, make sure you keep it up, eh? We'll be glad to have you along per all our schemes, I said in a half-baked Italian accent. I don't quite follow the reason for which you've adopted such a strange tone. The dragon girl raised a brow. Don't worry about it, I laughed. I can't wait to get home. The first thing I'm going to do is jump into the bath and have myself a nice, long soak. Then, I'm going to grab some booze, wrap myself up in some nice, silky blankets, and drift off to dreamland. That certainly does sound like a splendid way to spend the night, she said. I take it you chose to make me aware of your plans because you were planning to share? Of course, I'm always down for drinking an evening away with you. Lefi had made us way more than enough DP. Wasting a bit on booze was a non-concern. Not that we even need to. I'm pretty sure we've still got the 5 barrels the Demon King gave me. Those'll probably last us another 2 odd months. Oh, speaking of booze with people, We should do a drinking party sometime, or maybe an evening banquet, something where all of us can get hammered together, except the kids. Of course, they'll be stuck with juice until they get older. If those are our evening plans, then I would like to head home immediately. I cannot wait any longer. Dinner, dessert, and liquor await us. She got up off my lap and impatiently looked towards the dungeon. Sounds like a plan. Likewise, I also got to my feet before turning around to face the 5 other members of my household that had aided in solving my financial crisis. Alright everyone, it's time for Levi and I to head home. Thanks again for all your help. I'll probably hit you guys up again within the next couple of days. Let's all go on a nice leisurely walk or something soon. After petting all 5 to show my gratitude, I turned heel and headed home with my favorite dragon girl in tow. Chapter 199, The Demon Lord's Wives Offensive. And we're back. That we are. Levi and I announced our presence as we stepped through the door inside the cave and entered the true throne room. Welcome home, darling. Welcome home, darling. I was immediately greeted by both Lou and Nell. The pair had voiced their lines in the sweetest, sultriest tones they could manage and even blown a kiss for added effect. Both girls had taken up the exact same pose, one that they had obviously coordinated ahead of time. They had bent over whilst pulling their arms behind their backs in order to emphasize their cleavage. So I'm already starting to feel pretty hungry. What's for dinner tonight, Layla? I walked right past both girls and headed towards the kitchen in order to address the one individual I trusted to have remained sane. We'll be having Doria tonight, my lord. Doria? Nice. I love Doria. Can't wait. What the heck, master? Don't just ignore us. Liz spun around and grabbed me by the shoulders in a desperate attempt to dissuade me from continuing towards the kitchen. At least tell us how you felt. Come on, anything'll do. Look how hard your adorable wives are trying to knock your socks off. Can't you see how sexy these poses are? Sexy? You mean embarrassing? I asked. I can't even look at you two right now. That's gotta be cause they were totally working way too well, right? I don't know about you, but all I'm getting out of this is a cringe. Evidently, I wasn't the only one to have thought that the girls had embarrassed themselves. In fact, Nell was so ashamed that she had turned to face a corner, squatted down, and hid her face with her hands. She was, quite literally, red all the way up to her ears, which means this is probably another one of Liv's bright ideas. Unlike the Warwolf, the hero had been showing signs of embarrassment from the get-go. In fact, it seemed that she had really pushed herself to go through with it, as she had started trembling by the time she blew a kiss. Where did you learn that dumb pose anyway? I asked. I saw you show it to the kids when you were playing with them, master, and I remember it made you grin from ear to ear, she said. I know you're more attracted to kids than adults, but I thought you might like to see us doing it too, so I've got plenty to comment about that. But first of all, could you not make it sound like I'm some sort of child molester, because I'm not. You ain't, really? Asked Nell. Wide-eyed. Why does that come as a surprise? I wasn't very amused. I certainly had taught the girls a bunch of silly shit while we were playing house, but it wasn't because I was some sort of sick pervert. While I certainly was grinning from ear to ear, it wasn't because I was getting off. Rather, I just found the juxtaposition ironically entertaining. You hear that, FBI? It was just for shits and giggles. I'm innocent, and definitely not a sexual deviant. Definitely. The time I spent conversing with Lou allowed Nell to shake off a little bit of her initial embarrassment. She took her hands off her face and turned back towards us. See, Lou, I told you this wouldn't work, she groaned. Yuki only gets turned on by children. There's no way we could have possibly knocked his socks off. That ain't true, Nell. I'm sure Master's real happy. I bet he's just trying his best not to let it show cause he's embarrassed. He's still grinning, just on the inside, said Lou. The difference between us and the littler girls is that he ain't able to stop his smile from coming up to the surface when he sees them do it cause it makes him too excited to hold it all in. Girls, please. This whole conversation seems predicated on the assumption that I get turned on by children, which I do not, I said. Knock it off already. Much to my annoyance, Neither of the two seemed to acknowledge the claim in any which way, but they at least stopped talking about it, mostly because Levi had happened to decide to join the conversation. "You are certainly putting your best efforts into impressing him, Lou." "Of course I am," she declared, peppily. "I ain't just any other maid anymore. I've gone and turned into one of Master's wives too." The maid's face slowly reddened as she spoke, "And that means I gotta make him real happy." It almost physically pains me to admit this, but that big embarrassed smile is pretty cute in its own right. Though Lou and I had, according to her father, been wed, not much had really changed. The Warwolf was still a maid. She still wore maid clothes and did maid things. Likewise, the power dynamic between her and Layla had also remained completely unchanged. There was, however, one thing that had changed: our relationship. We were no longer master and servant, but rather, husband and wife. At least in name, anyway. While I wasn't really acting much different, Lou was doing what she believed all wives should, trying her goddamn best to keep me as happy as she could. Despite growing up as a tomboy, the wolf maid seemed to greatly admire the newlywed life. She had, apparently, always dreamed of one day being a bride and letting her girlier side loose. That, in and of itself, wasn't the problem. If anything, I thought it was adorable, or at least it would have been had her head not been full of delusions that she was trying to bring to the real world. Her imagination had led her to create scenarios which were unbefitting of her nature, unrealistic, or skewed in some other manner. Every single one she tried to live out always had something or another wrong with it. Lou never has been the brightest of the bunch, so I guess this is kinda expected. Throwing the over-imagined scenarios she came up with into a blender with Nell's inability to refuse just about anything created what I could only see as a stain on the poor hero's record, a shameful memory that would span the ages. Artificially, that is. Note to self: remind Nell about her embarrassing antics as soon as she forgets. Come on, Levi. You gotta do it too and totally blow Master away. I will refrain. What heck? Come on, Levi. Just do it. You know, that doesn't sound half bad. I've already got it pictured in my head, and I'm kinda wanting to see actually happen, I said. Why you do? Squeaked the dragon. Hey, hook, line, and sinker. I'm totally going to point fingers and laugh my ass off the moment she tries. I can already see exactly how ridiculous she'll look. Come on, Levi. Now you really gotta do it, said Lou. Even Master's saying he wants you to. So be just like us and do your best to make him smile. I do not think it would be very enjoyable for either party. The reluctant silver-haired maiden looked to the only friend that had yet to betray her for help. What say you, Nell? As a victim of Lou's scheme yourself, do you not agree that there is little reason for me to attempt something so ridiculous? Don't just do it, Levi, grumbled the hero. If I had to, then you should too. Curses, grumbled the dragon. I did not expect to be betrayed by your resentment and remorse. You see, Levi, there's no fighting it, I said. Come on. Yeah, come on, Levi. Do it, added Lou as she tugged at the hem of the other girl's dress. Our thorough attempts at convincing her eventually seemed to get through. Fine, I will do it, so stop pestering me. Levi sighed in annoyance, took a step forward, faced her back to us, cleared her throat, and took a deep breath. Welcome home, Dee darling. She tripped over her own words a few times as she spun around and blew a kiss whilst taking the exact pose that the other two had had just a minute prior. It was a critical hit. My eyes widened as I stepped backwards with a hand over my chest. If I had a drink, I most certainly would have done a spit take. Keeping my eyes on her was impossible. I had no choice but to avert them, else risk completely losing my bearings. SC, did I not tell you that it wouldn't bode well? I cannot believe I allowed you to trick me into this. No, I tried to correct her, but couldn't find the words. I was too taken aback. The way she stuttered and blushed as she turned her eyes up on me hit every single one of my sweet spots, and the kiss she blew had struck me right in the heart. The difference between the enchanting appeal and her usual behavior was so stark that it only served to amplify the strength of her attack. Describing this exact scenario was why the Japanese term gapmo had been created. Wow, said Li as she trembled in fear. I knew Lefi was the first to steal Master's heart, but I really didn't think she'd be this good at it. Alright, that was really effective, agreed Nell, who was apparently now blushing for a whole different set of reasons. I felt it hit home even though we're both girls. The way the hero was looking at the other girl was concerning. She was just as charmed as I was. Wow, Nell, I didn't know you swung that way. As for Li's reaction, yeah. No comment. All three of us would likely have remained stunned by Lefi's overpowering display had Layla not poked her head out of the kitchen. Dinner will be ready shortly. Weren't you supposed to be helping me, Lu? Alright, I almost forgot. I'll be there in a second. The first to recover from the shock was Lu, who exited stage left in order to attend to her duties. I should probably go get the kids so they won't be late for dinner. Next was Nell, who had apparently shook off the CC with her heroic tenacity. The slovenly look on her face found itself replaced by a gentle smile. I think I know where to find them, so I'll be right back. Take care of Lefi for me, okay? Why yeah, sure. She fiddled with the door in a manner that proved she had grown used to it and closed it behind her as she left. I know I've already said this a whole bunch of times, but wow, she really is used to living here now. Isn't she? I mean, that's fine and all, but it's also not. I'm kind of hoping she'll stay the badass hero she is instead of letting all the idiots around here influence and ruin her. And then there were two. Lefi and I were the only two that remained. She was sulking, while I was still doing my damned best not to look at her. A small smile appeared on my lips as I looped around behind her and placed a hand on her shoulder. Hey, Lefi. What? She grumbled. Could you do me a favor and do that one more time? I asked. Ideally while wearing a maid's outfit. Absolutely not. Well then, that's the hardest refusal I've ever heard from her. Chapter 200. What exactly does blood taste like anyway? Thanks Yuki. That was really tasty. Iluna gave me a big smile as she detached herself from my neck. No problem. Glad to hear it. The sides of her mouth were still covered in a bit of the sanguine fluid, but I paid it no mind and gave the happy young bloodsucker a pat on the head regardless. You know, that doesn't really surprise me anymore, but it does remind me that I'm the only human here, said Nell. Yeah, I can kinda see where you're coming from. It's basically impossible to tell that Iluna's a vampire unless you see her fangs, I said. Though I guess the same can probably be said for me too. Your eyes and your hair are kind of a rare color, but not one that's unheard of. You look just like one of us so long as you don't have your wings out. The hero giggled before looking around. She furrowed her brows, as if deep in thought, as her gaze fell upon each member of my household in turn. First, it fluttered to Layla, who was reading one of the books I'd brought back from the demon realm as a souvenir. It then jumped to Lefi, Lu, and En. The dragon and werewolf were facing off in a high-stakes game of Othello whilst the sword watched with interest. She's probably just waiting for one of them to lose so she can take their spot. Now that I think about it, almost everyone seems to be a different race. The wraiths are the only ones that aren't. I've never thought about it, but yeah, you're right. And the wraith girl's more or less a 3-in-1 package anyway. So you can't even really say we have any dupes. I had summoned the triplets at the same time. But that wasn't all. You know the concept of the Trinity? Yeah, it's kinda like that. They're the same, but different. I don't think I've ever seen so many different types of people in one place before, said Nell, with a giggle. And I don't think any others exist. Humans are far too xenophobic for that. Most of us can't stand the other races. Yeah. I'm sure all the other humans would be a lot happier if they were as silly and laid back as you are. Silly? What do you mean silly? The brunette puffed up her cheeks in an easy-to-read expression of indignance and anger. Nothing bad, I chuckled. It was a compliment, master. I felt something tug on my shirt right as I opened my mouth to tease the poor hero again, so I stopped and looked down to see the dungeon's resident slime girl, Mister. Her articulation had improved drastically since she first started learning to speak. It wasn't quite perfect just yet, however, as her words ended up coming out with a distinctive, childish lisp. Furthering that distinction was the pace at which she spoke. Her sentences were short because she often had to pause to find the right words. Hey Shiai, what's up? I wanna try drinking some of your blood too. Oh, okay. Wait, what? Where'd this come from all of a sudden? I'm pretty sure it's not the type of thing you'd actually enjoy. Eluna told me it's really tasty. I really wanna try it. The slime looked to the vampire, who energetically nodded her head in confirmation. Yup. It's the tastiest thing I've ever drank, even better than fizzy juice. When Eluna said fizzy juice, she actually meant soda. It was something I knew she loved. She jumped for joy every single time I decided to serve it. Wow, didn't think she actually liked my blood more than soda. I mean, sure, that kinda makes me happy, but it also doesn't, because I know about you. But I don't really think that the average Joe enjoys being weighed against a can of Coke. If it's that tasty, then I really wanna try it, said Shiai. I mean, sure, if you insist, I said. Could you trade places with her, Eluna? Okay. The vampire and the slime pulled a good old switcheroo. One got off my lap, and the other got on. Thanks. Can I start drinking? I mean, again, I don't think it'll taste good, but go for it. A cool, pleasant sensation assaulted my neck as Shiai placed her mouth exactly where Eluna's fangs had left their mark. Upon craning my head towards her, I was reminded that, unlike Eluna, her body wasn't opaque. The translucency of her skin and flesh allowed me to observe as she swallowed and digested my vital fluids. The way the two liquids integrated was so strange that I couldn't help but find it obscene. Thankfully, she had her fill and stopped before I took the thought any further. Wow, it really was tasty. That was like going to a Michelin 3-star restaurant. You've never even been to a 3-star restaurant, I retorted. Man, why do they know all these weird bits of trivia? Who the hell taught them all this useless bullshit? Oh, right, it was me. Is it really that good? You sure you're not just saying that to make me feel better? Yup, it's really good. I think soda is good too, but this is better. Right? Hearing the slime reinforce her opinion led the vampire to puff out her chest with a newly validated sense of pride. As long as they're happy, I guess. Hey, Yuki, asked Nell. What? Would you mind if I tried some too? What the hell? Seriously, you too? I raised a questioning brow at the hero. The way she was fidgeting made it clear that she was well aware she was asking for something bizarre, but she had allowed Shiai to influence her into doing it regardless. It has to be pretty tasty if both of them like it that much, right? She asked. Can you really fault me for being just a little bit curious? It's blood. It's literally blood. It's going to taste like blood. But what if it doesn't? You're a demon lord, after all, right? I don't see how that has anything to do with anything. That's why I just kinda want to try it, you know, for science. Science? Really? I heaved an exasperated sigh. You know what? Fine. My reaction prompted Shiai to turn towards the human and grin. I guess that means it's your turn next, Nell. Here. Have my seat. Thanks Shiai. The slime and the human pulled a good old switcheroo. One got off my lap, and the other got on. Nell's silky smooth hair brushed against my face. She had gone straight for the prize immediately after stabilizing herself, a task that had involved nothing more than wrapping her arms around my neck and leaning into me. Unlike Shiai or Eluna, her figure was developed, feminine. It was so soft and warm that it appealed to my instincts. The shivers running down my spine didn't help. My body reacted each time her tongue traced its way down the side of my neck. Pleasure racked my brain as a sense of immorality overcame me. I could feel the urge to have my way with her bubbling up from within. Nell and I weren't in that sort of relationship yet. The ultimate goal of having her stay with us was to foster a romantic relationship to begin with, which meant there was nothing wrong with doing her. No, stop it, Yuki. You idiot. Calm down, man. What the fuck are you thinking? The kids are watching. Stop this before you corrupt them. You dumb horn dog. Though I had yet to fully convince myself to calm down, I decided to speak to Nell and try to get her to back away before I totally lost it. Hey, Nell, shouldn't you already have enough data for that science experiment of yours? Yeah, but being like this is just so comforting. It's like I'm being embraced by your scent. Nell, please. You're really not helping. Are you actually trying to seduce me? For fuck's sake, I'm pretty sure you'd be singing a whole different tune if you knew what I was thinking right now. Shit, Nell, you do know I would have probably tried to have my way with you already if I wasn't such a perfect gentleman, right? I intentionally voiced my concerns in the form of a joke in hopes of her catching on. But she failed to give me the reply I wanted. It's okay, I wouldn't mind if it's you. She whispered the words in a sweet, sultry tone, one that only made my urges worse. She wanted me just as much as I wanted her. Can I really lose control? Can I really listen to the devil on my shoulder and give in to my urges? Nell raised her head from my neck and pulled back just far enough to stare into my eyes. Her face was red, and her breathing erratic. Slowly but surely, she closed her eyes and began to inch closer. Her pretty pink lips approached. The gap between mine and hers shrank. I felt like I was being drawn in. Before long, I too began slowly bringing my face forward. Ahem. The sound of someone clearing their throat brought both of us back down to earth. Upon turning around, we saw Leffi, or more specifically, an unhappy Leffi. I will not tell you not to engage in any such activities. Like Luandan, who were standing behind her, the dragon was glaring at us with her arms crossed. It was I who arranged for the two of you to enter in a relationship, and I see no reason for you not to indulge in such an activity should you choose to become mates. It is one I would expect, even, for that is simply a natural part of romantic involvement. Neither of us could offer much in the way of a response. We simply remained silent as we reflected on our shameful behavior. But conducting yourselves in such a manner in broad daylight is another discussion to be had altogether. What do the two of you think of it? Was there any reason not to have chosen a better place or time? We're sorry, we said in tandem. Good. Then I will be expecting the two of you to be more selective in the future, she said as she returned to her board game, Minions in Tow. Hey, Nell? Why yeah? How exactly did my blood end up tasting, anyway? Sorry, but I'm not really sure. My head started to get really fuzzy when I started smelling you. I mean, it wasn't anything special. You were right, it was blood. And it tasted like blood. I guess you really are one of us now, huh? What's that supposed to mean? Nell tilted her head in confusion. Nothing, I said as I brushed off the blushing hero's question with a laugh. Oh, you know, nothing too special, just that you're a bit messed up in the head.